the Book of Paradoxes. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the intrepid explorers of the human spirit, those who dare to delve into the depths of their own being and embrace the paradoxes that shape our existence. It is for the dreamers, the questioners, the seekers of truth, who find solace not in simplistic answers but in the rich tapestry of life's complexities. To those who wrestle with contradictions, finding beauty in the tension between opposites, this is a testament to your courage and perseverance. May it serve as a mirror reflecting your own inner landscapes and a guide on your journey towards self-discovery. It is dedicated to the unsung heroes of introspection, the quiet revolutionaries of the mind who strive for a deeper understanding of themselves and the universe around them. For it is in the exploration of paradoxes that we find the truest essence of unity and the most profound sense of being. For those who bravely confront the shadows within, seeking enlightenment in the very mysteries that baffle and bewilder, this book is a tribute to your ongoing quest for meaning and belonging. May it inspire you to continue your journey, for the path to understanding is a journey of paradoxes and the unveiling of our own innate, profound wisdom. To those who dare to question everything, and to those who find beauty in the unanswered questions, to the fearless hearts who embrace the unknown, this work is humbly offered. Preface. The journey into the heart of paradox is not for the faint of heart. It requires a willingness to confront the unsettling, the ambiguous, the seemingly contradictory nature of reality. This book, the Book of Paradoxes, is an invitation to embark on just such a journey. Through the interwoven narratives of diverse seekers, we will explore the mystical landscape of Veridia, a realm where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and where the very fabric of reality is woven from the threads of paradox. We will encounter the enchanted lake, reflecting the hidden depths of our own beliefs, the eternal battleground of orbiting stars, symbolizing the constant dance of opposites within our minds, and the mystical garden, revealing the delicate balance between being and non-being. These are not mere allegories, they are invitations to introspection, opportunities to confront our own inner conflicts and to reconcile the seemingly irreconcilable aspects of our own selves and the universe that contains us. The stories within these pages are designed to challenge our assumptions, expand our perspectives, and ultimately lead us toward a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. This is not a journey of seeking simple answers, but of embracing the profound mystery and complexity of existence, finding peace not in resolving contradictions, but in appreciating the beauty and wisdom they hold. Through the skillful blending of lyrical prose, philosophical dialogue, and symbolic imagery, this book aims to resonate with a wide range of readers, from those who seek spiritual awakening to those who appreciate the intellectual rigor of philosophical exploration, prepared to be challenged, to be moved, and ultimately to be transformed by the journey that lies ahead. Introduction. The human experience is a tapestry woven from countless paradoxes. We are simultaneously creatures of logic and intuition, of reason and emotion, of light and shadow. We yearn for certainty yet find ourselves adrift in a sea of uncertainty. We strive for unity yet are confronted with the ever-present reality of duality. The Book of Paradoxes explores these fundamental tensions, weaving a narrative that is as captivating as it is intellectually stimulating. The story unfolds within the mystical realm of Veridia, a place where the laws of conventional reality bend and break, revealing the hidden truths that lie beneath the surface of our everyday perceptions. Our protagonists, a diverse group of seekers guided by Maya and Elias, are each grappling with their own unique paradoxes, creative blocks, scientific skepticism, spiritual doubts. As they journey to the Temple of Paradox, they encounter a series of challenges designed to confront their inner conflicts and preconceptions. Each encounter, from the shimmering enchanted lake to the eternal battleground of orbiting stars, serves as a symbolic representation of the internal battles we all face. Through captivating tales, philosophical dialogues, and symbolic imagery, the narrative unveils the profound interconnectedness of seemingly opposing forces. revealing the beauty and wisdom embedded within the paradoxes that shape our lives and the universe. This book is an invitation to embark on a journey of self-discovery, a path that leads not to definitive answers, but to a deeper appreciation of the inherent mystery and complexity of existence. Prepare to have your assumptions challenged, your beliefs questioned, and your understanding of the world transformed. The journey into the heart of paradox awaits. The path ahead is fraught with challenges, but the reward is a profound understanding of unity and a deeper connection to the beautiful, ever-evolving tapestry of existence. The call to Veridia. The wind whipped Maya's crimson cloak around her as she stood atop the windswept cliff, her dark eyes scanning the churning sea below. Beside her, Elias, his silver hair catching the sunlight, adjusted the worn leather satchel slung across his shoulder. Their gazes met, a silent communication passing between them, a shared understanding of the task ahead. This was it, the culmination of years of preparation, the moment they would summon the seekers to Veridia. "Are you certain they will answer the call?" Elias asked, his voice a low rumble that barely carried above the wind's howl. Maya smiled, a faint, knowing curve of her lips. "The whispers have reached them, Elias. The threads of fate have been woven. They are coming." Below, the coastline stretched, a dramatic panorama of jagged cliffs and hidden coves, culminating in the misty veil that shrouded the entrance to the mystical land of Veridia. This land, veiled in myth and legend, was home to the Temple of Paradox, a place where the very fabric of reality seemed to unravel and reweave itself in breathtaking, mind-bending ways. The first to arrive was Sophia, a young woman with eyes that held the restless fire of an artist's soul and a heart burdened by creative block. She clutched a worn leather-bound sketchbook to her chest, her slender fingers tracing its embossed cover, a phoenix rising from ashes, a fitting symbol for her own internal struggle. Sophia had heard the call not in a dream or a vision, but in a sudden, profound silence, a void that echoed with the unspoken potential of her own creative spirit. The call had resonated not as a command, but as a beckoning, a promise of resolution, a chance to unlock the paradoxes that stifled her artistic voice. Javier, a renowned physicist, arrived next. His sharp, intelligent eyes held a skeptical glint, his posture exuding an aura of controlled precision. Javier's journey to the temple was born not of faith, but of frustrating intellectual limitations. Years of studying the universe's intricacies had led him to a paradox. The more he understood, the more he realized he didn't know. The call to Veridia, experienced as an unexpected surge of intuition amidst a complex equation, challenged his rigid scientific worldview, promising a resolution he couldn't find within the confines of his laboratory. He carried with him a collection of meticulously annotated scientific papers, a testament to his relentless pursuit of knowledge. A hidden doubt, however, gnawed at him. Perhaps knowledge in its purest form was not merely empirical. Lila, a seasoned spiritual traveler, arrived last. Her calm, serene demeanor masked a deep inner turmoil. Lila had spent years wandering the globe, seeking enlightenment and understanding, guided by an intuitive sense that transcended rational thought. She arrived bearing a simple woven shawl, its threads imbued with the energy of numerous sacred sites she had visited. The call to Veridia had been a vivid dream, a vision of shimmering stars and swirling nebulae, leading her to a deeper exploration of the interconnectedness of existence. Yet beneath her serene exterior lay a gnawing fear, a fear of the unknown depths of her own spiritual potential. Maya and Elias greeted the seekers with warm smiles, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of centuries spent guiding others on this extraordinary journey. They sensed the unique conflicts within each of the seekers, the deep-seated paradoxes that drove their quest. Sophia's struggle with artistic expression mirrored the conflict between creation and destruction. Javier's scientific skepticism contrasted with his inner yearning for something beyond the realm of empirical knowledge. Lila's spiritual pursuit masked a deep-seated fear of uncovering her own limitations. "Welcome, seekers," Maya said, her voice resonating with an ancient power. You have answered the call, drawn by the whispers of Veridia, guided by the unseen threads of fate. You stand at the threshold of a journey that will challenge your beliefs, test your resilience, and ultimately lead you to a deeper understanding of yourselves and the universe. Elias extended his hand towards Veridia, gesturing towards the shimmering veil that obscured the mystical land. The path to the Temple of Paradox is not an easy one, Elias explained. It demands courage, patience, and an unwavering commitment to the quest for truth. You will encounter challenges that will seem insurmountable, paradoxes that will twist your perceptions, and truths that will shatter your preconceptions. As the seekers stood on the precipice of the unknown, a profound sense of anticipation mingled with apprehension filled the air. Sophia felt a tremor of excitement, a flicker of hope that the journey could resolve her creative impasse. Javier sensed a thrill of intellectual curiosity, the promise of answers to questions that had plagued him for years. Lila felt a stirring of spiritual energy, a confirmation that she was where she was meant to be. Each of them carried their own hopes and fears, their individual baggage of doubt and yearning. The journey to the temple would not only test their limits but also transform their understanding of the world and their place within it. The group started their journey to the temple under the watchful eyes of their guides. The terrain proved challenging, the path winding through dense forests, across treacherous ravines, and over rocky mountain passes. The landscape itself seemed alive, pulsating with an almost palpable energy. The very stones whispered secrets, and the trees groaned with the weight of untold stories. Along the way, minor obstacles tested the group's patience and teamwork. A sudden downpour forced them to seek shelter in a natural cave, a testament to the power of nature and the necessity of adaptability. A fallen tree blocked their path, requiring them to work together to clear the obstruction, fostering an early sense of mutual reliance and trust. As they ventured deeper into Veridia, the air grew thick with magic, imbued with an almost tangible sense of mystery. The trees shimmered with an inner light, the birdsong echoed with ancient wisdom, and the very air itself seemed to thrum with hidden power. The seekers, accustomed to the mundane realities of their own worlds, began to sense the profound shift in the fabric of reality, a subtle yet undeniable change that permeated their senses. A sense of awe, of wonder, began to overcome their apprehension, replacing it with a nascent excitement. They were entering a realm beyond comprehension, a place where the rules of logic and reason seemed to dissolve, replaced by the fluid, paradoxical nature of existence itself. The journey itself was a paradox, a test of their limitations, and a revelation of their potential. The path to the temple was a winding, challenging route, but with every step, the seekers moved closer to self-discovery and a deeper understanding of the universe's enigmas. The path was arduous, but the destination promised a transformative experience, a reweaving of their very selves. The call to Veridia had been answered, and the journey had begun. Journey to the temple. The path unwound before them like a ribbon of emerald and jade, snaking through a landscape that defied easy categorization. Towering trees, their bark shimmering with an opalescent sheen, leaned towards each other, their branches intertwined in a silent embrace, creating a cathedral of living wood. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in fractured patterns, casting dappled shadows that danced and shifted with an ethereal grace. The air hummed with a low, resonant thrum, a vibration that resonated deep within the seekers' chests, a palpable sense of ancient energy. Sophia, ever the pragmatist, found herself captivated by the sheer strangeness of it all. Back in her world of sterile laboratories and precise calculations, such a place felt utterly alien, a fantastical dream conjured from the pages of a forgotten myth. Yet here she was, boots sinking slightly into the soft, moss-covered earth, surrounded by a beauty that simultaneously exhilarated and unnerved her. Javier, the artist, saw a masterpiece unfolding before him. His eyes, normally focused on the intricate details of his canvases, were now drinking in the vast panorama, seeking inspiration in every twist and turn of the path, in the vibrant hues of the flora and fauna. He sketched furiously in his notebook, attempting to capture the essence of the place, the impossibly vibrant colors, the almost hallucinatory clarity of the light. He knew that no mere image could ever truly encapsulate the breathtaking reality of Veridia. Lila, the quiet observer, found a strange sense of peace in the midst of the strangeness. She had always been drawn to solitude, to the quiet contemplation of nature's mysteries. The vibrant chaos of Veridia, far from overwhelming her, offered a sanctuary, a place where the relentless noise of her own thoughts could fade into the background, replaced by the rhythmic whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. She felt a deep connection to this place, a sense of belonging that surprised even her. Their journey was not without its challenges. The path, while beautiful, was treacherous. Hidden ravines, disguised by deceptive foliage, tested their agility and balance. Thickets of thorny vines, their leaves edged with razor-sharp spines, snagged at their clothing and skin, demanding patience and careful navigation. Once, a sudden downpour transformed the path into a muddy torrent, forcing them to scramble across slippery rocks and navigate treacherous crossings. These minor obstacles, however, served not to discourage them, but to strengthen their bond. They assisted each other, offering support and encouragement, learning to rely on each other's strengths and compensate for their weaknesses. As they pressed onward, the landscape began to change. The verdant forests gave way to a vast, shimmering plain, stretching as far as the eye could see. Strange crystalline formations rose from the earth, their surfaces reflecting the sunlight in 1,000 dazzling facets. The air grew warmer, infused with the scent of exotic flowers and pungent herbs. A sense of otherworldly vastness enveloped them, a feeling of being dwarfed by the sheer scale and magnificence of Veridia. A shimmering heat haze danced above the plain, distorting the horizon and making it difficult to judge distances. Maya, ever watchful, pointed out the occasional landmark, guiding them along the seemingly endless expanse. Elias, walking at the rear of the group, kept a sharp eye out for any potential threats, his presence a silent reassurance. As the day wore on, the group's pace slowed. The heat was intense, the sun beating down mercilessly. Thirst gnawed at them, and fatigue began to weigh heavily on their limbs. They found a shallow stream, its water surprisingly cool and clear, and paused to drink and rest. The rest was short-lived, for the path continued onward. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep violet. The landscape took on a new dimension, the crystalline formations casting long, skeletal shadows. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze swept across the plain, carrying with it the scent of approaching nightfall. As darkness descended, the plain transformed into a mystical wonderland, the crystalline formations shimmering with an inner light, their surfaces sparkling like 1,000,000 fallen stars. The seekers felt a profound shift in the atmosphere, a palpable sense of enchantment that wrapped around them like a warm blanket. They continued their journey under the cloak of the night, guided by the faint light of the stars and the rhythmic pulsing of Veridia's energy. The night brought its own challenges. Strange, glowing insects buzzed around them, their lights dancing like tiny fairies, while the shadows played tricks on their eyes, distorting familiar shapes into fantastical creatures. Once, a rustling in the bushes sent a jolt of fear through them, before the cause was revealed as a harmless family of nocturnal animals, their eyes reflecting the starlight. As they walked, the landscape became increasingly surreal. Mountains that seemed to shift and change shape loomed before them, their peaks crowned with luminous clouds. Strange, ethereal music wafted on the night air, a melody both hauntingly beautiful and unnervingly unsettling. It was a landscape born of dreams, a realm where the boundaries between reality and illusion became increasingly blurred. Each challenge they faced, whether physical or psychological, strengthened their resolve, deepened their understanding of themselves, and reinforced their bond as a group. They learned to trust in one another's skills and experiences, and developed a strong sense of camaraderie amidst the challenging landscapes of Veridia. The journey had been arduous, testing their limits in every conceivable way, yet it had also been a transformative experience. The strange and wondrous beauty of Veridia had awakened something within them, a sense of wonder, a yearning for the unknown, and a deeper appreciation of the paradoxes that shaped their existence. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in soft pastel hues, they could finally see it in the distance. The Temple of Paradox, majestic and enigmatic, a beacon of hope amidst the surreal landscape, beckoning them onward. The final leg of their journey, the most crucial, lay ahead. First glimpse of Paradox. The Temple of Paradox loomed before them, a breathtaking and bewildering structure that seemed to defy the very laws of geometry. It wasn't merely impressive in scale, it was conceptually unsettling. Sections appeared to both exist and not exist simultaneously, overlapping and interpenetrating in a manner that strained the eyes and challenged the mind. Jagged obsidian spires pierced the sky, yet seemed to seamlessly melt into cascading waterfalls of solidified light. Walls shifted and rearranged themselves, dissolving and reforming like mirages in the desert heat, a play of light and shadow that mocked their attempts to grasp a stable reality. Sophia, a historian by trade, felt a familiar thrill of academic excitement, tempered by a profound unease. She had spent years studying ancient civilizations, deciphering cryptic symbols and wrestling with the inconsistencies of historical records. Yet nothing had prepared her for this visceral experience of paradox incarnate. The very air around the temple hummed with an energy that seemed both ancient and nascent, a pulsating heartbeat of the universe itself. She raised a hand, tracing the shimmering surface of a wall that seemed to be both solid granite and flowing water, a seamless blend of opposing elements. Javier, a seasoned adventurer and pragmatist, found himself unusually speechless. His instincts screamed danger, yet a strange allure drew him closer, a siren's call to the heart of the mystery. He was a man who valued tangible evidence, concrete realities. This place, however, offered neither. He ran a hand over a seemingly smooth stone surface, only to find it morph into a rough, almost painful texture a moment later. The shifting surfaces played tricks on his senses, making him question the reliability of his own perception. He felt a tremor of anxiety. The unsettling fluidity of the architecture mirrored a growing unease within himself. Lila, a spiritual seeker with a deep connection to nature, felt a sense of homecoming. The chaos of the temple resonated with the chaotic beauty of the natural world, the constant dance of creation and destruction. She understood, intuitively, that the apparent contradictions were not flaws, but essential aspects of a greater harmony. She closed her eyes, breathing deeply, allowing the energy of the temple to wash over her. She felt a connection to the very essence of the place, a whisper of understanding that transcended language and logic. Yet even her intuitive understanding struggled to fully grasp the extent of the paradox before them. Their first real challenge presented itself in the form of a seemingly impassable chasm that sliced through the heart of the temple complex. A bridge spanned the gap, yet the bridge itself seemed to be made of interwoven light and shadow, its edges blurred and undefined. It appeared solid from one angle, yet translucent from another, a shimmering entity that tested the very notion of solidity. The paradox was not simply visual, it was experiential. Stepping onto the bridge felt like stepping into an unstable dream, a liminal space between worlds. Maya, their guide, a woman whose wisdom seemed to draw from both earthly and otherworldly sources, smiled serenely. "This is your first glimpse of the paradox inherent in all things," she stated, her voice carrying a resonance that filled the space. The illusion of separation, the conflict between what seems to be and what truly is. The bridge exists and does not exist. It is solid and it is not. This is the nature of the temple, and indeed, the nature of reality itself. Elias, the enigmatic clockmaker who had accompanied them on their journey, approached the bridge with his usual calm demeanor. He carried with him a small, intricately crafted clock, its gears whirring softly, a symbol of time's relentless march. He observed the bridge, his gaze thoughtful. Time itself is a paradox, is it not? A constant flow, yet composed of discrete moments. the past, present, and future, all existing simultaneously, yet seemingly separate. He gestured to the ever-shifting structure of the bridge. This bridge mirrors that paradox. Each step forward is both a progression and a regression. It is a journey into the unknown, and also a journey into the heart of oneself. Sophia, battling her innate skepticism, cautiously placed her foot onto the bridge. The feeling was strange, almost immaterial. She half expected to fall through, to vanish into nothingness. Yet the bridge held, supporting her weight with a strange ethereal resilience. The surface felt both firm and yielding, a paradox mirrored in her own internal conflict. She had spent her life seeking objective truth, tangible evidence. Yet this place demanded a different approach, an acceptance of ambiguity and uncertainty. Javier, despite his apprehension, followed suit. He gripped the edge of the bridge tightly, his knuckles white. The shifting, uncertain ground beneath his feet mirrored the uncertainty he felt within. This wasn't the straightforward challenge he was used to. This was a test of his perceptions, of his beliefs, of his very sense of self. Lila, guided by her intuition, walked onto the bridge with a sense of calm acceptance. She felt a unity between herself and the bridge, a harmonious resonance between her inner world and the external reality. She found an ease and a strength in embracing the ambiguity of this liminal space, finding a profound peace in the apparent chaos. As the three seekers made their way across the bridge, they realized that the paradox was not a barrier to be overcome, but a threshold to be crossed. The very act of navigating the shifting, illusory bridge was a process of self-discovery, of confronting their own internal paradoxes, their own inner conflicts. The shimmering, ethereal bridge wasn't just a pathway, it was a mirror, reflecting back to them their own beliefs, their own anxieties, their own hopes. Each step was a step into the unknown, yet simultaneously, a step into a deeper understanding of themselves. The journey was far from over, yet their initial glimpse of the temple's central paradox had already begun its transformative work. The true nature of the temple, and the nature of their own reality, were slowly beginning to reveal themselves. The shimmering, shifting bridge represented not just a physical challenge, but a profound metaphor for the journey they were undertaking, a journey into the heart of paradox itself, a journey into the heart of their own souls. The journey across the bridge became a microcosm of the larger journey they were embarking upon, a journey that demanded both courage and acceptance, a journey that promised both challenge and profound revelation. The Temple of Paradox was not merely a structure of stone and light. It was a living embodiment of the fundamental paradoxes that shape human existence, a constant reminder of the intricate interplay between unity and duality, between order and chaos, between existence and non-existence. And their journey across this seemingly impossible bridge was only the beginning of this profound and transformative experience. The weight of their internal conflicts seemed to lessen with each step, replaced by a growing sense of wonder and awe as the paradoxical architecture of the temple continued to unfold around them. Meeting the Guardians. Beyond the shimmering bridge, the landscape shifted dramatically. The chaotic architecture of the approach gave way to a vast, circular plaza, bathed in an ethereal, twilight glow. Three colossal figures stood sentinel at the plaza's edge, their forms sculpted from living light that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic heartbeat. They were not statues, but beings of pure energy, their outlines shifting and reforming subtly, like heat rising from the desert sand. Each guardian possessed a unique aura. One radiated calm serenity, another a vibrant, dynamic energy, and the third, a profound, almost melancholic wisdom. Maya, ever the pragmatist, stepped forward. "Greetings," she said, her voice clear and resonant, carrying across the vast plaza. "We are seekers, drawn to the Temple of Paradox by a longing for understanding." The guardian radiating serenity spoke first, its voice a chorus of chimes. "You have come far, travelers. The path has tested your resolve, your faith in the impossible, your willingness to embrace the paradox, even in its most unsettling forms, has proven your worthiness." Its form shifted subtly, almost imperceptibly, as if a gentle breeze stirred its luminous essence. "We are the guardians of paradox, keepers of the temple's mysteries. We have been awaiting your arrival." Javier, ever the skeptic, couldn't help but murmur, "Mystical beings? I expected something less theatrical." The dynamic guardian, its energy a whirlwind of colors, chuckled, a sound like wind whistling through canyons. "Theatrical? My dear Javier, existence itself is a grand, cosmic theater. Every interaction, every thought, every breath, a performance playing out upon the stage of being. The very nature of paradox, the dance between opposing forces, is the essence of drama. To deny the theatricality of it all is to deny the richness, the vibrancy, the very heart of life itself." Lila, ever the poet, found herself entranced by the guardian's beauty, their forms a captivating dance of light and shadow. She whispered, "Your beauty, it is breathtaking. It mirrors the beauty of the paradox itself, the unexpected harmony found within apparent conflict." The melancholic guardian, its light a deep somber blue, spoke in a low, resonant voice. "Beauty is fleeting, Lila, just as everything else within this realm of duality. The true beauty lies not in the ephemeral dance of light and shadow, but in the acceptance of impermanence, the understanding that all things are transient, yet interconnected. The temple itself stands as a testament to this truth, a living paradox of permanence and change." Maya then posed the question that weighed heavily on all of them. "We seek to understand the nature of paradox. Why have we been summoned? What challenges await us within the temple?" The guardians exchanged silent glances, their luminous forms intertwining for a moment before separating once more. The serene guardian answered, "You were not summoned, seekers. You chose to come. The temple does not call, it responds. Your inner yearnings, your deepest questions, resonated with the temple's inherent paradoxical nature, drawing you here like moths to a flickering flame." The dynamic guardian added, "The challenges within the temple are not designed to break you, but to refine you. They are mirrors reflecting your inner selves, your deepest beliefs, your fears, your hopes. Confronting these paradoxes within yourselves is the purpose of your journey." The melancholic guardian spoke of the gravity of their quest. The temple is a microcosm of the universe itself, a reflection of the inherent contradictions that shape existence, time and eternity, creation and destruction, unity and duality. These are not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of a single, seamless reality. Within the temple, you will encounter these paradoxes not as obstacles, but as opportunities for growth and transformation. They continued, explaining the specific trials that awaited them. Each trial, they revealed, corresponded to one of the seeker's deepest personal paradoxes. For Sophia, it would be a confrontation with her fear of vulnerability, a paradox between strength and surrender. For Javier, it would be a test of his unwavering skepticism, a challenge to his deeply ingrained distrust of the unseen and the unknown. For Lila, it would be a journey into the heart of her creative spirit, a struggle between the impulse to create and the fear of self-expression. "The trials will not be easy," the serene guardian cautioned. "They will demand courage, humility, and a willingness to embrace the unknown, even the uncomfortable. But by confronting these inner conflicts, you will transcend them, achieving a greater understanding not just of yourselves, but of the universe itself." The dynamic guardian added, "Remember, the paradox is not something to be solved, but something to be experienced, to be lived. Embrace the dance of opposites, the tension between opposing forces. It is within this dance that true understanding lies." The melancholic guardian concluded, "Your journey is not just a quest for knowledge, but a journey of self-discovery, a pilgrimage to the depths of your own souls. The temple is a mirror reflecting your inner selves. By confronting the paradoxes within, you will unveil the harmony that underlies the apparent dissonance. Only then will you truly understand the nature of paradox and your place within the grand tapestry of existence." As the guardians finished their explanation, the light around them intensified, their forms shimmering and reforming, their collective voice echoing the vastness of the cosmos. A profound silence followed, broken only by the gentle pulse of their luminous forms. The seekers stood in awe, the weight of the journey settling upon them. They had been warned, guided, and prepared. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, but they were ready to confront the challenges, to embrace the paradoxes, to embark on a transformative journey into the heart of their own being. The Temple of Paradox, a mirror to their souls, stood ready to reveal its secrets, its lessons, and its ultimate truth. The journey had begun. The first trial awaited. The seekers, now fully aware of the magnitude of their undertaking, took their first steps towards the heart of the temple, each step a testament to their courage, their faith, and their unyielding desire to understand the mysteries of the paradoxical universe. The journey was long, arduous, and unpredictable, but the promise of self-discovery, the allure of unveiling the universe's deepest secrets, outweighed any apprehension. The guardians watched them proceed, their luminous forms pulsating with a silent encouragement, a silent blessing upon their pilgrimage into the heart of the paradox. The echoes of their words resonated in the hearts of the seekers, a constant reminder of the journey's true purpose, self-discovery, and the understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. Sophia's initial reflection. The air itself hummed, a vibration that resonated not just in Sophia's ears but deep within her bones. It was a symphony of unseen energies, a chorus of whispers that spoke of ancient power and profound mystery. As she stepped onto the plaza, a wave of warmth, almost tangible, washed over her, unlike anything she'd ever experienced. It felt less like heat and more like a vibrant, pulsing life force, weaving itself into the very fabric of her being. The twilight glow of the plaza seemed to emanate from within, not from an external source, illuminating the scene with the soft, ethereal light that danced and shifted like the aurora borealis. She felt a strange lightness, a feeling of being both grounded and weightless simultaneously, a first taste of the paradox the guardians had promised. Her artistic spirit, usually so vibrant and eager to capture the world in strokes of color and expressive lines, felt muted. The sheer immensity of the energy overwhelmed her accustomed palates. It was a color beyond color, a sound beyond sound, a sensation that transcended the limitations of her senses. It was a language she didn't understand, yet instinctively felt a deep connection to. This was not the gentle flow of inspiration she was used to. This was a torrent, a raw, untamed force that both captivated and intimidated her. Sophia, a painter by trade and a seeker of beauty by nature, found her usual tools inadequate. Her sketchbook felt clumsy in her hands, the charcoal too crude to capture the essence of this ethereal place. She tried to capture the pulsating energy in her mind's eye, to translate the symphony of unseen forces into a visual representation. But the image remained elusive, fragmented, like a shattered mirror reflecting 1,000 distorted realities. The very act of attempting to define it, to constrain it within the boundaries of her artistic understanding, felt like a sacrilege. The concept of paradox, which had initially seemed intriguing from the perspective of an intellectual exercise, now loomed before her as a physical presence. It was not just a philosophical concept, it was the very essence of this place, woven into the very fabric of the reality surrounding her. The warmth and the chill, the light and the shadow, the stillness and the vibrant hum, all existed simultaneously, defying logic and challenging her deeply ingrained understanding of the world. It was a living contradiction, a beautiful dissonance that challenged the fundamental precepts of her artistic worldview. Her usual process, the careful observation, the meticulous rendering of detail, felt utterly pointless here. This place demanded a different approach, a different kind of perception, one that embraced ambiguity and uncertainty, that celebrated the inherent contradictions of existence. It was a challenge to her very identity as an artist, to her ingrained belief in the power of representation and the ability of art to capture the essence of reality. She closed her eyes, breathing deeply, attempting to absorb the energy, to let it flow through her, to understand its language. She felt the pulse of the living light, the subtle shift and change in the luminous forms of the guardians, still visible on the periphery of her vision, though their direct presence felt diminished, their message internalized. A new understanding began to dawn. Perhaps the true art lay not in capturing the essence of this place, but in experiencing it, in becoming a part of its paradoxical nature. Perhaps the most profound art was the art of surrender, the art of letting go of preconceptions and embracing the unknown. The feeling of being overwhelmed slowly began to recede, replaced by a growing sense of wonder and acceptance. The initial fear of inadequacy gave way to a burgeoning curiosity, a deep-seated desire to unravel the mysteries hidden within this mesmerizing place. It was like entering a dreamscape, where logic and reason took a backseat to pure intuition and emotional response. She remembered the words of the guardians, their echoes resonating within the chambers of her soul. The interconnectedness of all things, the dance of opposites, the unity born out of duality, these concepts, once abstract philosophical notions, now felt palpable, tangible, as real as the breath in her lungs. She felt a deep connection to the place, an understanding beyond words, an intuitive comprehension that transcended the limitations of her conscious mind. She opened her eyes, her gaze drifting towards the towering structure of the temple itself. Its architecture was unlike anything she had ever seen, defying Euclidean geometry with graceful, flowing lines that seemed to shift and shimmer with the surrounding energy. It was as if the very stones were alive, pulsating with the same vibrant force that coursed through the plaza. Its form was simultaneously solid and ethereal, a paradox in stone and light, echoing the paradoxical nature of the place itself. She began to notice details she hadn't seen before. The intricate carvings on the temple walls seemed to shift and reform, revealing new patterns and images with each passing moment. The colors, too, seemed to change subtly, constantly shifting and blending in a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of hues. It was a dynamic tapestry of light and shadow, a living, breathing artwork that challenged her perception and expanded her understanding of artistic expression. This wasn't static beauty, it was dynamic, fluid, an ever-changing spectacle of existence, a constant flux of energy, a testament to the vibrant dynamism of existence itself. Sophia felt a profound sense of humility. Her artistic skills, her technical mastery seemed insignificant in the face of such overwhelming beauty and power. She was not here to judge, to analyze, to categorize. She was here to experience, to learn, to grow. The temple, with its paradoxical nature, was a mirror reflecting her own internal conflicts, her own struggles with duality, her own yearning for unity. She began to walk towards the temple entrance, her steps measured, her heart filled with a mixture of awe, trepidation, and profound excitement. The journey had just begun, and she knew, with a certainty that transcended reason, that this place would challenge everything she believed she knew about herself, about art, about the nature of reality itself. She was prepared to embrace the paradox, to surrender to the mystery, and to let the temple reveal its secrets, one paradoxical revelation at a time. The path ahead was uncertain, but she felt an unwavering confidence, a deep inner knowing that the journey, however challenging, would ultimately lead her to a deeper understanding of herself and the universe she inhabited. The hum of the energy intensified as she drew closer, a silent invitation to embark on a journey into the heart of paradox, a journey into the heart of her own soul. The weight of expectation, the vastness of the undertaking, didn't lessen her resolve. Instead, it fueled her passion, igniting within her a fire that burned brighter than ever before, a fire that sought to fuse her artistic spirit with the paradoxical wonders of the temple itself. This wasn't just a journey into the unknown, it was a pilgrimage into the core of existence, a quest for self-discovery disguised as an exploration of the paradoxical universe. The paradoxical nature of the place served as a perfect metaphor for the inner workings of her own mind, a space where opposites constantly collided and interacted, where light and shadow danced in an eternal waltz. The journey had only just begun, and she knew the true revelation wouldn't come through the mastery of technique or intellect, but through a profound embrace of the mysterious and the unpredictable, confronting hidden beliefs, The air hung heavy with an almost palpable expectancy as the three seekers, Sophia, Javier, and Lila, approached the enchanted lake. It shimmered under the Veridian sun, a vast expanse of water so still that it mirrored the sky with unsettling accuracy, the clouds drifting across its surface like ethereal brushstrokes. But the lake's true magic lay not in its visual beauty, but in its unsettling ability to reflect the innermost recesses of the soul. Maya, their guide, a woman whose eyes held the wisdom of ages, gestured towards the water. "The lake reveals what you hide, even from yourselves," she said, her voice a low hum that resonated with the subtle energy emanating from the lake. "Confront your reflections, and you shall find a path to understanding." Sophia, the artist, felt a tremor of apprehension. She'd always been attuned to the subtleties of emotion, translating them onto canvas with vibrant strokes and evocative colors. Yet she carried a hidden belief, a fear of inadequacy, a nagging voice whispering that her art was not truly worthy, a mere imitation of genius. As she gazed into the lake, she saw not her own face, but a series of fragmented images. Brushstrokes that lacked precision, canvases left unfinished, a whirlwind of self-doubt swirling like a vortex within the water's depths. She saw the critical eyes of past professors, the dismissive comments of gallery owners. It was a brutal self-portrait, unvarnished and honest, revealing the harsh realities of her inner critic. The reflection was not a mirror image, but a projection of her deepest insecurities. The lake didn't judge, it merely showed, forcing her to confront the poisonous seeds of self-doubt that had been quietly choking her creativity. Javier, the scientist, approached the lake with a healthy dose of skepticism. He was a man of logic and reason, accustomed to empirical evidence and quantifiable results. The notion of a lake that reflected hidden beliefs felt absurd, a relic of superstitious folklore. Yet, as he peered into the water, he found himself unable to dismiss what he saw. His reflection showed not a scientist, but a fearful child, huddled against a dark, unknown future, grasping desperately for certainty in a chaotic world. He saw his meticulously constructed worldview crumbling, his reliance on logic revealed as a defense mechanism against a deeper vulnerability, a fear of the unknown, of the vast expanse of uncertainty that lay beyond the realm of scientific understanding. The reflection highlighted the limitations of his purely rational approach, forcing him to acknowledge the emotional currents that had shaped his life. Lila, the spiritual seeker, possessed a different kind of fear. Her faith had been tested by a past she refused to revisit, a painful experience that had scarred her sense of trust. She feared vulnerability, terrified of letting down her guard. In the lake's depths, she saw not her face, but a kaleidoscope of fractured relationships, moments of betrayal and disappointment that had eroded her sense of self-worth. But she also saw flickers of resilience, moments of kindness and strength. This reflection was not merely about pain, it also showed a courageous spirit that refused to succumb to cynicism. The lake mirrored the struggle between her desire to connect and her fear of further heartache. The lake presented her not with a simple answer, but with a process, a journey towards healing and self-acceptance. As the three seekers confronted their respective reflections, the atmosphere around the lake grew thick with emotion. Tears welled up in Sophia's eyes as she finally confronted the source of her creative block. Javier's meticulously crafted facade began to crumble, his scientific objectivity challenged by the raw emotions staring back at him from the depths. Lila, however, felt a surge of strength, seeing not just her past hurts, but also her resilience and capacity for love. The lake's power lay not in providing answers, but in illuminating the path towards self-awareness. It revealed their hidden beliefs not as judgments, but as opportunities for growth, a chance to understand the patterns of thought and emotion that shaped their lives. The experience wasn't simply visual, it was profoundly visceral. Each seeker felt the weight of their hidden beliefs, the anxieties and fears they had suppressed for so long. The lake acted as a catalyst, forcing them to confront the shadows within, to acknowledge the parts of themselves they had long denied. It was a painful but necessary process, one that laid bare the vulnerabilities they had carefully guarded. As time went on, the initial shock gave way to a slow dawning of understanding. Sophia began to realize that her fear of inadequacy wasn't a measure of her talent, but a manifestation of societal expectations and self-imposed pressure. She began to see her imperfections not as flaws, but as opportunities for creative exploration, a path towards authenticity. Javier, for his part, acknowledged the limitations of pure rationality, realizing that the human experience extended far beyond the realm of quantifiable data. He embraced the power of intuition, recognizing the importance of empathy and emotional intelligence. He began to understand that true knowledge wasn't merely about facts, but about understanding the human condition. Lila's journey was one of healing. The lake's reflection showed her the depth of her wounds, but also the extraordinary resilience of her spirit. She learned to forgive herself and others, to see her past not as a chain, but as a catalyst for growth and spiritual transformation. She realized that her fear of vulnerability was a protective mechanism, a shield preventing further pain, but that true connection required letting go of that fear, embracing her vulnerability as a source of strength. The experience at the Enchanted Lake was transformative. It wasn't merely a confrontation with their hidden beliefs. It was a journey of self-discovery, a painful yet necessary process that laid bare their deepest insecurities and vulnerabilities. It was a step toward integration, a movement towards wholeness. The lake mirrored their struggles, but also their capacity for healing, growth, and self-acceptance. As they moved away from the lake's edge, the three seekers no longer saw a menacing reflection. They saw a path towards a deeper understanding of themselves and the world around them, a path toward healing, and the potential for true inner peace. The journey had just begun, and the shimmering waters of the Enchanted Lake would forever hold a place in their hearts, a reminder of the transformative power of self-confrontation. Javier's scientific skepticism. Javier, unlike Sophia and Lila, hadn't approached the Enchanted Lake with the same open-armed acceptance. His background wasn't steeped in folklore or mystical traditions. His world was governed by the rigorous laws of science, by testable hypotheses and quantifiable data. The very notion of a lake that reflected one's soul felt to him absurd, bordering on the ridiculous. He carried a small, meticulously maintained notebook, filled with charts, graphs, and equations, ever ready to record and analyze his observations. While Sophia had wept openly, and Lila had stared with rapt fascination at the shifting images, Javier had observed the lake with a critical eye, searching for a rational explanation. His initial reaction had been one of intense skepticism. He'd scanned the water's surface with his binoculars, looking for any sign of trickery. Mirrors, cleverly concealed projections, even some sophisticated form of holographic technology. He found nothing. The reflections were too fluid, too intimately connected to their emotional states for any known technological manipulation. The image of himself was undeniably accurate, down to the faintest lines around his eyes, reflecting not just his physical self, but the tension clenching his jaw, the subtle furrow in his brow. This was more than just a mirror, it responded to his internal state. This was unsettling. "It's unusual," he'd muttered, more to himself than to Sophia and Lila. His voice, usually confident and assertive, held a hint of unease. He'd reached for his scientific instruments, his trusty spectrometer and a high-resolution camera, intending to analyze the light spectrum reflected by the water. He wanted concrete evidence, measurable data, something that would fit neatly into the framework of his scientific understanding. But as he began his analysis, he found himself stymied. The light emitted by the lake seemed to defy standard physics. The spectrometer registered a chaotic array of wavelengths, unlike anything he'd encountered before. The images captured by the camera were blurry and distorted at the edges, as if the very act of observation was disturbing the phenomenon itself. This was where his inner conflict began to surface. His scientific mind, trained to seek rational explanations, was screaming for a solution, a formula, a logical framework to contain this inexplicable anomaly. But another part of him, a part he rarely allowed himself to acknowledge, whispered a different truth. A truth that suggested the possibility of something beyond the measurable, something that challenged the very foundations of his carefully constructed worldview. He spent hours by the lake, meticulously collecting data, and meticulously scrutinizing it, attempting to find a rational explanation. He'd run numerous tests and cross-checked his results repeatedly, seeking errors, anomalies, anything that might discredit the increasingly bizarre results. But his rigorous scientific methodology only deepened the mystery. The lake didn't seem to follow any known physical principles. It reflected emotions, anxieties, hopes, and fears, converting internal states into visual representations with unsettling accuracy. The longer he spent by the lake, the more Javier's skepticism chipped away. The evidence before him was undeniable. His internal conflicts were mirrored as vivid as the ripples upon the water. He saw himself reflected not just physically, but emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. He saw his dedication to logic, his rigid adherence to scientific method, his fear of vulnerability, all laid bare. And underneath it all, he saw a deep-seated loneliness, a yearning for connection that he had carefully suppressed, burying it under layers of scientific precision. The lake's reflection wasn't just a visual representation. It was a visceral confrontation, forcing him to confront the deep chasm between his intellectual certainty and his emotional reality. It was a mirror to his soul, revealing the contradictions inherent in his carefully constructed identity. He saw the skepticism as a shield, protecting him from the uncertainty and vulnerability of the human heart. He'd spent his life analyzing the objective world, believing it to be the only reality, dismissing anything that couldn't be measured and quantified. But the lake showed him the limitations of his approach, the profound disconnect between his intellectual understanding and his deeply human experience. As dusk settled, casting long shadows across the lake, Javier began to understand. The lake wasn't just a physical entity, it was a metaphor. It represented the paradox between the objective and subjective worlds, the tension between logic and intuition, the conflict between reason and emotion. He'd spent years striving for objectivity, for cold, hard facts, trying to dissect the universe into neat little packages. But the lake revealed the messy, unpredictable reality of human experience, a reality that defied easy categorization. His notebook, initially filled with scientific observations, now contained sketches of his reflections, alongside cryptic notes about emotional states and the limitations of his scientific framework. He started writing about his own biases, his prejudices against the mystical, the inherent limitations of attempting to apply purely objective measures to subjective phenomena. His meticulous handwriting betrayed a newfound sense of humility, a realization that his scientific tools, though powerful, weren't equipped to grapple with the full complexity of existence. The experience at the Enchanted Lake didn't invalidate Javier's scientific training. Instead, it expanded his understanding of reality. He still valued scientific rigor, but he now recognized the limitations of relying solely on it. He began to see the world not as a collection of discrete facts to be analyzed and categorized, but as a complex tapestry woven from both the tangible and the intangible. That night, under the star-studded Veridian sky, he sat by the lake, staring at his reflection. He no longer saw just a man obsessed with scientific precision. He saw a man wrestling with his own inner demons, a man on a journey of self-discovery. He felt a profound sense of peace, a quiet acceptance of the paradox inherent in his being, a scientist who was also capable of embracing the mysterious and the inexplicable. He knew his journey had only just begun. The scientific method would still guide him, but now it would be complemented by a newfound openness to the intuitive, the spiritual, and the mysterious depths of the human heart, depths that the Enchanted Lake had so starkly revealed. He closed his notebook, a smile playing on his lips. His journey had taken an unexpected and profoundly enriching turn. The scientific lens now held a place alongside a deeper understanding of the subjective, the ineffable, and the fundamentally paradoxical nature of existence itself. He understood now that the true mysteries lay not just in the outer reaches of the universe, but also within the hidden depths of his own soul. And that understanding, he knew, was the start of a much larger journey. A journey that would continue beyond the mystical shores of the enchanted lake, leading him toward a richer, more complete picture of himself, the world, and the universe in all its contradictory glory. Lila's spiritual awakening. Lila, unlike Javier, had approached the enchanted lake with a heart brimming with expectation. Her upbringing, steeped in the folklore and mystical traditions of her people, had prepared her for the inexplicable. Yet, even she hadn't anticipated the intensity of the experience. The lake, a shimmering expanse of obsidian reflecting the star-dusted Veridian sky, had initially captivated her with its beauty. But as she gazed into its depths, the reflection revealed not just her physical form, but the swirling vortex of her subconscious, a kaleidoscope of emotions and beliefs she hadn't realized she held. The first image that emerged was startlingly clear, a young Lila, clutching a worn wooden doll, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and longing. It was a memory she had long suppressed, a memory of a childhood fear of abandonment, a deep-seated insecurity that had subtly shaped her adult life. The lake didn't simply show her the memory, it amplified the feeling, the raw, visceral emotion of that vulnerable child. Tears welled in her eyes, not tears of sadness but of understanding, of a long-overdue reconciliation with her past. As she continued to gaze, the images shifted and morphed. She saw herself as a teenager, grappling with the pressure to conform, to fit into the expectations of her family and her community. The reflection revealed the internal struggle between her desire for independence and her fear of disappointing those she loved. The conflict was palpable, the weight of it pressing down on her, forcing her to confront the compromises she had made, the dreams she had shelved, the parts of herself she had suppressed to maintain a sense of belonging. The lake, in its uncanny wisdom, didn't judge, it simply reflected. It held up a mirror to her soul, not to condemn, but to heal. And as she watched, a profound sense of self-compassion washed over her. She saw her flaws, her imperfections, not as weaknesses, but as integral parts of her journey, shaping her into the woman she was today. The fear of abandonment, the pressure to conform, these were not insurmountable obstacles. They were lessons learned, experiences that had strengthened her resilience and deepened her empathy. The images continued to flow, a cinematic reel of her life unfolding before her. Each scene brought a wave of emotion, regret, joy, anger, acceptance, all swirling together in a complex tapestry of her being. She saw her relationships, both successful and fractured, her triumphs and her failures, her moments of brilliance and her times of self-doubt. The lake offered no easy answers, no pat solutions, but it offered something far more valuable, the opportunity for profound self-understanding. As the night deepened, the reflections shifted, revealing less about her past and more about her present, her hopes and her fears for the future. She saw her ambition, her unwavering drive to achieve her goals, but alongside it, a flicker of self-sabotage, a subtle hesitation that stemmed from a deep-seated fear of failure. The lake illuminated this paradox, this internal conflict between her desire for success and her fear of falling short, forcing her to confront the limiting beliefs that held her back. She saw her relationships with her family and friends, the complexities and contradictions that shaped those bonds. She saw the unconditional love she received, but also the unspoken expectations and the subtle judgments that had occasionally left her feeling inadequate. The lake didn't shy away from the shadows. It illuminated them, revealing the intricate dance of love and conflict, acceptance and judgment that characterized all human relationships. The experience was overwhelming, yet strangely liberating. It was as if the lake itself possessed an ancient intelligence, a wisdom that transcended the limitations of human understanding. It was a profound communion between her soul and the universal consciousness, a connection that transcended time and space. As the night wore on, a quiet peace descended upon her. The turbulent emotions subsided, replaced by a deep sense of calm and acceptance. She understood with a clarity she had never known before that her journey wasn't about eliminating the paradoxes within her, but about embracing them. It wasn't about achieving perfect self-acceptance, but about learning to live with the complexities and contradictions that made her uniquely human. The struggles, the insecurities, the failures, they were not impediments to her growth, they were the very building blocks of her being. The lake mirrored not just her personal journey, but seemed to reflect the universal principle of duality. Light and shadow, joy and sorrow, success and failure. These were not opposing forces, but two sides of the same coin, inseparable and interdependent. This realization resonated deeply within her, shifting her perspective from a linear cause-and-effect worldview to one that embraced the interconnectedness of all things. As dawn approached, painting the sky with hues of gold and rose, Lila felt a profound sense of transformation. The weight of her past insecurities had lifted, replaced by a lightness of being, a sense of freedom she had never known. She felt a deep connection to the universe, a sense of belonging that transcended her individual existence. She rose from the lake's edge, her eyes shimmering with tears of gratitude and awe. The enchanted lake had revealed not just her deepest fears and insecurities, but also her greatest strengths and potentials. It had unveiled the paradoxes within her being, and in doing so, it had liberated her. She was no longer the same person who had approached the lake hours before. She was stronger, wiser, and more fully alive. The journey towards the Temple of Paradox had already begun to yield its profound and transformative rewards. The path ahead was still uncertain, but she approached it with a newfound courage, a deeper sense of self-compassion, and a profound understanding of the paradoxical nature of existence itself. The secrets the lake had revealed were not merely personal. They held a universal truth about the human condition, a testament to the power of self-discovery and the transformative potential of confronting the shadows within. Lila walked back towards the camp, her steps lighter than air. The rising sun cast long shadows, but she no longer feared the darkness. She had gazed into its depths and found her own inner light. The encounter with the enchanted lake had been a powerful initiation, a rite of passage that had ushered her into a new level of self-awareness and spiritual understanding. The paradoxes remained, but now she approached them not with fear or resistance, but with a quiet acceptance, a deep appreciation for the inherent complexities of being human, and the boundless potential for growth that lay within those very complexities. The journey to the Temple of Paradox, a journey of self-discovery, was proving to be far more profound and transformative than she could have ever imagined. The lake's reflection was now embedded in her soul, a constant reminder of her strength, her resilience, and her inherent capacity for love and growth, even amidst life's inevitable paradoxes. She carried the wisdom of the enchanted lake within her, a sacred knowledge that would guide her steps on the challenging path ahead. The journey was far from over, but she was ready to face the challenges, ready to embrace the paradoxes, and ready to uncover the deeper mysteries that awaited her at the Temple of Paradox. The transformation had begun. It was a transformation that would continue to unfold, layer by layer, paradox by paradox, until she finally reached the heart of her being, the core of her very existence. A place where all the seeming contradictions would finally resolve into a single harmonious whole. The journey had begun, and she felt a profound sense of gratitude and anticipation for all that was yet to come. The lake's revelation. Javier, ever the pragmatist, approached the enchanted lake with a healthy dose of skepticism. Lila's fervent belief in its mystical power felt to him a touch naive. He saw the shimmering expanse of obsidian as a beautiful, albeit unusual, geological formation, a quirk of nature rather than a gateway to the subconscious. Yet, as he knelt by the water's edge, peering into its depths, a strange stillness settled over him. The reflection wasn't merely a mirror image, it was a living, breathing portrait of his inner world. The lake, unlike a typical mirror, didn't simply reflect his physical appearance. Instead, it presented a distorted, almost surreal version of himself. He saw flashes of anger, simmering beneath a carefully constructed facade of composure. He saw moments of insecurity, hidden beneath layers of bravado. He saw the gnawing fear of failure, a fear he had meticulously buried under ambitious projects and relentless productivity. The lake was exposing his self-deceptions, the carefully crafted illusions he had built around his carefully curated persona. The reflection showed not only the negative aspects of his personality, but also those parts of himself he'd consciously suppressed, aspects he'd considered weak or undesirable. It showed a boy, lost in the woods, crying out for his father's approval, a young man, consumed by the shame of past mistakes, desperately trying to outrun them. These fragments of his past were as vivid as if they were happening in the present moment, the emotional weight of each memory crashing against him like waves against a rock. The experience was intensely unsettling, yet oddly liberating. He had always prided himself on his rational mind, his ability to control his emotions. Yet the lake stripped away that illusion, showing him the raw, unfiltered emotions that shaped his choices, his actions, his very being. It revealed the chasm between the image he presented to the world and the complex, often contradictory reality of his inner self. Sophia, ever the observer, watched Javier's reaction with a mixture of concern and fascination. Her own reflection in the lake had been less dramatic, less emotionally charged. She saw herself as she was, a woman of quiet strength, a scholar with a thirst for knowledge, a soul yearning for understanding. Yet, even for her, the lake had revealed subtleties, nuances she hadn't consciously acknowledged. She saw a flicker of doubt in her eyes, a hesitation in her certainty, a deep-seated fear of vulnerability. It was as if the lake was holding up a magnifying glass to her soul, revealing the faintest lines and cracks in her carefully constructed sense of self. She saw, too, a surprising resilience, a strength she hadn't realized she possessed. The reflection revealed not only the shadows but also the light, the inner reserves of courage and compassion she had unconsciously drawn upon throughout her life. The lake's revelation was not a judgment, but an invitation to self-acceptance, a beckoning towards a more profound understanding of her own inner landscape. She felt a surge of empathy for Javier, understanding the intensity of his emotional turmoil, the weight of his hidden anxieties. Maya, watching from a distance, smiled knowingly. She had expected this. The lake's power lay not in revealing some hidden truth, but in unveiling the hidden truths each individual carried within their hearts. It was a mirror to the soul, reflecting not just the obvious, but the subtle distortions of perception, the ingrained biases, the unspoken fears and desires that shaped each person's reality. The lake wasn't judging. It was unveiling, inviting introspection, fostering a deeper understanding of oneself. The journey towards self-knowledge, she knew, was a journey fraught with discomfort, yet it was essential to the seeker's growth. Elias, ever the guide, approached the group, his eyes filled with a calm wisdom. He spoke not in grand pronouncements but in simple, direct words, explaining the lake's function within the larger context of their journey. He described the lake as a catalyst, a tool for self-discovery. Its power lay not in its inherent magic, but in its ability to highlight the discrepancies between the self-image and the deeper reality of the soul. He spoke of the importance of self-acceptance, of embracing the paradox of both light and shadow within oneself. He reminded them that their journey to the temple of paradox was, in essence, a journey inward. It was about confronting the internal contradictions, the dualities within their own minds and hearts. The lake, he explained, was just the first step in that process, the initial unveiling of the hidden self. He spoke of the upcoming challenges, of the tests they would face. He cautioned them that the road to the temple would be difficult, requiring courage, perseverance, and above all, a willingness to confront the truth, no matter how uncomfortable. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the obsidian surface of the lake, the seekers gathered around a small fire. The experience had been intense, deeply personal, and for some, profoundly unsettling. They shared their reflections, not only on the images the lake had revealed, but on the emotions those images had evoked. They spoke of fears, insecurities, past traumas, and long-held beliefs that were now challenged and questioned. The conversation was frank, honest, and surprisingly cathartic. Javier, in particular, felt a palpable shift within him. The lake's revelation, though painful, had also been liberating. He realized that his relentless pursuit of success was, in part, a desperate attempt to compensate for his past insecurities. He recognized the self-deceptions he'd employed to maintain a carefully curated image. The lake had shown him the path to self-acceptance, not by ignoring his flaws, but by acknowledging them, understanding their origins, and integrating them into a more complete and authentic self. Lila, observing Javier's newfound openness, felt a surge of warmth and compassion. She understood the process, having gone through her own emotional upheaval earlier. She saw in Javier's vulnerability not weakness, but strength. She understood the courage it required to confront one's own shadows, to acknowledge the parts of oneself that one had previously tried to bury. Sophia, reflecting on her own experience, felt a new sense of clarity. The lake had revealed the subtle fissures in her self-perception, allowing her to see herself with greater empathy and understanding. She realized that her pursuit of knowledge was, in part, a way of avoiding emotional vulnerability. She understood the need for balance, the importance of integrating her intellectual pursuits with her emotional life. The night continued, filled with quiet conversations and shared reflections. The campfire cast a warm glow on their faces, illuminating their expressions of newfound introspection. The lake, silent and still, remained a powerful presence in their midst, a constant reminder of the journey ahead and the transformative power of self-discovery. They were more than ready. They were ready to confront the paradoxes of their lives and to embark on the journey towards self-realization. The lake's revelation had not been a destination, but a launching point. The journey to the Temple of Paradox had truly begun. They understood now that the external journey was inextricably linked to their inner transformation. The temple, they realized, was not just a place, but a state of being, a state of harmony reached through self-acceptance and the understanding of the paradoxes that form the very fabric of their lives. The journey was fraught with challenges, but they were ready to meet those challenges, together. They were ready to face the unknown, to uncover the mysteries that awaited them, and to discover the truth that lay at the heart of their being. The transformation, they realized, had only just begun, emerging unity. Sophia, ever the storyteller, found the lake's reflection less a mirror and more a canvas onto which her life's narrative was painted in shimmering strokes of light and shadow. She saw not just her own face, but the faces of her ancestors, their joys and sorrows etched onto the obsidian surface. She saw the faces of those she loved, their futures entwined with her own in a complex tapestry of fate and free will. The paradox of choice and destiny, of individual action, and the grand, inevitable sweep of history played out before her eyes. It was overwhelming, beautiful, and terrifying all at once. The weight of her lineage, of the stories passed down through generations, settled upon her, heavy yet strangely comforting. It was a weight she had always carried, but now, reflected in the lake's depths, it felt less like a burden and more like an inheritance, a legacy she could choose to honor or to reshape. Javier, initially skeptical, found himself surprisingly moved by Sophia's reaction. He'd always seen his own reflection in the lake as a stark, unadorned image, a mirror to his practicality and skepticism. But watching Sophia, witnessing the flood of emotions stirred by the lake's depths, he saw a different kind of reflection, a reflection of his own emotional landscape, which he'd long kept carefully concealed beneath layers of logic and reason. The lake had not only shown him his own internal world, but it had exposed a hidden capacity for empathy, for understanding the emotional complexities of those around him. He'd always prided himself on his logical mind, seeing emotions as a distraction from clear thinking. But the lake had shown him that they were essential elements of the human experience, not something to be disregarded or suppressed. Lila, whose initial reaction had been one of awe and reverence, began to notice the nuances of her own reflection. Initially, she saw only the idealized version of herself, the spiritual seeker, the one capable of deep connection to the mystical energies of the world. But as she continued to gaze into the lake's heart, cracks appeared in the carefully constructed facade. She saw her insecurities, her doubts, her vulnerabilities. These weren't flaws, she realized, but rather integral parts of her being, facets of her multifaceted self. The lake didn't judge, it simply revealed. It was a revelation both humbling and liberating. The realization that her strength lay not in perfection, but in embracing her imperfections, was a profound shift in her understanding of herself. This acceptance of her duality, of her light and shadow, was a crucial step in her journey. Their individual experiences at the lake converged into a collective understanding. They realized the lake wasn't merely revealing individual truths, it was fostering a deeper connection between them. The initial hesitations and differences in their approaches to the mystical fell away, replaced by a shared sense of wonder and vulnerability. They began to see the interconnectedness of their journeys, recognizing the reflections of their own inner conflicts mirrored in the others. Javier's pragmatism, once a barrier between him and the others, now became a grounding force, offering a counterpoint to their more emotional responses. Sophia's storytelling ability allowed them to share their experiences in a way that fostered empathy and understanding. And Lila's unwavering belief in the mystical, tempered by her newfound self-awareness, provided a sense of hope and possibility. The night deepened, the lake's obsidian surface reflecting the starlight like a million tiny diamonds. They shared stories, not just about their reflections in the lake, but about the paradoxes they carried within themselves. Javier spoke of the paradox of his ambition, the desire for control juxtaposed with the acceptance of the uncontrollable. He had always believed in order and rationality, yet the lake had revealed the chaotic beauty of the unknown. This wasn't a contradiction, he realized, but a necessary tension. The need for structure did not negate the reality of chaos, instead it was a response to it. He finally understood that his inherent need for control wasn't a weakness, but rather a protective mechanism against the uncertainty of life. Sophia shared her own paradox, the conflict between her creative imagination and the constraints of reality. She had always poured her emotions into her stories, creating worlds that were both fantastical and deeply personal. But the lake had shown her that those worlds were merely reflections of the world within her, a world constrained by her own limited experiences. The paradox lay in acknowledging the limitations of her creation, while recognizing its boundless potential. Her stories were both limited by her personal perspective and empowered by it, a reflection of her own unique journey. Lila, in turn, spoke of the paradox of faith and doubt. Her unwavering belief in the mystical had always been a source of strength, but the lake had revealed the vulnerability inherent in that faith. The doubt she had previously suppressed now became a powerful tool, allowing her to examine her beliefs with greater clarity and critical thinking. She realized that faith and doubt weren't opposing forces, but rather two sides of the same coin, a recognition that doubt strengthened, rather than weakened, her faith. As the night wore on, the shared vulnerability deepened their bond. They laughed, cried, and shared their deepest fears and hopes. The enchanted lake, once a source of apprehension and mystery, had become a crucible, forging a unity from their initial differences. The lake's power was not just in its ability to reveal hidden truths, but in its ability to foster connection and shared understanding. It was a catalyst for empathy, a reminder that even the most divergent perspectives could find common ground in the shared experience of the human condition. The paradoxical nature of their journey was becoming increasingly clear. They had come seeking answers, but they found themselves confronted with more questions. They had come seeking unity, but they discovered a unity forged through the acceptance of their differences. The journey to the Temple of Paradox was not a linear progression, but a cyclical process of growth and transformation, a dance between opposing forces, a delicate balance between order and chaos, faith and doubt, light and shadow. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, they stood by the lake's edge, a newly formed unity radiating from their shared experience. The reflections in the water shimmered, no longer individual portraits, but a composite image, a reflection of their collective strength and shared journey. They were ready for the challenges that lay ahead, knowing that their ability to confront those challenges was rooted not in eliminating their differences, but in celebrating them. The journey to the Temple of Paradox, they now understood, was not just about reaching a destination, but about becoming a reflection of its essence, a living embodiment of the unity born from the acceptance of paradoxes. The enchanted lake, in its enigmatic beauty, had unveiled the first glimpse of that profound truth. The path ahead was still fraught with unknowns, but they faced it together, strengthened by the emerging unity that had blossomed from the heart of the shimmering obsidian lake. The transformation had begun, and they were prepared to embrace the dance of paradoxes that awaited them. The paradox itself, they now realized, was not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be embraced, a fundamental aspect of the universe itself. The dance of opposites. The air crackled with an unseen energy as the seekers stood before the eternal battleground. It wasn't a battlefield in the traditional sense, devoid of ravaged landscapes and fallen soldiers. Instead, it was a celestial spectacle of breathtaking beauty and terrifying power. Two stars, immense and incandescent, orbited each other in a mesmerizing dance of destruction and creation, a cosmic ballet of light and shadow. One, a brilliant blue-white giant, pulsed with fierce energy, its light a blinding torrent. The other, a deep crimson supergiant, radiated a somber, almost melancholic glow, its surface hinting at simmering internal fires. Their dance was not one of harmonious waltz, but a chaotic tango, a constant push and pull, a struggle that seemed to embody the very essence of existence. They drew closer, their gravitational forces a relentless tug of war, threatening a catastrophic collision. Then, they would swing apart, their orbits an agonizingly slow retreat, a temporary respite before the inevitable return of their cosmic embrace. Sophia, ever the artist, found herself mesmerized by the raw, untamed beauty of the spectacle. The vibrant hues, the contrasting energies, the sheer power of the celestial dance. It was a symphony of creation and destruction, mirroring the creative process itself. She saw the blue star as the spark of inspiration, the sudden burst of creativity, the exhilarating rush of a new idea taking form. The red star, she realized, was the inevitable process of refinement, the painstaking edits, the agonizing self-doubt, the moments of despair where the creative fire seemed to flicker and die. Yet, from the tension between these two opposing forces, something new and profound was born, a masterpiece forged in the crucible of struggle. Javier, initially skeptical, found himself captivated by the mathematical precision of the celestial mechanics. He sought to understand the physics, the forces at play, the equations that governed the stars' dance. He scribbled furiously in his notebook, trying to capture the complexity of the movements, the interplay of gravity and inertia. But the more he observed, the more he realized the limitations of his purely scientific approach. The dance of the stars defied simple explanation. It was a manifestation of a deeper, more profound reality that lay beyond the realm of equations and formulas. He found himself questioning his own rigid worldview, the inherent limitations of logic when faced with such a grand, mysterious spectacle. Lila, with her deep spiritual understanding, saw the celestial dance as a metaphor for the duality inherent in all aspects of existence. She saw the opposing forces as necessary components of a greater whole, the light and darkness, the creation and destruction, the life and death, all woven together in a complex interwoven tapestry. "It's not a battle," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the hum of cosmic energy. "It's a dance of opposites, a constant interplay, a reminder that one cannot exist without the other." As they stood there observing the cosmic ballet, Maya and Elias, their guides, approached. Maya, her eyes reflecting the celestial glow, spoke. "The eternal battleground is not a place of conflict, but a place of understanding. It teaches us the importance of embracing duality, of recognizing the inherent tension between opposing forces. It shows us that paradoxes are not contradictions, but essential components of the universe's rich tapestry." Elias, a man of few words, added, The universe is not a place of static equilibrium, but a dynamic interplay of opposing forces. This dance, you see, mirrors the inner battles you each carry within yourselves. Your fears and hopes, your doubts and certainties, your creativity and self-doubt. They, too, are locked in an eternal dance. The seekers spent hours watching the stars, their initial awe gradually giving way to a deeper understanding. They saw their own internal struggles reflected in the cosmic choreography, the constant interplay between light and darkness, creation and destruction, hope and fear. Javier's scientific mind began to grapple with the concept of the unknown, the limits of his own understanding, the mysteries that lay beyond the realm of quantifiable data. He started to see beauty not just in the equations, but also in the inexplicable wonder of the cosmos. Sophia, inspired by the relentless dance of the stars, found a new spark of creativity ignite within her. The tension, the struggle, the interplay of opposites, it all fed into her artistic soul, providing a new lens through which to see her own internal conflicts and translate them into art. The creative block that had plagued her for so long began to dissipate, replaced by a renewed sense of purpose and a deeper understanding of the creative process. Lila's spiritual insights deepened, her intuition becoming more refined. The cosmic dance reinforced her belief in the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance between opposing forces, the beauty of paradox. She saw the stars not as warring entities, but as partners in a cosmic dance, each playing a crucial role in the grand design of the universe. She realized that the apparent conflict was, in essence, a harmony, a profound and beautiful expression of unity. Days turned into nights as the seekers remained at the eternal battleground, the celestial dance slowly etching itself onto their consciousness. They began to see the parallels between the cosmic forces and their own inner lives, recognizing that the constant struggle between opposing forces is not inherently negative, but a driving force for growth and transformation. They learned to accept the duality within themselves, understanding that the light and shadow are not separate entities, but two sides of the same coin. The journey of self-discovery continued, fueled by the wisdom imparted by the stars' eternal dance. The battleground transformed into a celestial classroom, a place of profound understanding and spiritual growth. The initial awe gave way to a profound acceptance of the paradoxical nature of existence, an acceptance that would pave the way for their journey to the ultimate understanding of non-duality. The dance of the stars became a mirror reflecting the intricate dance of their own souls. Embracing duality, Sophia, gazing into the swirling nebulae that painted the backdrop of the celestial ballet, felt a profound shift within. The initial fear, the sense of being overwhelmed by the sheer power of the orbiting stars, had receded, replaced by a quiet understanding. She'd always strived for balance, for harmony, viewing conflict as something to be avoided, a disruption in the peaceful rhythm of her life. But the stars, in their furious, beautiful dance, taught her a different lesson. Their conflict wasn't chaos, it was creation. The intense energy of the blue-white star, the brooding intensity of the crimson giant, they were not enemies, but partners in an eternal cosmic tango. Javier, ever the pragmatist, approached the duality with a different perspective. He saw the stars as a perfect analogy for the human condition, the constant tension between ambition and contentment, the pull between duty and desire, the struggle to reconcile logic and emotion. He had spent years trying to suppress the darker aspects of his nature, the restless ambition that often clashed with his desire for peace. Observing the stars, he realized that this internal conflict wasn't something to be overcome, but to be integrated. It was the very friction that propelled him forward, the engine of his growth. The crimson giant, with its simmering fires, represented the passionate, driven part of himself. The blue-white star, the rational, controlled aspect. He understood that true strength didn't lie in eliminating one to favor the other, but in harnessing the power of both. Lila, the artist of the group, found herself captivated by the aesthetic interplay of light and shadow, the constant metamorphosis of the celestial dance. She saw the stars not as warring entities, but as a breathtaking masterpiece in perpetual motion. She began to sketch, her charcoal capturing the dynamic energy of the stars, the way the light bled into shadow, the way the shadow defined the light. She realized that the beauty of her art, the power of her expressions, stemmed from the contrast, from the tension between darkness and light, between chaos and order. Her own creative process mirrored the celestial dance, a constant interplay of intuition and logic, passion and precision. The vibrant colors she used, the bold strokes she made, were a direct reflection of the cosmic ballet playing out before her eyes. She even began to experiment with unconventional mediums, using both light and shadow, bright vibrant colors alongside brooding deep blacks, weaving them together into a representation of the celestial dance. Each painting became a testament to her acceptance of duality, an embrace of the paradoxes that fueled her creativity. Elias, their guide, a man of immense wisdom, watched the seeker's transformation with a gentle smile. He saw in their growing understanding a reflection of the fundamental principle that underpins all existence, the interdependence of opposites. He explained that the universe itself is built on duality, light and darkness, creation and destruction, life and death. These aren't opposing forces locked in an eternal struggle, but rather two sides of the same coin, two halves of a single, unified whole. He spoke of the yin and yang, the ancient Chinese symbol of cosmic duality, reminding them that within the darkness there is always a spark of light, and within the light a shadow that gives it depth and meaning. Maya, a woman radiating an ethereal grace, reinforced Elias's message. She spoke of the myths and legends that celebrated the duality of existence. She recounted the tales of gods and goddesses who embodied both benevolent and destructive forces, showcasing the paradoxical nature of divinity. She described the cyclical nature of time, the constant interplay between birth and death, growth and decay, each phase essential to the grand design of the universe. She mentioned the stories of heroes who face their inner demons, integrating their darkness into their strength, ultimately transcending their limitations. The stories illuminated the power of acceptance, the importance of integrating the opposing forces within rather than rejecting them. The seekers spent countless hours in contemplation, allowing the celestial dance to seep into their subconscious, to become an intrinsic part of their being. They meditated beneath the starlight, their minds open to the cosmic wisdom of the orbiting stars. They engaged in dialogues, sharing their insights and experiences, challenging each other's perceptions and deepening their collective understanding. They learned to see the beauty in imperfection, the strength in vulnerability, the growth in conflict. The duality of existence was no longer a source of fear or confusion, but a source of inspiration, a pathway to deeper self-knowledge. One night, under the mesmerizing glow of the two stars, Javier shared a poignant story. He spoke about his father, a man of unwavering principles and deep-seated fears. His father was a renowned architect, known for his meticulous designs and his unwavering commitment to perfection. However, beneath his exterior of precision and control lay a crippling fear of failure. This fear often manifested as harsh criticism and unyielding expectations, pushing Javier to his limits. He'd always perceived his father's rigidity as a weakness, a flaw to be avoided. Yet under the guidance of the cosmic ballet, Javier saw his father's actions in a new light. His father's perfectionism wasn't merely a flaw, but a manifestation of his deepest insecurities, a desperate attempt to create order out of the chaos within. His father's relentless criticism wasn't an act of malice, but a warped expression of love, a misguided attempt to ensure Javier's success. In understanding the duality within his father's nature, the strength and the vulnerability, the love and the fear, Javier found forgiveness, not just for his father, but for himself. Sophia shared her own story, revealing a long-held struggle with self-doubt. She'd always strived to be perfect, driven by a relentless need for validation. This desire often led to procrastination and self-sabotage, a cruel irony fueled by her own insecurities. The celestial dance illuminated the paradoxical nature of her own being, the yearning for perfection and the crippling self-doubt, the ambitious drive, and the paralyzing fear of failure. She realized these weren't opposing forces, but two sides of the same coin, intertwined and inseparable. Acceptance of this duality allowed her to approach her challenges with a newfound sense of compassion and self-acceptance, eliminating the inner conflict that had held her back for so long. Lila spoke of her creative process, once characterized by self-criticism and an almost obsessive need for external validation. She would endlessly rework her art, driven by a fear that her creations would fall short of expectations. The stars, in their radiant and chaotic dance, taught her that the imperfections, the flaws, the mistakes were integral parts of the creative process, contributing to the uniqueness and beauty of her work. Embracing the duality of creation and destruction, imperfection and perfection, allowed her to let go of her fear and embrace the spontaneity of her artistic expression. As the seekers continued their journey, the eternal battleground transformed from a symbol of conflict into a testament to the interconnectedness of all things. The cosmic dance, once perceived as a relentless struggle, became a mesmerizing symphony of creation and destruction, a dance of light and shadow, a harmonious interplay of opposites. They learned that embracing duality wasn't about choosing a side, about favoring one aspect over another, but about integrating the opposites, understanding their interconnectedness, and harnessing the power of their combined energies. The journey towards non-duality began not with the elimination of duality, but with its profound acceptance and integration. The eternal dance of the stars became a mirror reflecting their own souls, a reflection that led them towards a deeper understanding of themselves and the universe. The battleground had become a sanctuary, a place of profound transformation, where the dance of the stars resonated with the dance of their own hearts, a prelude to the deeper mysteries that lay ahead. Javier's shifting perspective. Javier, a man whose life had been meticulously structured around the principles of empirical evidence and the cold, hard logic of science, found himself increasingly disoriented. The eternal battleground, initially perceived as a fascinating, albeit chaotic, celestial phenomenon, had begun to chip away at the foundations of his worldview. He had come to Veridia with a skepticism bordering on contempt for the mystical, for the intangible. The shimmering lake, the whispered prophecies, even Maya and Elias's calm acceptance of the extraordinary, it all felt like a bizarre, elaborate performance. But the stars were different. Their relentless dance, the breathtaking spectacle of creation and destruction unfolding before him, defied simple explanation. He'd tried, of course. He'd consulted his data logs, reviewed astronomical charts, applied every equation and model he knew, searching for a rational, scientific explanation for the seemingly paradoxical behavior of the binary stars. The results were, predictably, frustrating. His models broke down. His equations faltered. The universe, in this instance, seemed determined to remain stubbornly irrational. He found himself scribbling equations on scraps of parchment, his usually neat handwriting deteriorating into a frantic scrawl. The precise calculations, the orderly progression of numbers, offered no solace, no comfort in the face of the cosmic enigma before him. He had always believed in the absolute power of reason, the unshakable certainty of the scientific method. Yet here he was, staring into the infinite expanse of space, a feeling of profound inadequacy settling upon him. The universe, it seemed, was far too vast, far too complex, to be contained within the neat confines of his scientific paradigm. He remembered a conversation he'd had with his mentor, Dr. Eris Thorne, a renowned astrophysicist known for his rigorous approach to research. Dr. Thorne had once remarked, "Javier, there are mysteries in the cosmos that defy our current understanding. Sometimes the greatest breakthroughs come not from adhering strictly to known principles, but from embracing the unknown, from daring to question our assumptions." At the time, Javier had dismissed it as a whimsical observation, a sentiment better suited to a philosophical treatise than a scientific paper. But now, standing on the precipice of the infinite, he understood. He started to see the limitations of his purely scientific perspective, the inherent biases that shaped his interpretation of reality. His reliance on logic and observation had blinded him to a larger truth, a truth that transcended the confines of his scientific worldview. He realized that his relentless pursuit of objective truth had inadvertently fostered a certain kind of blindness, a selective perception that had prevented him from fully appreciating the nuances, the complexities, the sheer beauty of the cosmos. His nights were now filled with restless thoughts, a chaotic ballet mirroring the celestial spectacle above. He would lie awake, staring at the swirling nebulae, the binary stars a constant pulsing reminder of his intellectual limitations. He began to question everything he thought he knew, not just about the cosmos, but about himself, about humanity's place in the vast tapestry of existence. Was his dedication to objectivity a form of intellectual arrogance, a self-imposed limitation that prevented him from experiencing the world in its fullness? He found himself drawn to Sophia's quiet contemplation of the stars, to her intuitive understanding of their dance. Her approach, rooted in intuition and spiritual insight, was the antithesis of his own scientific methodology. Yet he saw a strength in her perspective, a depth of understanding that was absent in his own rigid, analytical framework. He watched her, fascinated, as she seemed to connect with the stars on a level he could only dream of. Lila, with her artistic sensibility, saw the stars as a canvas, a living testament to the power of creation. Her interpretations, though subjective and emotional, resonated with him on a deeply personal level. Her paintings, vibrant expressions of her experience, captured the ethereal beauty of the celestial dance, highlighting aspects that had escaped his meticulous observations. He began to see that different perspectives, though seemingly contradictory, could be complementary, offering different but equally valid understandings of the same phenomenon. The rigid structure of his scientific worldview began to crumble, replaced by a more fluid, more nuanced understanding. He started to see the inherent interconnectedness of all things, the subtle interplay of forces that shaped the universe. The seeming conflict between the blue-white star and the crimson giant was not a battle, but a dance, a symbiotic relationship that created and destroyed, built and reformed, in a continuous cycle of renewal. The paradoxes that had initially frustrated him began to fascinate him. He started to see them not as flaws in his understanding, but as fundamental aspects of reality itself. He began to appreciate the beauty of contradiction, the richness that arose from the integration of seemingly opposing forces. The universe, he realized, was not a machine to be dissected and understood through pure logic, but a living organism, constantly evolving, constantly changing, a source of both awe and wonder. He spent hours poring over ancient texts, exploring the mystical philosophies that had once seemed so alien to him. He discovered a rich tapestry of ideas, interpretations of the cosmos that were fundamentally different from his own, yet deeply insightful and thought-provoking. He realized that his scientific perspective had been, to a degree, a limitation, a self-imposed confinement within a narrow framework of thought. The eternal battleground, once a source of scientific frustration, now represented something far more profound, a symbolic representation of the ongoing struggle between order and chaos, logic and intuition, science and spirituality. It was a reminder that the universe was far larger, far more complex, far more mysterious than he could have ever imagined. His understanding was still incomplete, his journey only just beginning. But he was no longer afraid of the unknown, no longer shackled by the limitations of his previous worldview. He was ready to explore, to question, to embrace the paradoxes, and to discover the deeper truths hidden within the heart of the cosmos. The stars, once symbols of scientific enigma, now pulsed with a newfound meaning, a symphony of interconnectedness that resonated with the shifting landscape of his own soul. He finally understood the profound truth that lay within the cosmic dance, the harmony created by the acceptance and integration of opposites. The battleground wasn't a place of destruction, but a forge where new realities were birthed from the dance of conflicting energies. Lilas, guiding wisdom. Lila, a woman whose life had been a tapestry woven with threads of loss and resilience, watched the celestial ballet of the eternal battleground with a serenity that belied the tempestuous dance of the stars. Unlike Javier, whose approach had been rooted in scientific inquiry, Lila's perspective was steeped in the wisdom of ancient traditions, a blend of Eastern philosophy and the intuitive understanding of the human spirit. She saw not just colliding forces, but a cosmic waltz, a testament to the inherent dynamism of existence. "The battleground is not a place of destruction," she began, her voice soft but carrying the weight of centuries of accumulated wisdom, "but a crucible where opposites meet and transform. It is a mirror reflecting the internal battles we wage within ourselves." Her gaze swept across the faces of her companions, lingering on Javier's still slightly bewildered expression. "Javier, your quest for empirical proof is admirable, but the universe does not always reveal itself through equations and measurements. Sometimes the most profound truths are found in the spaces between, in the paradoxes that challenge our limited understanding." She pointed towards the swirling nebulae that connected the two stars, a bridge of shimmering energy connecting the seemingly opposing forces. "Observe the dance," she continued, "the constant push and pull, the creation and destruction. This is the rhythm of life itself, a continuous cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. It is the paradox of existence, the tension between light and darkness, creation and annihilation that gives birth to all that is." Lila's words resonated deeply with Sophia, whose life had been marked by a constant struggle between her creative spirit and the demands of a pragmatic world. She saw in the celestial ballet a reflection of her own internal struggles, the tension between her artistic passions and the need for financial stability, the pull between her desire for freedom and the constraints of societal expectations. The eternal battleground was no longer a chaotic spectacle. It was a symbol of the creative process itself, the dance between opposing forces that gave birth to beauty and innovation. Elias, ever the pragmatist tempered with spiritual understanding, nodded in agreement. "Lila speaks truth," he affirmed. "The perceived opposition is an illusion, a product of our limited perception. The stars, though seemingly at odds, are bound by a gravitational force, a fundamental interconnectedness that transcends the apparent conflict. Similarly, the polarities in our lives, joy and sorrow, success and failure, are not separate entities but two sides of the same coin, integral parts of a larger, more complex whole." Lila then shared a story from her own life, a tale of immense loss and unexpected growth. She recounted the death of her beloved husband, a loss that had shattered her world and plunged her into a deep despair. She had felt as if the opposing forces of the eternal battleground were waging war within her own soul, the pain and darkness threatening to consume her completely. But from the depths of her grief, she had found a new strength, a deeper connection to the spiritual realm, a wisdom that came from embracing the paradox of loss and growth. "The death of my husband was a profound tragedy," she shared, her voice thick with emotion but steady in its conviction. "Yet paradoxically, it was also the catalyst for my spiritual awakening. It was in the darkness that I discovered the light, in the depths of my sorrow that I found a newfound appreciation for the beauty and fragility of life. The pain did not disappear, but it transformed, becoming a source of empathy and wisdom." Her story resonated deeply with the group, each member recognizing their own struggles reflected in her narrative. Javier, still grappling with his scientific worldview, found himself contemplating the limitations of purely empirical observation in the face of such profoundly personal and spiritual truths. He began to understand that the cosmos was not just a collection of observable phenomena, but a reflection of the internal landscapes of every individual within it. Lila continued, explaining how embracing the paradox of opposing forces was crucial for personal growth. She spoke of the importance of accepting both light and shadow, joy and sorrow, success and failure as integral aspects of the human experience. She emphasized the need to find balance, not by eliminating the negative, but by integrating it into a larger, more holistic understanding of self. She recounted another tale, this time of a challenging period of her life when she had faced a severe financial crisis. The pressure was immense, the future uncertain. The usual sense of order and control she maintained crumbled under the weight of the situation. She faced the choice of surrendering to despair or finding a way to integrate this hardship into her life, recognizing it as a challenge to be overcome rather than a defeat to be mourned. I had to find a way to embrace the paradox of scarcity and abundance, she explained, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischievous wisdom. It wasn't about ignoring the financial hardship, but about finding gratitude in what I did have. It was about recognizing the resilience of the human spirit, its ability to adapt and thrive even in the face of adversity. Lila's wisdom extended beyond the personal realm. She spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, a concept both intuitive and scientific. She described how the apparent opposites, matter and energy, order and chaos, were merely different expressions of the same underlying reality. The eternal battleground, then, was not just a cosmic event, but a microcosm of this interconnectedness, a representation of the intricate dance between all things. Her teachings went beyond simple platitudes. They were deeply practical. She offered a guided meditation designed to help them access their inner peace, a state of being where the apparent contradictions within themselves could be reconciled. The meditation, a gentle blend of mindfulness and ancient techniques, helped each member to confront their own internal battlegrounds, their own struggles with opposing forces. As the meditation progressed, Javier felt the tension within him ease. His rigid adherence to logic started to soften, giving way to a new openness to intuition and spiritual understanding. He realized that the scientific method was not an exclusive path to truth, but one path among many. He understood that the universe was far more profound than he could possibly grasp with his current scientific model. Sophia found a newfound sense of balance between her creative aspirations and practical realities. The fear of failure that had long haunted her began to dissipate, replaced by a willingness to embrace both success and failure as integral parts of her artistic journey. She started to understand that embracing the paradoxical nature of her life could indeed be a source of growth. The meditation concluded with a sense of shared understanding, a quiet acknowledgement of the inherent paradoxes within themselves and within the universe. The eternal battleground, once a source of bewilderment, now stood as a potent symbol of the cosmic dance of opposites, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to navigate the complexities of existence. The tension, the conflict, the struggle, it was all part of the grand design, the beautiful, intricate tapestry of existence. Lila's guidance had helped them to appreciate the beauty in the paradox, to understand that the seeming conflicts were not enemies to be defeated, but rather partners in the intricate dance of life itself. And within that dance, they found not only peace, but a deeper understanding of themselves and the universe around them. Inner harmony. The silence that followed their shared meditation was profound, broken only by the distant whisper of the wind across the desolate plains surrounding the Temple of Paradox. The eternal battleground, two stars locked in a perpetual celestial dance of attraction and repulsion, continued its cosmic ballet, a mesmerizing spectacle against the backdrop of the inky night sky. Sophia, her usually sharp intellect momentarily subdued, leaned against a weathered rock, her gaze fixed on the swirling nebulae that painted the heavens. "It's unsettling," she finally murmured, her voice barely audible above the wind's song. "This constant push and pull, this endless conflict, it's as if the universe itself is embroiled in an eternal struggle." Javier, ever the pragmatist, countered, "From a scientific perspective, it's a natural phenomenon. Gravitational forces, orbital mechanics, there's no inherent conflict, just the predictable outcome of physical laws." But Lila, her eyes still half closed in a state of lingering meditative awareness, offered a different perspective. "Perhaps," she said softly, "the seeming conflict is not a battle at all, but a dance of creation and destruction, of light and shadow, of order and chaos, a cosmic expression of the inherent duality that permeates all of existence." Elias, their enigmatic guide, smiled faintly. "Lila speaks wisdom. The eternal battleground is not merely a spectacle, It's a mirror. It reflects the internal battles each of you wages within yourselves. His words resonated deeply within the group. Sophia, despite her initial unease, began to see a parallel between the celestial dance and the internal conflicts that had plagued her for years. The struggle between her rational mind and her intuitive heart. The constant tension between her ambition and her fear of failure. She realized that these seemingly opposing forces were not enemies to be vanquished, but rather integral parts of her being, each contributing to the complexity and richness of her experience. Javier, ever analytical, began to apply his scientific lens to his inner world. He had always prided himself on his rationality, on his ability to control and predict outcomes. Yet, he realized that beneath the surface of his structured life lay a wellspring of unexpressed emotions, a deep-seated fear of vulnerability that he had meticulously suppressed. The eternal battleground, he now understood, reflected the subtle yet powerful dance between his conscious intellect and his subconscious emotions, a dance that, like the celestial bodies, was both chaotic and harmonious. Even Maya, the serene and outwardly composed guide, experienced a flicker of self-reflection. She, too, harbored internal contradictions, the quiet conflict between her desire to help others and her deep-seated need for solitude. The stars reminded her that even in apparent stillness, there exists a dynamic interplay of forces, a constant flux that sustains life and growth. The group spent the next several hours in silent contemplation, each observer drawing parallels between the celestial drama and their own internal struggles. They examined the ways in which their minds and hearts battled. For dominance, the tug-of-war between logic and intuition, ambition and contentment, self-preservation and self-sacrifice. Each recognized the presence of these seemingly contradictory forces within themselves, forces that seemed mutually exclusive, yet essential to their wholeness. Sophia discovered that her ambition, often perceived as a source of anxiety, was actually a powerful engine for creativity and growth. Her fear of failure, she realized, was merely a manifestation of her deep-seated desire to achieve greatness. By accepting both her ambition and her fear, she felt a sense of integration, a release from the internal struggle. Javier, embracing his repressed emotions, found a newfound sense of freedom and self-compassion. He recognized that his rationality, while a valuable tool, was not a shield against vulnerability. By acknowledging his emotional depths, he was able to access a wellspring of creativity and understanding that had been previously untapped. He learned to integrate his rational mind and emotional heart, finding balance in the interplay of both. Maya found that her desire for solitude was not a rejection of others, but rather a necessary space for rejuvenation and reflection. It allowed her to recharge her energy, allowing her to more effectively serve the needs of the others. She found that in her solitude, a deeper connection to the universe flourished, sustaining her compassionate spirit. Lila, who had witnessed the transformations of her companions, spoke about the concept of yin and yang, the ancient Chinese philosophy that emphasizes the complementary nature of opposing forces. She explained how the seeming conflict between these forces was not a source of destruction, but rather a catalyst for growth and transformation. Just as the stars in the eternal battleground danced in a harmonious discord, the internal opposites within each individual were not enemies but partners in the grand design of life. The group started to realize the importance of finding a balance between these opposing forces. It was not about eliminating one in favor of the other, but about integrating them, acknowledging their presence and appreciating their contributions to the totality of their being. The eternal battleground was not a battlefield of annihilation, but a cosmic dance of creation, a continuous cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. This cycle reflected the continuous cycles of their own inner lives, moments of joy and sorrow, success and failure, growth and decay. These were not separate entities, but aspects of a larger unified whole. As the night deepened, the group found themselves engaging in a profound conversation about the nature of reality. They debated the implications of the apparent paradox between order and chaos, free will and determinism, unity and multiplicity. They discovered that these apparent paradoxes weren't actually contradictions, but rather two sides of the same coin, two perspectives on the same fundamental reality. They concluded that the universe, much like the human psyche, operates on multiple levels simultaneously, existing in a state of dynamic equilibrium. They pondered the implications of this cosmic dance for their own lives. How could they embrace the inherent paradoxes within themselves, finding harmony in their own internal conflicts? How could they translate this cosmic wisdom into their everyday lives, transforming their challenges into opportunities for growth and integration? Their journey toward inner harmony had begun with a shared experience of awe and bewilderment, but it was now evolving into a profound exploration of self-understanding. The eternal battleground, once a symbol of cosmic conflict, now stood as a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the face of apparent chaos and contradiction, a profound harmony could be found, a harmony that reflected the intricate tapestry of existence itself, woven from the threads of paradox and unity. The dance of the stars, they now understood, was a reflection of the dance within, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to navigate the complexities of life, and to find peace, not in the absence of conflict, but in the embrace of paradox. The path to inner harmony, they realized, was not a straight line, but a winding journey through the heart of the cosmic dance itself. The paradox of time. The air hung heavy with the scent of aged wood and polished brass. Before them stood a wizened figure, his eyes twinkling like distant stars, his hands gnarled and stained with the patina of time itself. This was the clockmaker, his workshop a sanctuary tucked away in a forgotten corner of the temple. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light filtering through the high, arched windows, illuminating intricate clockwork mechanisms scattered across cluttered tables. The air thrummed with the quiet tick-tock of countless clocks, each a testament to the relentless march of time, yet simultaneously a frozen moment in its endless flow. "Welcome, seekers," the clockmaker rasped, his voice like the creaking of an ancient door. "You seek to understand paradox. Perhaps I can offer a glimpse through the lens of time." He gestured to a magnificent grandfather clock, its pendulum swinging with measured grace. This clock, like all clocks, measures time's linearity, each tick, a step forward, an irreversible progression towards the future. We are taught to perceive time as a straight line, an arrow relentlessly piercing the fabric of existence. He chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. But is it truly so linear? Look closer. He pointed to a smaller clock, its face intricately decorated with celestial bodies, stars, planets, and moons. This clock reflects time's cyclical nature. The sun rises and sets, the moon waxes and wanes, the seasons turn. Life itself is a cycle, birth, growth, decay, and rebirth. The end is also a beginning. Sophia, ever the artist, found herself mesmerized by the celestial clock. The cyclical rhythm resonated with her own. Creative process, inspiration often arriving in unexpected bursts, followed by periods of drought, only to resurface anew. "It's like the tide," she murmured, "always moving, yet returning to its source." Javier, the scientist, approached the grandfather clock, his fingers tracing the intricate engravings on its face. He found himself drawn to its precise, predictable movements, a stark contrast to the more chaotic patterns of the celestial clock. But how can both be true? He questioned. Linearity and cyclicity? It's a contradiction. The clockmaker smiled patiently. Precisely. That is the paradox. Time is both linear and cyclical, an arrow and a circle, a straight line and a spiral. It is the interplay of these opposing forces that creates the richness and complexity of existence. To deny one is to deny the other. To grasp one fully is to understand the other. He then began to narrate his own story, a tale woven through centuries, a tapestry of moments both joyful and sorrowful. He spoke of the meticulous craft of creating clocks, each tick a testament to his own mortality. He spoke of losing loved ones, their absence a gaping hole in the linear timeline of his life. Yet, in each loss, he found echoes of their presence, the lingering warmth of their memories, the enduring legacy of their love, cyclical reminders of the ongoing rhythm of life and death, existence and non-existence. He described how he had learned to find peace not in fighting the relentless march of time, but in embracing its totality. He had come to understand that while individual moments pass, the essence of existence, the energy of the universe, continued to flow, eternally transforming, eternally cyclical. The linear march of time to him had become simply a way of appreciating the beautiful dance of the present in this unending flow. Lila, the spiritual seeker, found a profound resonance with the clockmaker's words. His tale resonated with her understanding of reincarnation, the soul's journey through countless lifetimes, each a segment in the grand cycle of existence. The linear progression, she said, is merely a perspective, a way of framing the eternal dance of being. Javier, too, began to see the limitations of his purely scientific perspective. The clockmaker's story, he realized, challenged the very foundations of his understanding. He had always seen time as a measurable quantity, a variable in his scientific equations, but the clockmaker's narrative had revealed something deeper, more profound. The essence of time wasn't just a sequence of events. It was a woven tapestry of moments interconnected in an intricate way, defying simple linear measures. The clockmaker led them to a small, secluded alcove within his workshop. Here, in the quiet hum of the intricate machinery, they experienced a profound sense of tranquility. The relentless ticking of the clock seemed to fade into the background, replaced by a sense of stillness, a timeless peace. It was a moment outside of time, a space where the linearity and cyclicity merged into a harmonious unity. Time, in this space, ceased to be a constraint, a force pushing them forward, but instead became an embrace, a vessel holding the entirety of existence, both the past and the future. Here, in the heart of the clockmaker's workshop, they understood the paradoxical nature of time as not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be embraced. This timeless peace allowed them to see time not as a threat, but as a boundless canvas upon which the grand narrative of life unfolded. They sat in silence for a long time, each contemplating their own relationship with time. The linear progression of their lives, marked by birth, growth, and eventual mortality, was no longer viewed as a limitation, but as a part of a larger, more encompassing cyclical existence. The concept of impermanence, once a source of anxiety, now held a different meaning. Impermanence, they realized, did not mean emptiness, but rather a continuous state of transformation. The passing of each moment created space for new experiences, new opportunities, new growth. It became a reminder to cherish each fleeting moment. This revelation altered their perceptions, deepening their understanding of themselves and the universe. As they finally emerged from the alcove, a new understanding shone in their eyes. They carried with them a profound appreciation for the present moment, a newfound ability to see the beauty in the impermanence of life and the interconnectedness of all things. The clockmaker's tale had not merely offered a glimpse into the paradox of time, it had altered their perception of existence itself. The journey continued, but it was now enriched by the timeless wisdom of the ancient clockmaker. The paradox of time, once a source of confusion, had become a pathway to peace. They had glimpsed the dance of time, not as a relentless force, but as a graceful, cyclical rhythm, a continuous flow weaving the tapestry of their lives. They were changed. They now not only understood time's paradox, but had found a harmonious existence within it. The linear pathway of life was now seen within the context of its eternal cycle. The seeds of transformation were sown, ready to blossom in the coming stages of their journey. Their understanding of the paradox of time had begun to unravel the paradoxes within themselves. Timeless peace. The clockmaker, his face etched with the wisdom of centuries, leaned forward, his gaze penetrating the very core of their beings. The paradox of time, he began, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder, lies not in its relentless march, but in its inherent stillness. You perceive time as a river flowing in one direction, but consider the ocean. It is in constant motion, yet it remains the ocean. Time, like the ocean, is both ever-changing and eternally present. He gestured towards a magnificent orrery, a miniature representation of the solar system, meticulously crafted from polished brass and gleaming silver. Tiny planets orbited a central sun, their movements a silent ballet of celestial mechanics. "Observe," he said, "each planet follows its ordained path, yet the system as a whole exists in a state of perpetual becoming. Individual moments pass, yet the whole remains." Sophia, ever the pragmatist, spoke up. "But the individual moments are what matter, aren't they? Our lives are made up of these fleeting moments, each irreplaceable." The clockmaker smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Indeed, each moment is precious, a unique pearl in the vast ocean of time. But their preciousness stems not from their fleeting nature, but from their interconnectedness. Each moment is a ripple in the pond of eternity, affecting all that follows, and being affected by all that came before." Javier, the artist among them, found himself captivated by the intricate detail of the orrery. He saw the dance of the planets not as a chaotic jumble, but as a harmonious symphony, each celestial body playing its part in the grand composition of the cosmos. "It's like a painting," he mused. "Each brushstroke is individual, yet together they create a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts." Lila, the seeker of spiritual truths, saw a deeper meaning in the clockmaker's words. "So the key is to appreciate each moment, not as an isolated entity, but as part of a larger, timeless whole." "Precisely," the clockmaker replied. "To find peace in the paradox of time, you must transcend the linear perception. You must see beyond the illusion of the beginning and the end, and perceive the eternal present. This is the timeless peace." He led them to a secluded alcove, a space bathed in an ethereal, soft light emanating from unseen sources. In the center of the alcove, a single, perfectly smooth stone rested on a pedestal. Its surface seemed to shimmer with an inner light, radiating a sense of profound calm. "This stone," the clockmaker explained, "represents the timeless present. Touch it, and allow yourselves to feel the stillness that lies beneath the surface of time's relentless flow." One by one they approached the stone, their hands hesitantly reaching out. As their fingers brushed against its surface, a wave of tranquility washed over them. Time seemed to cease its relentless march. The ticking of countless clocks in the workshop faded into a distant hum. They felt a profound sense of unity, a connection to something larger than themselves, something eternal and unchanging. In that moment they understood. The past, with its regrets and triumphs, was not gone, but woven into the fabric of the present. The future, with its uncertainties and possibilities, was not an unknown entity, but a potential unfolding from the seeds of the present. They were not merely passengers on a linear journey through time, but integral parts of an eternal, timeless dance. The experience transcended mere intellectual understanding. It was a visceral realization, a shifting of their very consciousness. They felt the interconnectedness of all things, the past, present, and future existing simultaneously in a state of timeless unity. They were part of the grand cosmic dance, and in that dance, they found peace. The clockmaker watched them, a gentle smile playing on his lips. He knew that the journey had just begun, and there were more paradoxes to confront, but the seeds of timeless peace had been sown. The experience within the alcove was not just a moment of tranquility, but a profound shift in their perception of reality. It was a glimpse into a state of being where the limitations of linear time dissolved, replaced by an understanding of the eternal now. As they left the alcove, the weight of time seemed to lift from their shoulders. They carried with them not only a deeper understanding of time's paradox, but also a newfound ability to navigate the complexities of life with grace and serenity. The relentless pressure of the future's uncertainties and the weight of the past's regrets seemed to lessen. The present moment, once a fleeting shadow, now held a depth and richness previously unknown. Each breath was a meditation, each step a mindful act. The change was subtle yet profound. They were no longer enslaved by the tyranny of the clock, no longer prisoners of linear time. The ticking of the clocks, once a relentless reminder of mortality, now sounded like a gentle lullaby, a comforting rhythm in the symphony of existence. The relentless march of time continued, of course, but their relationship to it had been fundamentally altered. They had learned to dance with time, to embrace its ever-shifting currents without being swept away by them. The world appeared different. Colors seemed brighter, sounds more vibrant, and sensations more intense. This heightened awareness wasn't a result of any supernatural ability, but rather a consequence of their newfound presence in the present. The weight of past anxieties and future worries seemed to lighten, replaced by a sense of acceptance and peace. They continued their journey through the Temple of Paradox, their perspectives forever changed. The encounters they had with the other paradoxes, the shimmering enchanted lake, the eternal battleground, and the mystical garden, were now viewed through the lens of their newfound understanding of timeless peace. The struggles they faced, the conflicts they navigated, even the moments of doubt and despair were now seen within the context of this expansive eternal present. The anxieties that once clung to them, like shadows in the darkness, slowly began to dissipate. The clockmaker's tales served as a foundation upon which they built a deeper understanding of all paradoxes they encountered. The understanding of the interconnectedness of moments, of the ever-present nature of the now, helped them see the patterns and connections within seemingly disparate phenomena. They found that the peace they experienced in the alcove could be accessed not just in moments of serene contemplation, but also amidst the chaos and complexities of their lives. The journey continued, but it was a journey embarked upon with a new sense of purpose and serenity. They were no longer just seekers of solutions to paradoxes, but practitioners of timeless peace, capable of finding stillness and clarity within the relentless flow of time. The timeless wisdom they had received was not a mere intellectual concept, but a lived experience, a way of being. Their path was still filled with challenges, but now those challenges were faced with a profound sense of inner calm and a deep understanding of their place within the grand, timeless tapestry of existence. The clockmaker's legacy lived on within them, not as a mere story but as a way of life. Sophia's creative breakthrough. Sophia, ever the pragmatist, had initially approached the clockmaker's tale with a healthy dose of skepticism. The idea of timeless peace, of a stillness within the relentless flow of time, felt like a contradiction in terms. Her life, a whirlwind of deadlines, commissions, and self-doubt, was the antithesis of stillness. Yet, as the clockmaker's words resonated within her, a subtle shift occurred. She wasn't entirely convinced, but a seed of possibility had been planted. The journey to the Temple of Paradox had already begun to reshape her understanding of the world, but the concept of time, particularly its paradoxical nature, had struck a particular chord. Sophia was a sculptor, her hands constantly shaping clay, stone, or bronze into forms that expressed her inner world. She poured her emotions, her anxieties, her joys, and her frustrations into her work. But lately she'd felt a creative block, a stagnation that had left her feeling empty and uninspired. The vibrant energy that had once flowed through her had dwindled to a mere trickle. The clockmaker's words, however, sparked a new perspective. If time was not a linear progression but a cyclical dance, then so too was creativity, the ebb and flow of inspiration, the periods of drought followed by sudden bursts of fecundity. These were not anomalies, but inherent parts of the creative process, mirroring the cyclical nature of the universe itself. The ocean, as the clockmaker had described, was both constant and ever-changing, its waters endlessly moving yet remaining the same ocean. Her creativity, she realized, was similar. It ebbed and flowed, sometimes a tempestuous storm, sometimes a gentle ripple, but it was always present, always there, waiting to be tapped into. This realization was not a sudden epiphany, but a gradual dawning. As they continued their journey, Sophia found herself observing the world with new eyes. The sun rising and setting, the moon waxing and waning, the seasons changing, all these were manifestations of the cyclical nature of time, a reflection of the creative process itself. She began to see the patterns, the rhythms, the repetitions, and how they all intertwined to create a harmonious whole. She started sketching in her journal again, her hand moving almost unconsciously, guided by the newfound understanding. She wasn't trying to force inspiration, but rather allowing it to flow through her, trusting the process. Her sketches weren't masterpieces, but they were expressions of her newfound awareness, vibrant and full of life. They weren't perfect, but they were authentic. One evening, as they rested beside the enchanted lake, the shimmering surface reflecting the stars, Sophia experienced a breakthrough. It wasn't a sudden burst of brilliance, but a quiet, profound understanding. She realized that the creative block wasn't a lack of inspiration, but a resistance to the process itself. She had been clinging to the illusion of linear progress, expecting a constant stream of brilliant ideas, forgetting the inherent ebb and flow of the creative cycle. This realization imbued her with a newfound sense of freedom. She didn't have to force it, didn't have to strive for perfection. She could simply allow the creative energy to flow, trusting that even the periods of stillness were necessary, were part of the larger cycle. The creative process, like the ocean, was both constant and ever-changing, a dance between creation and rest, action and stillness. This insight transformed not only her approach to sculpting, but also her entire outlook on life. She began to see the parallels between the creative process and the journey of life itself. The peaks and valleys, the moments of triumph and despair, the periods of growth and stagnation, all were part of a larger pattern, a cyclical dance of existence. The acceptance of this cyclical nature, of the inevitable ebb and flow, brought a sense of peace and serenity she had never known before. The fear of failure, the pressure to constantly produce, these anxieties began to dissolve. She found solace in the understanding that the creative process, like life itself, was a journey, not a destination. Sophia's newfound peace permeated her art. Her sculptures, previously burdened by her self-doubt and anxiety, now exuded a newfound confidence and serenity. The forms were bolder, more expressive, yet possessed a quiet stillness. The lines were fluid, reflecting the cyclical nature of time and creativity, the ebb and flow of inspiration. She started using different materials, exploring new textures and forms, moving beyond her previous limitations. The creative block, once a daunting obstacle, had become a catalyst for growth, a springboard for exploration. Her art became a testament to her journey, a reflection of her newfound understanding of the paradoxical nature of time and the cyclical dance of creativity. The journey through the Temple of Paradox continued, but for Sophia, it was no longer a quest for external answers, but an exploration of her inner world. The struggles remained, but now she approached them with a different perspective, a sense of quiet confidence born from her acceptance of the cyclical nature of existence, the inherent paradox of being both still and moving simultaneously, just as the ocean remains eternally present while its waves constantly crash and recede. This newfound perspective also affected her interactions with her fellow travelers. She found herself offering words of encouragement, sharing her insights and experiences, helping others to overcome their own creative blocks and fears. She realized that the journey was not just about personal growth, but about sharing and supporting each other. The experiences at the Temple of Paradox were transforming them, not just individually, but collectively. They were creating a network of support, a community of seekers who understood the paradoxical nature of the world and the power of shared experience. Sophia's breakthrough was not just a creative revelation, but a spiritual awakening. It was a deeper understanding of herself, her art, and her place in the grand scheme of existence. The timeless peace she had sought was not a state of stagnation, but a dynamic equilibrium, an acceptance of the cyclical nature of time, creativity, and life itself. The ocean continued to move, the seasons continued to change, but Sophia had found her footing, her center, her stillness within the relentless flow. Her art, once a source of anxiety and self-doubt, had become a reflection of this newfound peace, a testament to her journey through the paradoxes of time and the enduring power of the human spirit. The rhythm of her own creative process, once erratic and frustrating, now resonated with the deep and comforting rhythms of the universe itself. She was not just a sculptor shaping clay, She was a participant in the grand cosmic dance, a weaver of stories, a creator of worlds, finding her own unique harmony within the grand, timeless symphony of existence. The paradox was not resolved, but embraced. The stillness and the motion existed in a beautiful, dynamic tension that fueled her art and enriched her life. Understanding mortality. Javier the historian leaned against a weathered stone, his gaze fixed on the swirling dust devils dancing across the arid landscape. Sophia's revelation about finding stillness within the relentless flow of time had stirred something deep within him. He had spent his life meticulously documenting the past, meticulously recording the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of civilizations. Each meticulously researched fact was a testament to the inevitable march of time, a stark reminder of mortality. But Sophia's experience suggested a different perspective, a way to transcend the limitations of a purely linear understanding of time. He thought of the countless individuals whose stories he had painstakingly pieced together, their lives, vibrant, passionate, tragic, triumphant, all reduced to faded ink on fragile parchment. The emperors, the poets, the peasants, all swallowed by the relentless current of time, leaving behind only echoes of their existence. The weight of this realization pressed down on him, a profound melancholy tinged with a strange, unsettling beauty. Lila, the healer, sat cross-legged nearby, her fingers gently tracing the intricate patterns woven into her healing shawl. She had seen mortality up close, intimately familiar with the fragility of life, the delicate balance between health and illness, birth and death. She had witnessed the slow, inexorable fading of light in the eyes of countless patients, the final exhalation that marked the end of their earthly journey. Yet, her work wasn't about denying death, but about honoring the life that preceded it, about cherishing every precious moment, every fleeting breath. "We are but fleeting shadows," Javier murmured, his voice barely audible above the whisper of the wind. "Our existence, a brief candle flame against the vast, uncaring darkness of eternity." Lila nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Perhaps," she said, her voice soft yet firm, "but even the smallest flame can illuminate the darkness. Even the briefest life can leave its mark, its echo resonating through time." She spoke of the countless acts of kindness, the moments of love, the creative expressions that transcend the limitations of mortality. A single act of compassion could ripple outwards, influencing generations yet unborn. A single work of art could touch the hearts of countless individuals, offering solace, inspiration, and understanding long after the artist was gone. A single life lived fully, with purpose and passion, could serve as a beacon of hope for those who followed. Elias, their guide, a man whose wisdom seemed to draw from a wellspring beyond comprehension, approached them slowly. He understood their contemplations, their grappling with the paradox of mortality within the vast expanse of eternity. He spoke of the cyclical nature of existence, drawing parallels to the celestial dance of the stars, the ebb and flow of the tides, the rhythm of the seasons. Death, he explained, was not an ending, but a transformation, a return to the source, a merging with the universal consciousness. He recounted ancient myths and legends, stories that spoke of reincarnation, of souls journeying through countless lives, each a unique chapter in an ongoing narrative. He spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of the threads that bind together the past, the present, and the future. Every life, he said, contributed to the rich tapestry of existence, adding its own unique hue and texture to the grand design. Even the smallest thread, though seemingly insignificant on its own, played a vital role in the overall composition. Sophia, reflecting on her own experience, offered a different perspective. Her newfound stillness wasn't about denying the reality of death, but about accepting its inevitability, about finding peace in the face of the unknown. It was about living fully, embracing the present moment, and allowing the creative spirit to flow unimpeded, unburdened by the fear of mortality. "The clock keeps ticking," she said, her voice calm and steady. "But the hands don't just move forward. They also trace a circle, a continuous loop. Perhaps death isn't the end of the line, but a return to the starting point, a preparation for the next cycle. Javier, pondering her words, found a new perspective on his historical research. He no longer saw only the ending of individual lives, but the continuous flow of existence, the constant exchange of energy, the unfolding of a cosmic narrative in which every life plays a vital part. The past, present, and future were no longer separate entities but intricately connected aspects of a seamless whole. Lila saw the connection between Sophia's newfound peace and her healing practice. It wasn't just about extending life. It was about deepening it, enriching it, making it more meaningful. Healing, she realized, was not just about physical well-being, but about connecting with the spiritual essence of the individual, affirming their unique value, and helping them to live a life of purpose and passion, unburdened by the fear of death's inevitability. The day wore on, the sun descending towards the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert floor. The seekers sat in silent contemplation, their minds grappling with the profound implications of their conversation. The paradox of mortality was not a simple equation to be solved, but a multifaceted enigma to be explored, a mystery to be embraced. They understood that their lives, like the grains of sand in an hourglass, were finite, but the essence of their being, the essence of all beings, was eternal. The river of life flowed on, and they, as part of that flowing river, were swept along in its irresistible current. But they also understood that it was within the flow that they could find their own unique rhythm, their own unique melody within the vast symphony of existence. A melody that would continue to resonate long after they were gone. Maya and Elias watched them, their faces expressing a quiet understanding. They knew the seekers had begun to grasp the essence of the Temple of Paradox, that the seeming contradictions of life, the opposing forces, the paradoxes, were not to be resolved or eliminated, but embraced, understood, and integrated into a unified whole. The journey towards the weaver's loom was proving to be a path of self-discovery, a journey not just through the landscape of Veridia, but into the deepest recesses of their own souls. The concept of mortality, once a source of fear and anxiety, was slowly transforming into something else. A catalyst for deeper understanding, a stepping stone towards the acceptance of the grand, paradoxical design of the universe. The seekers were learning to appreciate the dance between life and death, between stillness and motion, between light and darkness, a dance as ancient and enduring as time itself. This understanding, this acceptance, was the key to unlocking a profound and lasting inner peace, a peace that transcended the limitations of their finite existence. Their journey was far from over, but they had taken a significant step. A step that moved them closer to the ultimate paradox, the unity of opposites, and the wisdom that lay at the heart of the Temple of Paradox. The whispers of the wind carried their reflections, their hopes and their fears, across the vast, timeless landscape, a testament to the enduring human spirit's capacity to find meaning and peace, even in the face of mortality. The clock kept ticking, but the seekers had begun to hear a different rhythm, a deeper harmony, a timeless song that resonated within the very core of their being. Acceptance of change. The wind, a sculptor of the desert, continued its relentless work, shaping the dunes into ephemeral forms. Lila, the artist, sat cross-legged amidst this shifting landscape, her sketchbook open, charcoal smudging her fingers. She wasn't attempting to capture the fleeting beauty of the sand, not exactly. Instead, she was trying to capture the feeling of it. The constant flux, the impermanence, the way every grain shifted, changed position, yet remained a part of the whole. Javier, witnessing her struggle, approached slowly. He understood this struggle intimately. He too was a chronicler of change, though his medium was words, not charcoal. He'd spent a lifetime meticulously documenting the past, a pursuit that ultimately led him to a confrontation with his own mortality. "It's like trying to hold on to smoke," Lila murmured, her voice barely audible above the wind's whisper. "The moment I try to capture it, it's gone. Transformed." Javier nodded, his gaze falling upon a distant rock formation. Its shape, once sharp and angular, was now softened by the ceaseless erosion of time. "That's the paradox, isn't it? the beauty of impermanence, the fact that nothing remains the same. Yet within that flux there is a constant, a pattern. He spoke of the cyclical nature of history, the rise and fall of civilizations, the ebb and flow of empires. Each era, a unique tapestry woven from the threads of change, yet all following a fundamental pattern, a rhythm of creation, destruction, and rebirth. His words, though scholarly and precise, carried a newfound lightness, a sense of acceptance that had been absent before. He had come to the temple of paradox, seeking answers, but he was finding something far greater, a profound understanding and acceptance of the universe's ever-shifting nature. Lila considered this, tracing the outline of a dune with her charcoal. But isn't acceptance a form of resignation, a surrender to the inevitable? Perhaps, Javier conceded, but it's a surrender that frees us. Resignation is passive. Acceptance is active. It's about recognizing the inherent dynamism of the universe, the continuous flow of becoming, and in doing so finding peace, not in resisting change, but in embracing it. Their conversation continued late into the afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the desert as they explored the concept of acceptance as a path to peace. They discussed the psychological implications of clinging to the past, how it hinders growth and creates suffering. Lila spoke of her own resistance to letting go of artistic projects, of her fear of imperfection and failure. Javier confessed his frustration with the limitations of historical records, the inevitable gaps and distortions that arose from the relentless march of time. Their shared vulnerability forged a bond, a mutual understanding of the human struggle to reconcile with the ever-changing nature of existence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant hues of orange and purple, they shared a quiet meal, the taste of the simple bread and dates savoring the profoundness of their discussion. They contemplated the role of mindfulness and meditation in accepting change. They realized that acceptance wasn't about passive resignation, but about actively cultivating awareness of the present moment, of letting go of attachment to outcomes, and of embracing the continuous flow of experience. Sophia, who had been meditating near the enchanted lake, joined them. She spoke of her experience of finding stillness amidst the constant flux of time. A stillness that wasn't static but dynamic, a sense of profound inner peace arising from accepting the ever-changing nature of existence. She described how this stillness, this peace, wasn't a destination but a state of being, constantly evolving, adapting, yet remaining fundamentally anchored in the present moment. She drew a parallel between this inner stillness and the seemingly chaotic dance of the desert landscape. Just as the desert was ever-changing, yet held within its dynamics a certain balance and beauty, so too was her inner world. Sophia's insights, combined with their own reflections, illuminated a new perspective on acceptance. It wasn't about suppressing emotions or denying the painful aspects of change. Rather, it was about acknowledging them, processing them, and integrating them into the larger fabric of experience. This acknowledgement, this processing, was the very essence of becoming, a continuous dynamic dance between stillness and motion, a paradox embraced rather than resisted. Elias, observing them from a distance, smiled. He understood their struggle, their gradual shift in perspective. He knew that the path towards the weaver's loom demanded a willingness to let go of preconceived notions, to surrender to the unknown, and to embrace the inherent paradoxes of life. The acceptance of change, he realized, was not just a philosophical concept, but a practical skill, a crucial tool for navigating the complexities of existence. This acceptance, this surrender, was the key to unlocking deeper levels of self-awareness and inner peace, allowing the seekers to transcend the limitations of their individual identities and grasp the interconnectedness of all things. Their journey continued, their steps lighter, their hearts filled with a newfound understanding. The clockmaker's tale, the mystical garden, the river of mystery, each challenge awaited them, each a further opportunity to deepen their comprehension of paradox and unity. But now, they approached these challenges not with fear or resistance, but with a quiet confidence, a recognition that every moment, every change was a part of the grand, paradoxical dance of existence, a dance they were finally learning to embrace. The seemingly chaotic landscape of Veridia mirrored the inner landscape of their minds, a testament to the interconnectedness of all things, a reflection of the ultimate truth, acceptance of change as a path towards the ultimate unity, the weaver's loom. They understood now that resisting time was futile, accepting it was freedom. Accepting change wasn't surrendering, but embracing the rhythm of the universe, the eternal dance of creation and destruction, a dance as old as time itself and as beautiful. The wind whispered its secrets, carrying their newfound wisdom across the vast, timeless expanse. The clock continued to tick, but its rhythm had transformed into a gentle heartbeat, a steady pulse resonating with the harmony of the universe, a harmony they were finally beginning to hear, to feel, to be. The journey was far from over, yet they were finally moving in the right direction, walking hand in hand towards the weaver's loom, each step a testament to their growth, their resilience, and their acceptance of the paradoxical beauty of life, death, and everything in between, the balance of being and non-being. The air shifted, a palpable change from the stark, almost brutal beauty of the eternal battleground. Before them lay a garden unlike any they had ever witnessed. It wasn't merely a collection of plants and flowers, it was a living paradox, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of existence and non-existence. Sunlight filtered through leaves the color of amethyst and jade, illuminating petals that shimmered with an ethereal glow. The scent was intoxicating, a blend of sweet blossoms and earthy musk, carrying the weight of ancient secrets. Paths, more suggestion than solid ground, wound through the garden, leading to hidden grottos and shimmering pools of water that seemed to reflect not just the sky, but the very essence of being. Sophia, ever the artist, was captivated. She moved with a painter's eye, observing the intricate details, the subtle interplay of light and shadow, the way the colors seemed to shift and morph before her very eyes. The garden felt less like a place, and more like a living, breathing painting, a testament to the boundless creativity of the universe. She reached out to touch a flower, its petals as soft as a newborn's skin, and felt a surge of inspiration, a creative energy that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the garden. This wasn't merely a garden, it was a muse, a source of endless possibilities. Javier, initially hesitant, found himself drawn in by the garden's strange allure. His scientific mind struggled to comprehend the phenomena unfolding before him. The plants defied categorization, their structures defying known botanical principles. The very air thrummed with an energy he couldn't measure, a vibrant hum that resonated deep, within his bones. His rational mind tried to impose order, to analyze and dissect, but the garden resisted his attempts at intellectual mastery. He found himself humbled, his scientific arrogance melting away in the face of a mystery that was far grander, far more complex than anything his instruments could ever hope to measure. The garden was a testament to the unknowable, a reminder of the limitations of human understanding. Lila, whose intuition had sharpened during their journey, felt a deep connection to the garden's essence. She sensed the delicate balance between life and death, creation and destruction, being and non-being. She saw the interconnectedness of all things, the way every plant and flower played a role in the garden's intricate ecosystem. She felt a sense of peace, a harmony that transcended the duality of existence. The garden was a reflection of her own inner landscape, a mirror to her soul, revealing the intricate balance between her own light and shadow. She understood now, with a clarity that transcended words, that life and death were not opposites, but two sides of the same coin, inextricably linked in an eternal dance. As they ventured deeper, they encountered strange and wondrous creatures, butterflies with wings of iridescent moonlight, birds that sang songs of forgotten languages, and flowers that pulsed with a soft internal light. These weren't mere decorations, they were manifestations of the garden's essence, embodiments of the paradoxical nature of existence. A giant, ancient tree stood at the garden's heart, its branches reaching towards the sky like supplicating arms. Its bark was covered in intricate carvings, telling stories of creation and destruction, of life and death, of being and non-being. It was a living library, holding the wisdom of ages, whispering secrets to those who would listen. The garden challenged their preconceptions of reality. They witnessed plants that seemed to exist in multiple states at once, flowers that bloomed and withered simultaneously, and paths that led to unexpected destinations. It was a place where the laws of physics seemed to bend and break, where time itself felt fluid and uncertain. The experience was disorienting, yet exhilarating, forcing them to confront the limitations of their linear thinking and embrace the paradoxical nature of the universe. Javier, initially resistant to the mystical aspects of the garden, began to see the beauty in the unknown. His scientific mind, accustomed to order and predictability, was challenged by the garden's inherent chaos. Yet, within this chaos, he found a new kind of order, a deeper understanding of the universe's complexity. He realized that the scientific method, with its emphasis on observation and measurement, was limited in its ability to grasp the full spectrum of reality. There were mysteries that lay beyond the reach of science, mysteries that needed to be approached with humility and wonder, rather than arrogance and skepticism. Sophia, inspired by the garden's boundless creativity, experienced a surge of artistic energy. She saw the garden not just as a source of inspiration, but as a reflection of her own creative process. The interplay of light and shadow, the vibrant colors, the intricate details, these were all elements of her own artistic expression. She realized that her creative process, too, was a paradox, a dance between order and chaos, logic and intuition, conscious intention and unconscious expression. The garden helped her embrace the ambiguity of her artistic journey, reminding her that the beauty of art lay in its imperfection, its capacity to capture the fleeting essence of reality. Lila, ever attuned to the subtle energies of the universe, felt a profound connection to the garden's life force. She perceived the interconnectedness of all things, the way every plant and creature played a vital role in the garden's ecosystem. She saw the balance between being and non-being, the way life and death were inextricably linked. The garden was a microcosm of the universe, a reflection of its intricate complexity and paradoxical beauty. She realized that the human experience, too, was a paradox, a dance between life and death, joy and sorrow, light and shadow. The garden taught her to embrace these paradoxes, to find peace in the midst of apparent contradictions. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the garden, the seekers gathered around the ancient tree at its heart. They had spent hours exploring its wonders, confronting their own internal paradoxes, and finding a deeper understanding of the universe's intricate tapestry. The garden had shown them that being and non-being were not opposites, but two sides of the same coin, inextricably linked in an eternal dance. It was a place where opposites coexisted harmoniously, where chaos and order intertwined, where life and death were two sides of the same coin. The garden was a testament to the universe's boundless creativity, its ability to create beauty from apparent contradiction, harmony from apparent chaos. The garden was a lesson in balance, a reminder of the delicate equilibrium that underlies all of existence. As they left the garden, they carried with them a newfound appreciation for the paradoxes that shape our lives and the universe itself, understanding that it was within these seeming contradictions that the true richness and beauty of existence lie. The path ahead remained uncertain, but they were now better equipped, more fully integrated to face whatever challenges lay in wait. Exploring existence. The air hummed with a subtle energy, a vibration that resonated deep within their bones. Leaving the mystical garden felt like stepping out of a dream, a vivid, intensely felt dream that left an indelible mark on their souls. The initial sensory overload, the amethyst and jade leaves, the intoxicating scent, the shimmering pools, had slowly given way to a deeper understanding, a quiet acceptance of the paradoxes inherent in existence. It wasn't simply a matter of appreciating the beauty of opposing forces. It was about embodying that understanding, feeling the very pulse of the universe within their own being. Sophia, the pragmatic historian, found herself reflecting on the linear nature of her own life's narrative, the neat progression of cause and effect that she'd always prized. The garden had shattered that narrative, replacing it with a swirling vortex of simultaneous events, a tapestry woven from threads of past, present, and future, all existing at once. The meticulously documented facts of her life, the orderly progression of her research, seemed suddenly incomplete. The garden had revealed a dimension beyond the confines of her historical framework, suggesting a richer, more complex reality that defied linear categorization. She felt a strange liberation, a sense of being unburdened from the need for absolute certainty, replaced by a willingness to embrace the unknown. Javier, the artist, had always sought to capture the essence of beauty in his work, but the garden had redefined his understanding of beauty itself. He had seen beauty not just in the perfect symmetry of a flower, but in the chaotic entanglement of thorns and vines, in the stark contrast of light and shadow, in the very imperfection that made each element unique. His usual meticulous approach to composition seemed inadequate now, replaced by a desire to express the dynamism of existence. The ever-shifting balance of opposites that the garden so vividly embodied. He felt a new urgency in his art, a need to capture the ephemeral nature of beauty, its inherent fragility and resilience. He realized beauty was not static but a continuous process of becoming, reflecting the constant flux of the universe itself. Lila, the scientist, whose mind had always craved quantifiable data and predictable outcomes, found herself confronting the limits of her scientific framework. The garden had revealed a realm that defied measurement, a world where intuition and perception played as important a role as logic and reason. The garden's beauty was inexplicably connected to the emotional response it provoked. It wasn't simply a collection of flora and fauna, it was a living entity that communicated on a deeper, more spiritual level. The precise scientific observations that were her life's work felt strangely insufficient, as if she was trying to capture lightning in a bottle. She felt a growing respect for the mystery at the heart of the universe, acknowledging that the scientific method, while invaluable, couldn't fully explain the richness and complexity of existence. Perhaps, she mused, true understanding lies not solely in quantifiable data, but also in the intuitive grasp of interconnectedness. Elias, their guide, watched them quietly, a gentle smile playing on his lips. He understood their struggles, their internal battles with the concepts they were grappling with. The garden, he knew, was not simply a place of beauty. It was a crucible where the seekers were tested, refined, and ultimately transformed. It was a mirror reflecting their own inner worlds, their own paradoxical natures. The garden was a microcosm of the universe, demonstrating how the dance of opposites, light and dark, chaos and order, being and non-being, created the vibrant tapestry of existence. The constant flux, the apparent contradictions, were not flaws, but the very essence of life itself. Maya, ever watchful, observed how each seeker interacted with the garden, subtly guiding them towards deeper self-understanding. She saw in their struggles the universal human yearning for certainty, for absolute truth, the struggle to reconcile the seemingly irreconcilable aspects of their own existence. The garden, she realized, was a powerful teacher, revealing the illusion of separation and the interconnectedness of all things. She saw the seeds of change planted deep within their hearts, the beginnings of a shift from duality to unity. The garden wasn't just a place, it was a catalyst for transformation, an initiation into a deeper, more profound understanding of the universe and their place within it. As they journeyed further, they encountered curious anomalies. A pool of water seemed to simultaneously reflect the sky and a star-dusted nebula, hinting at the multidimensionality of reality. Plants bloomed in vibrant colors only to dissolve into shimmering dust moments later, a stark reminder of life's fleeting nature. The paths themselves shifted and changed, sometimes appearing solid, sometimes dissolving into a mist, mirroring the unpredictable nature of the journey itself. It was a visual representation of Heraclitus's famous quote, "No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river and he's not the same man. One particular grotto held a statue carved from a material that seemed both solid and ethereal, a representation of a being in a state of perpetual transition, neither fully formed nor fully dissolving. This was the essence of the garden's message, the dynamic interplay of creation and destruction, of being and non-being. It was a powerful symbol of the eternal flux of existence, a reminder that even in stillness, there is movement, and in seeming chaos, there is an underlying order. The garden's deeper message extended beyond the simple duality of opposites. It spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the intricate web of relationships that bind the universe together. A single fallen leaf, they observed, nourished the soil, enriching the growth of other plants, its decay giving life to new forms. This cyclical pattern, this dance of death and rebirth, was evident throughout the garden, a powerful illustration of the interdependent nature of existence. Nothing existed in isolation. Everything was part of a larger, more complex system. As they walked, they shared stories, revelations born from their experiences in the garden. Sophia spoke of the limitations of her linear worldview, the inadequacy of historical narratives to capture the full complexity of human experience. Javier described the newfound freedom in his art, the ability to embrace chaos and imperfection as essential elements of beauty. Lila recounted her struggle to reconcile her scientific mind with the intuitive understanding that the garden had inspired, acknowledging the limits of her analytical approach. Each story was a testament to their individual journeys of transformation, a reflection of the profound impact the garden had on their lives. The garden wasn't just a place, it was a teacher, a guide, a catalyst for their growth. It had stripped away their preconceptions, challenged their beliefs, and pushed them to confront the paradoxes at the heart of their being. They emerged from the garden not as the same individuals who had entered, but as transformed beings, more integrated, more whole, more deeply connected to the universe and to themselves. They carried within them the wisdom of the garden, the understanding that existence is not a static entity but a continuous flow, a dynamic interplay of opposing forces, a symphony of creation and destruction, all united in a harmonious dance. The journey to the Temple of Paradox had only just begun, but the mystical garden had laid a foundation, a fertile ground for deeper understanding and growth, leaving them ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The path ahead, while still uncertain, now seemed less daunting, more navigable thanks to their enhanced perception and a newfound ability to embrace the paradox of existence itself. Xavier's embrace of mystery, the silence that followed their exit from the garden, was not an empty silence, but a pregnant one, thick with unspoken understanding. For Sophia and Lila, the experience had been a cleansing wave, washing away ingrained anxieties and revealing a core of strength they hadn't known they possessed. But for Javier, the impact was profoundly different, a seismic shift in his worldview. He, the man of science, the pragmatist, the one who sought concrete answers and verifiable data, found himself grappling with an experience that defied all logical explanation. The garden had challenged his very foundation. He had entered with his meticulously crafted intellectual framework, a fortress of scientific principles built over years of rigorous study and experimentation. But the garden, with its illogical beauty and inexplicable energies, had gently, yet persistently, chipped away at the mortar, revealing the cracks in his supposedly impenetrable edifice. The vibrant, impossible flora, the shimmering pools reflecting images that shifted and changed, the very air alive with an unseen power, it was all too much for his rational mind to process. He had always been a man of order, a creature of habit, comfortable within the confines of predictability. His life was a carefully constructed equation, each variable precisely measured and accounted for. But the garden had introduced chaos, a beautiful, chaotic symphony that resonated on a level he couldn't comprehend. It had thrown him into a state of delightful disarray, a delightful paradox considering his nature. The experience had been profoundly unsettling, yet strangely liberating. The amethyst and jade leaves, previously a source of bewilderment, now seemed to shimmer with a subtle wisdom. He recalled the way they had felt beneath his touch, cool and smooth, yet pulsing with an energy that was both tangible and intangible. The scent of the garden, a complex blend of unfamiliar fragrances, had lingered in his nostrils, a fragrant reminder of the experience, a physical anchor in the ethereal landscape of his memory. He closed his eyes, trying to recapture the sensory overload, the almost overwhelming beauty that had both terrified and enthralled him. He'd spent years studying the intricacies of the universe, meticulously mapping the cosmos, searching for patterns and connections. He had dedicated his life to understanding the physical world, believing that all phenomena could be explained through scientific principles. But the garden had revealed a different perspective, a universe beyond the reach of his instruments, a realm governed by forces that defied his understanding. It wasn't that he rejected science, rather, he began to see its limitations, its inability to encompass the entirety of existence. The garden had not negated his scientific knowledge, it had expanded its horizons. It was as if he had finally understood that the universe wasn't just a mechanical system, but a living, breathing entity with its own unique set of rules that science was yet to understand. He was a scientist seeking to discover the how, yet he understood there was a why that remained beyond the realm of the known. His scientific mind struggled to reconcile his experiences with his knowledge. He tried to dissect the garden's magic, to find a scientific explanation for the impossible phenomena he had witnessed. He searched for patterns, for logical connections, for anything that could bring order to the chaos. But the more he tried to rationalize the garden, the more elusive its secrets became. The search for a strictly scientific explanation, Javier slowly realized, was a fool's errand. The garden was not something to be understood through equations and formulas. It was something to be experienced, to be felt, to be lived. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. He had spent his life searching for answers in the external world, believing that knowledge could be found through observation and experimentation. But the garden had shown him that true understanding lay within, in the depths of his own being. He had to accept the unknown, not as a void of ignorance, but as a vast, unexplored ocean of possibilities. He needed to embrace the mystery, not as something to be feared, but as something to be revered, as something that held the key to a deeper understanding of himself and the universe. He thought of the orbiting stars, the eternal battleground Maya had described. He had viewed them as a metaphor, a poetic representation of the inherent conflicts within the human psyche. But now, as he looked back at the experience, he realized that the metaphor held a profound truth. The dance of the stars, their constant orbiting, their seemingly endless conflict, it was a mirror of his own internal struggle, the ongoing battle between his rational mind and his intuitive heart, between the knowable and the unknowable. And just as the stars continued to orbit, he realized that his internal conflict would remain, that it was a necessary tension, a dynamic interplay of opposing forces that defined his humanity. The paradox of the garden echoed the paradoxes he found within himself, the simultaneous beauty and strangeness of the place, the harmony of opposing elements. It was a reflection of the dualities that existed within him, the constant push and pull between order and chaos, logic and intuition, science and spirituality. He understood now that embracing these contradictions, these seeming oppositions, was not a weakness but a strength, a sign of a mind capable of expanding beyond its limitations. Javier, known for his rigid adherence to scientific principles, discovered a previously unrecognized depth within himself, a capacity for wonder, awe, and a reverence for the mysterious. The garden, far from shattering his scientific worldview, had expanded it, revealing its boundaries and unveiling the existence of a universe that lay beyond the reach of his instruments, a universe that hummed with the beauty and power that transcended any purely scientific explanation. He remembered the clockmaker's tale, the paradox of time, the clockmaker's careful construction of mechanisms, his meticulous attention to detail, his creation of order from chaos. It was a reflection of his own scientific endeavors. But the clockmaker had also understood the limitations of his craft, the inevitability of time's passage, the ultimate futility of trying to control the unstoppable flow of existence. Javier, too, now understood this. His scientific pursuits were valuable, necessary even, but they were not the ultimate truth, the final answer to existence's grand puzzle. Science was a tool, a method of exploration, but not the destination itself. The destination, he realized, lay beyond the confines of his scientific understanding. The river of mystery, Maya had called it. He had approached the concept with caution, perhaps even skepticism. He hadn't truly understood then the depth of mystery until he had ventured into the garden. Now he understood that the fascination with the unknown was not a sign of weakness or ignorance, but a fundamental human characteristic, a driving force behind exploration and discovery. The unknown was not something to be feared or avoided, but something to be embraced, something to be sought out with curiosity and wonder. The garden had shown him that. The unknown is not a void, but a boundless landscape filled with infinite possibilities. He had entered the garden a scientist, but he left it as something more, a seeker, a pilgrim on a journey of self-discovery. The mystical garden had not only changed his perception of the world, it had transformed his understanding of himself. He had confronted the paradoxes within his own being, embraced the mysteries that lay beyond the reach of his scientific understanding, and emerged with a newfound respect for the unknowable, a deepened appreciation for the beauty and wonder of the universe, and a profound sense of his own interconnectedness with all of existence. The garden had shown him the limitations of his knowledge, but it had also revealed the boundless potential of his spirit. He now looked forward to the rest of their journey with a sense of anticipation and wonder he'd never known. The Temple of Paradox awaited, and Javier, transformed by the mystical garden, was ready. Lila's deepening intuition. The air thrummed with a newfound energy as they left the garden, a subtle vibration that resonated deep within Lila's bones. It wasn't merely the lingering scent of blooming jasmine and unknown herbs, nor the echo of the gentle waterfall's song. It was something more profound, a resonance that spoke to a deeper level of her being, a symphony of interconnectedness she hadn't fully grasped before. The experience within the garden had been a catalyst, sharpening her senses, amplifying her intuition to a level she hadn't thought possible. Before, her intuition had been a whisper, a fleeting hunch, easily dismissed as coincidence or wishful thinking. Now, it felt like a torrent, a powerful current pulling her towards understanding. She felt a strange kinship with the garden itself, a sense of belonging that transcended the physical. It was as if she'd been a part of the garden all along, a seed waiting to blossom, its roots intertwined with the very essence of the place. This realization sparked a cascade of insights, revealing patterns and connections she'd previously overlooked. The way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, the intricate dance of the butterflies, the subtle shift in the air pressure as the wind passed through the trees. These were no longer isolated events, but intricate parts of a larger, interconnected whole. Each element played a crucial role in the garden's symphony, and each was inextricably linked to every other. She saw the reflection of this interconnectedness in the way Javier's scientific mind had been humbled, and Sophia's anxieties had been eased by the garden's embrace. This newfound sensitivity extended beyond the garden's boundaries. As they walked, Lila found herself noticing subtle details she had previously ignored. The way the wind carried the scent of distant rain, the intricate patterns in the stones beneath their feet, the complex choreography of ants carrying crumbs. Each detail pulsed with its own unique energy, yet all were woven together into the rich tapestry of existence. It was as if the mystical garden had opened a hidden channel within her, allowing her to perceive the underlying harmony of the universe. This heightened awareness, however, was not without its challenges. The sheer volume of information flooding her senses was overwhelming at times. The world, once a collection of discrete objects and events, was now a symphony of interconnected energies, a breathtakingly complex dance of cause and effect. It was as if she'd been given a pair of X-ray glasses, allowing her to see beyond the superficial layer of reality, revealing the intricate web of relationships that bound everything together. Sometimes, This abundance of information felt almost painful, a sensory overload that threatened to engulf her. This sensory influx wasn't just limited to the physical world. Lila found her intuition extending into the realm of emotions and thoughts. She began to sense the emotions of those around her with startling clarity, empathizing with their joys and sorrows as if they were her own. This empathetic connection was both exhilarating and exhausting. The weight of collective human experience felt immense, a heavy burden to bear. She found herself needing moments of solitude, escaping to quiet corners to process the influx of emotions, to allow herself to assimilate the constant flow of interconnectedness. One evening, while sitting by the campfire, watching the stars blaze across the night sky, Lila had an epiphany. The constellations, once just pretty patterns of light, now revealed themselves as intricate expressions of cosmic energy, a breathtaking celestial ballet. Each star was connected to every other, bound together by invisible threads of gravity and light. The universe, it seemed, was a vast interconnected web, a cosmic tapestry woven from threads of energy and information. This insight resonated deeply within her, reinforcing her understanding of the garden's message. The garden was not merely a place of beauty and tranquility, it was a microcosm of the universe, a reflection of the underlying unity of all things. The interconnectedness she'd experienced within the garden was not an isolated phenomenon, but a fundamental principle governing all of existence. This realization filled her with a profound sense of awe and wonder, but also a touch of fear. The responsibility of understanding this interconnectedness felt immense. As the days passed, Lila's intuition continued to deepen. She began to notice patterns in seemingly unrelated events, recognizing synchronicities and coincidences that pointed towards a deeper order. She saw how seemingly random occurrences were actually part of a larger, interconnected narrative. The seemingly chaotic events of the world, the ebb and flow of human experience, were actually part of a greater design, a cosmic dance choreographed by forces beyond human comprehension. This heightened intuition wasn't just a passive observation, it became an active tool. She started to use her intuition to guide her decisions, trusting her gut feelings even when they contradicted logic. She found that her intuition rarely led her astray, often providing solutions to problems she had struggled with for days or weeks. It was as if the universe itself was guiding her steps, providing insights and inspiration. But this growing power came with a price. The line between her own thoughts and the collective consciousness began to blur. She found herself struggling to discern her own emotions from those of others. The sheer weight of the interconnectedness she perceived at times left her feeling overwhelmed, lost in a sea of information and emotion. She needed to learn how to manage this power, to navigate this newfound reality without losing herself in its complexity. This growing intuitive power brought moments of exhilaration and profound clarity, yet also intense periods of confusion and uncertainty. The constant flow of information, the sheer magnitude of interconnectedness, sometimes left her feeling overwhelmed and exhausted. Yet she knew that this journey was essential, a necessary step in her own spiritual evolution. She was learning to embrace the paradoxes inherent in the journey, acknowledging the beauty and terror that accompanied this profound understanding. She was learning that wisdom lay not in avoiding the darkness, but in embracing the light and shadows that made up the magnificent tapestry of existence. The mystical garden had been only the beginning. The path to understanding the ultimate paradoxes of the universe lay ahead, and Lila was prepared, armed with her newfound intuitive power and the wisdom of her experiences. She felt ready for the challenges that lay ahead, the journey that led to the weaver's loom, where she would witness the weaving together of the ultimate paradox, the union of all things, unification of opposites. The air, still carrying the perfume of the mystical garden, hummed with a vibrant energy that pulsed in time with Lila's own quickening heartbeat. The garden, a microcosm of the universe itself, had revealed a truth she'd only glimpsed before, the inherent unity within apparent opposites. Light and shadow, growth and decay, life and death, all danced in a delicate, breathtaking ballet, their differences not in conflict, but in a symbiotic embrace. She saw now that the beauty of the garden wasn't just in its vibrant blooms or the tranquil waterfall, but in the way the decaying leaves nourished the new growth, the way the sun's warmth fostered both blossoming life and the slow, quiet surrender of withering petals. Javier, ever the pragmatist, had initially struggled with this concept. The garden, to him, was a collection of competing forces, a battlefield where survival of the fittest reigned supreme. The thorns, the encroaching shadows, the very struggle for resources, these were, to him, undeniable expressions of conflict, not harmony. But as he spent more time within the garden's embrace, he began to see a different narrative. The thorns, he realized, were not simply weapons. They were also the garden's defense, protecting its delicate blooms from harm. The shadows, essential for the balance of life, provided respite and coolness during the relentless heat. Even the struggle for survival was a testament to the garden's vibrant, ever-evolving life force. He began to understand that competition wasn't necessarily destruction. It was the engine of adaptation, innovation, and ultimately, a more robust and resilient ecosystem. He started to see the beauty and wisdom in natural selection, its role in maintaining equilibrium, rather than viewing it simply as a battle for dominance. Sophia, steeped in ancient mythologies and the wisdom of ages, saw in the garden a reflection of the archetypal dance between opposing deities, the clash and union of creation and destruction, light and darkness, order and chaos. She recognized the garden as a living embodiment of the eternal cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, a cycle not to be feared, but to be honored and embraced. She found parallels in the myths she knew so well, the stories of goddesses who embodied both nurturing and destructive powers, the cyclical nature of the seasons, the ebb and flow of the tides. The garden, she mused, was a tangible manifestation of the divine feminine, a paradoxical force of both creation and dissolution, constantly shaping and reshaping the world through its endless cycles. The garden wasn't a static place of perfect balance, but a dynamic and ever-changing entity that reflected this constant flux of being. Elias, the quiet observer, found a different kind of resonance within the garden's paradoxical harmony. His keen eye, sharpened by years of studying the cosmos, saw the garden as a reflection of the universe itself, a vast tapestry of interacting energies, where opposing forces, though seemingly antagonistic, ultimately contributed to a grand unified whole. He saw the intricate web of life, the interplay of predator and prey, the delicate balance between opposing forces, a symphony of interactions that, viewed from a wider perspective, achieved a breathtaking equilibrium. The concept of unification of opposites wasn't merely a philosophical notion. It was a fundamental law of the universe, reflected in the smallest flower and the grandest galaxy. He saw this as a powerful expression of oneness. Maya, their guide, watched the seekers as they grappled with the garden's mysteries. She smiled, her eyes reflecting the garden's serene beauty. She understood the difficulty of unifying seemingly irreconcilable opposites. It was not a simple matter of intellectual comprehension, but a transformative process that demanded deep emotional and spiritual work. It wasn't enough to acknowledge the presence of opposing forces. It was necessary to integrate them, to see the inherent interconnectedness, the interdependence, and the essential unity. It was about seeing the shadow and the light, not as separate entities, but as two sides of the same coin. As they delved deeper into the garden's mysteries, the seekers encountered countless examples of this principle. A seemingly barren patch of earth, devoid of life, revealed itself to be a cradle for new seeds, nurtured by the rich, decaying matter beneath the surface. A venomous spider, a symbol of death and danger, played a vital role in controlling insect populations, maintaining the ecological balance. The sharp thorns protected the delicate blossoms, and the creeping vines supported the taller plants, each fulfilling its role in the intricate dance of existence. Even the cycles of the seasons, the stark winter and the vibrant spring, were not separate entities but integral phases of a continuous, unbroken rhythm. The experience of the mystical garden was deeply personal for each seeker. For Lila, it solidified her burgeoning intuitive power, allowing her to perceive the underlying connections between seemingly disparate things. For Javier, it challenged his rigid worldview, revealing the beauty and necessity of conflict and change. For Sophia, it deepened her understanding of ancient myths and their timeless wisdom. And for Elias, it reinforced his scientific worldview, showcasing the universe's fundamental principles of balance and unity. As they left the garden, the seekers carried with them not just a deeper understanding of the world around them, but also a profound transformation within. They had seen the unification of opposites, not as an abstract philosophical concept, but as a living reality reflected in every aspect of existence. They had learned to embrace the paradoxes inherent in life, acknowledging the beauty and necessity of both light and shadow, growth and decay, creation and destruction. The garden had acted as a mirror, reflecting back to them the inherent unity within their own seemingly conflicting internal landscapes. This realization laid a foundation for their continued journey toward the weaver's loom, where all the threads of their individual experiences, their struggles and their triumphs, would be woven together into a single, magnificent tapestry of understanding. The journey to the weaver's loom was no longer just a physical quest, it was a pilgrimage of the soul, a deep dive into the paradoxical nature of existence itself. The garden's lesson, the unity of opposites, would be their guide as they navigated the remaining challenges, armed with a newfound clarity and a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things. They understood now that true wisdom lies not in resolving paradoxes, but in embracing their inherent beauty and the transformative power they hold. This embrace was not merely intellectual, it was visceral, an understanding etched not just into their minds, but into their very souls. The journey ahead would test them, but they were ready, armed with the insights and the strength gained within the paradoxical heart of the mystical garden. The reverberations of this experience continued to resonate within them, a silent hymn to the harmonious coexistence of seemingly opposing forces, a testament to the profound unity underlying the seeming diversity of existence. Journey into the unknown. The air hung heavy with a humid stillness as the seekers stepped onto the riverbank. The river of mystery, unlike any they had encountered before, twisted and turned, its waters a swirling, opaque black that seemed to absorb all light. It was not a river of tranquil reflection, like the enchanted lake, but a river of relentless churning energy, a physical manifestation of the unknown itself. Maya, her face etched with a mixture of solemnity and anticipation, addressed them. "This journey is not for the faint of heart," she said, her voice barely audible above the river's low growl. "It will test the limits of your courage, your faith, and your very understanding of yourselves." Elias, ever the pragmatist, added, "The river's current is unpredictable. We'll navigate in small boats and trust in each other's skills and judgment. The path is not linear. We may encounter tributaries and hidden channels that will lead us to unforeseen challenges." He gestured to 3 small, sturdy boats, each crafted from a dark, almost obsidian wood, resting on the pebbled shore. The wood felt cool and strangely smooth to the touch, imbued with a subtle energy that resonated with the river's deep hum. Sophia, her usually vibrant eyes clouded with a pensive uncertainty, stepped towards her boat. The journey into the unknown mirrored the turbulent landscape of her own creative process. A lifetime spent battling self-doubt, the agonizing struggle to translate the vibrant imagery in her mind onto canvas had left her feeling adrift, a solitary ship in a sea of creative block. The river of mystery, she sensed, was a mirror of this internal struggle, a pathway to confronting her own inner demons, to reconcile the paradoxical nature of her artistic spirit, the creative fire, and the self-criticism that often stifled it. Javier, his scientific mind, usually so focused on logical equations and empirical data, felt a prickle of unease. The river of mystery defied rational explanation. It was an anomaly, a chaotic system that resisted his attempts at comprehension. Yet he knew, deep down, that he couldn't simply apply his accustomed analytical framework here. The unknown demanded a different approach, a surrender to intuition, a leap of faith that stretched the limits of his scientifically trained mind. He approached his boat with a mixture of apprehension and a reluctant fascination. This was a journey beyond the parameters of his known world, a journey into his own unexplored emotional landscape. Lila, steeped in years of spiritual practice, felt a sense of profound connection with the river. She saw it not as a threat, but as a teacher. The river's chaotic energy mirrored the unpredictable nature of life itself, the constant flux and flow of existence, the dance of creation and destruction. She saw this journey as an opportunity for spiritual deepening, a chance to confront her own shadow self, to integrate the light and darkness within her, and to achieve a higher state of consciousness. She felt a profound sense of peace and readiness as she settled into her boat. As they pushed off from the shore, the boats were immediately caught in the swift current. The river's darkness was almost absolute, broken only by the occasional phosphorescent glimmer that pulsed from the depths like submerged stars. The water was surprisingly calm at first, gliding smoothly along. It was a deceptive calm, however, a prelude to the turbulent waters that lay ahead. Soon the river began to narrow, forcing them into a claustrophobic channel between towering, moss-covered cliffs. Strange ethereal sounds echoed from the unseen depths, a symphony of whispers and gurgles that seemed to penetrate their very souls. For Sophia, the claustrophobic channel felt like a physical manifestation of her creative block, a constricting force that choked the expression of her artistic vision. She felt the weight of her self-doubt press down on her, threatening to sink her beneath the surface. But she clung to her oar, her gaze fixed on the narrow opening ahead, fueled by a nascent determination. Javier, grappling with his unease, found himself unexpectedly confronting repressed emotions. The river's darkness seemed to reflect his own internal shadows, the unspoken anxieties and suppressed feelings that his rational mind had always tried to keep neatly compartmentalized. He felt a wave of anger, frustration, and even grief, emotions he had long buried beneath a veneer of scientific objectivity. The river, he realized, was not just a physical entity, but a psychological mirror, reflecting the hidden currents of his own being. Lila, navigating the narrow passage with grace and ease, seemed to move in harmony with the river's energy. She saw the challenging channel not as an obstacle, but as a crucible for spiritual growth. The darkness, she understood, was not simply absence of light, but the potential for profound transformation, a space where the ego could dissolve, and the soul could find its true essence. The whispers from the depths became a chorus of guidance, urging her toward self-acceptance, toward embracing both the light and the dark within her. Further along, the river widened again, but the waters grew turbulent, tossing their small boats like leaves in a storm. For Sophia, the storm symbolized the chaotic creativity that both terrified and exhilarated her. She allowed herself to be tossed around, her anxiety giving way to a sense of exhilaration as she embraced the wild energy of the river, letting go of her rigid control and allowing her creativity to surge forth. Javier's boat capsized in the tempestuous waves, throwing him into the inky black water. He fought the current, his analytical mind struggling to grasp the unpredictable forces at play. His survival instinct, however, took over, and he somehow managed to scramble back into his boat, his body shaking with fear and exhaustion, yet strangely exhilarated by his brush with mortality. He had faced his fear and survived, a feat he couldn't have conceived possible in his previous life of purely intellectual pursuits. Lila, using her spiritual intuition, steered her boat through the treacherous waters with an almost supernatural skill. She sensed the river's energy, anticipating its changes and adapting to its rhythms. She reached out not with fear but with empathy, and the river responded, guiding her along a calmer path. She saw the storm not as a threat, but as an opportunity to surrender to the flow of life, to trust in the unknown, and to find peace amidst the chaos. As they journeyed further, they encountered other obstacles, hidden rapids, treacherous whirlpools, and sudden changes in the river's course. Each challenge presented a unique opportunity for growth and self-discovery. They had to rely on each other, sharing their strengths, and supporting each other through moments of despair and doubt. The river of mystery paradoxically proved to be a pathway to unity and deeper understanding. It showed them the power of vulnerability, the beauty of imperfection, and the profound interconnectedness of their individual journeys. As they finally emerged from the darkness, weary yet transformed, they had not merely traversed a physical river, but journeyed into the deepest recesses of their own souls. They had confronted their fears and uncertainties, embraced their imperfections, and discovered a resilience and a unity they never knew they possessed. The river of mystery had delivered them not only to a destination, but to a newfound sense of self. Facing personal demons, the oppressive darkness of the river of mystery seemed to press in on them, a physical manifestation of their inner turmoil. The swirling black water mirrored the chaotic landscape of their own minds, each ripple a reflection of their deepest fears and insecurities. As they navigated the treacherous currents, the river began to reveal itself not just as a physical obstacle, but as a mirror reflecting the hidden demons within each seeker. Sophia, the meticulous scholar, found herself facing a relentless torrent of self-doubt. The river's current, mirroring her own internal struggle, threatened to overwhelm her with the weight of her past failures. She had always strived for perfection, a relentless pursuit that left her exhausted and perpetually dissatisfied. The river, in its chaotic beauty, showed her the futility of this pursuit. She saw herself as she truly was, flaws and all, and for the first time, she began to accept them. The river whispered to her, not with words but with the rush of its waters, a message of self-compassion and the beauty of imperfection. A memory surfaced, a childhood essay, meticulously crafted, yet deemed inadequate by a critical teacher. The memory had haunted her, a symbol of her relentless self-criticism. Now, facing the relentless currents, she realized that this single incident, this single judgment, did not define her. She was more than the sum of her failures. She was resilience, adaptability, and a thirst for knowledge that extended far beyond academic pursuits. She found a small, smooth stone in the riverbed, a perfect imperfection. It became her talisman, a reminder to embrace her flaws and find beauty in the unexpected turns of life. Javier, the charismatic artist, confronted his fear of vulnerability. He had always presented a bold and confident exterior, masking a deep-seated insecurity. The river, in its unpredictable nature, forced him to confront this hidden vulnerability. He found himself struggling against a particularly strong current, his artistic self-expression becoming a life-or-death struggle. His usual flamboyant style was useless here. The river demanded authenticity, a raw honesty he had always avoided. He was swept away, almost losing his balance, but in that moment of panic, he found a strange sense of clarity. The river, in its unforgiving power, showed him that true strength wasn't about hiding one's vulnerabilities, but about embracing them. He thought of his art. His vibrant, expressive pieces were always carefully constructed, a facade designed to impress rather than to reveal. The river demanded something different, something real. He realized the profound connection between his inner turmoil and his creative process. His art, until now a shield, now became a reflection of his true self, his fears, and his hopes. The river's current seemed to ease, as if accepting his newfound honesty. He felt a strange sense of peace, a release from the burden of his carefully crafted persona. Lila, the quiet observer, faced her deepest fear, isolation. Always preferring solitude to company, she had built a wall around her heart, fearing intimacy and connection. The river, however, forced her to confront her loneliness. She found herself separated from the others, adrift in a seemingly endless expanse of black water. The isolation mirrored by the river's vastness was overwhelming. She started to feel a cold, creeping dread, the fear of being utterly alone, lost forever in the inky depths. She was forced to rely on her instincts, her intuition, her own inner strength. Suddenly, a faint light appeared in the distance, a beacon of hope piercing through the dark waters. She instinctively swam towards it, driven by a primal urge to connect. She realized that her fear of intimacy stemmed from a deep-seated fear of rejection, a fear that had kept her isolated for so long. As she approached the light, she found it was not a physical source, but a revelation. The river itself began to shift and change, revealing hidden paths and calmer waters. The current that had previously separated her from the others now seemed to guide her towards them. The light was a symbol of connection, a reminder that even in the deepest darkness, there is always the possibility of finding your way back to others, to unity. The isolation she had sought became a pathway to self-discovery, a journey of self-acceptance that eventually led her to a deeper understanding of the human connection. She understood that true solitude was not isolation, but a space for reflection and inner peace, which now complemented her need for human connection. The river, in its enigmatic way, continued to challenge them. They encountered further obstacles, treacherous whirlpools that threatened to swallow them whole, representing their self-destructive tendencies, hidden rapids that symbolize the unexpected challenges life throws our way, and sudden changes in the river's course, representing the unpredictable nature of fate. Each challenge, however, was a reflection of their inner struggles, and each obstacle overcome was a victory over their personal demons. As they navigated the river, their understanding of paradox deepened. The seemingly chaotic nature of the river itself became a paradox. Its destructive power was also its transformative force. The very act of facing their deepest fears unlocked a sense of resilience and self-acceptance they hadn't known they possessed. The river forced them to confront the duality within themselves, the light and the dark, the strength and the vulnerability, the fear and the courage. They learned that the journey wasn't about avoiding the darkness, but about embracing it. The river's darkness wasn't a threat to be conquered, but a part of the whole, the shadow necessary for the light to exist. The challenges they faced were not mere obstacles, but opportunities for self-discovery. Each struggle, each fear overcome, brought them closer to a deeper understanding of themselves and the interconnectedness of all things. The final stretch of the river was surprisingly calm. The waters, once dark and turbulent, now flowed smoothly, reflecting the inner peace they had found. They emerged from the river, transformed. They were not the same individuals who had entered. They had faced their demons not by conquering them, but by integrating them into their beings. They had accepted their imperfections, their vulnerabilities, their shadows. They had found a strength born not of denial but of acceptance, a unity born not of conformity, but of embracing their unique individualities. The river of mystery, paradoxically, had led them not just to a destination, but to a deeper understanding of themselves and the profound beauty of the human experience, a journey into the heart of paradox itself, emerging not simply with survival, but with a newfound harmony within. The river had tested them, pushed them to their limits, but in doing so, it had gifted them with a strength that surpassed anything they could have imagined, a strength born from the very heart of their own vulnerability. They had faced their personal demons, and in facing them, they had found their true selves. The journey was far from over, but they emerged from the depths of the river of mystery with a newfound clarity, a strength forged in the crucible of their own deepest fears, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Sophia's self-acceptance. Emerging from the river of mystery felt less like an arrival and more like a metamorphosis. The oppressive weight that had pressed upon them throughout their journey lifted, replaced by a lightness that wasn't merely physical, but a profound shift in their inner landscape. For Sophia, this change was particularly profound. The river, in its chaotic dance of light and shadow, had mirrored her own internal struggle, a lifelong battle against a perceived inadequacy, a constant striving for perfection that had left her perpetually feeling just out of reach. She had always seen her imperfections as flaws, as blemishes marring an otherwise pristine surface. Her artistic talent, while undeniable, was often overshadowed by her self-criticism. Each brushstroke was judged, each composition meticulously scrutinized, leaving her feeling perpetually dissatisfied. She found herself comparing her work to the masters, to the flawless perfection she perceived in their art, a comparison that always ended in self-doubt. This yearning for unattainable perfection had seeped into every aspect of her life, coloring her relationships and her perception of herself. The river, however, had shown her a different perspective. It had forced her to confront the shadows within, the insecurities that had long held her captive. She saw herself reflected in the swirling currents, not as a fragmented, flawed being, but as a complex and beautiful tapestry woven from light and dark, from strength and vulnerability. The dark currents, once terrifying, now appeared as integral parts of the whole, necessary counterpoints to the light. They were not to be erased, but embraced, understood as integral aspects of her being, the very things that gave her experiences depth and nuance. This realization didn't come as a sudden epiphany, but as a slow, gradual dawning. It began with small moments of self-compassion, of recognizing her efforts and achievements instead of fixating on her shortcomings. She remembered a childhood memory, painting a vibrant sunset, her youthful energy filling every stroke. The memory wasn't of a perfect painting, but of the sheer joy she'd experienced in the process, the unadulterated expression of her creativity. That memory, previously dismissed as just a naive child's work, now held a profound significance. It represented a time before self-doubt had clouded her vision. As she reflected on her journey through the river, she began to see her past mistakes not as failures, but as lessons learned, as stepping stones on her path to self-discovery. Each failure, each self-criticism was a teacher, shaping her into the person she was today. The perfection she had so desperately sought was not an absence of flaws, but a harmonious integration of her entire being, flaws and all. She realized that her vulnerabilities were not weaknesses, but sources of empathy and connection. They were what made her human, what allowed her to connect with others on a deeper level. They were, in their own unique way, her strength. The image of the river, constantly shifting and changing, yet always flowing, became a powerful metaphor for her own life. She accepted the ebb and flow of her emotions, the uncertainties and imperfections, as inherent aspects of the human experience. She learned to embrace the paradoxical nature of life, the coexistence of opposing forces within herself and the world. Just as the river had both dark and calm stretches, so too did her life encompass joy and sorrow, success and failure. The key was not to deny the darkness, but to integrate it into the whole, to find balance and harmony within the apparent chaos. This newfound self-acceptance extended beyond her artistic endeavors. Her relationships with others deepened as she allowed herself to be vulnerable, to share her insecurities without fear of judgment. She discovered that true connection came not from presenting a flawless facade, but from embracing her authenticity, her full and complex self. This vulnerability brought her closer to others, creating a deeper sense of intimacy and understanding. The change in Sophia was palpable. Her demeanor shifted from one of cautious self-consciousness to a radiant self-assurance. She carried herself with a grace and confidence that came not from arrogance, but from a deep-seated self-acceptance. She began to see beauty in the imperfections of her work, recognizing that those imperfections were what gave her art its unique character, its soulful expression. Her paintings became more vibrant, more expressive, imbued with a depth and richness that was absent before. They reflected not just her skill, but her journey, her struggles, her triumphs, her deep understanding of the paradoxical nature of life. She recalled a specific painting she had struggled with for months. It was a portrait of an old woman, her face etched with the lines of time and experience. Sophia had initially tried to erase the wrinkles, the imperfections, striving for a youthful, flawless portrayal. But the painting lacked life, lacked soul. It wasn't until she embraced the wrinkles, the lines, the very imperfections that told the story of the woman's life, that the painting came alive. It was in that moment, in the acceptance of imperfection, that she found her true artistic voice. The journey had not only changed her perspective on her art, but also on her life. She was no longer striving for an unattainable ideal, but celebrating the beauty of her own unique journey. The imperfections, the struggles, the vulnerabilities, these were no longer things to be hidden or overcome, but elements that made up the rich tapestry of her existence. She learned to appreciate the paradoxes of life, the simultaneous existence of opposing forces, finding strength and beauty in the integration of these contradictions. The transformation was not merely an external shift, but but a fundamental change in her being. It was a deep-seated acceptance of herself, flaws and all, a profound understanding of her own intrinsic worth. Independent of external validation or societal expectations, she had finally arrived at a place of peace, not by conquering her inner demons, but by integrating them into her being, transforming them from sources of pain into sources of strength and understanding. The river of mystery had served its purpose, reflecting her journey back to herself, a journey of self-discovery, leading her to a place of self-acceptance and profound inner peace. The darkness of the river had given way to the clarity of self-knowledge, the turbulence to a tranquil inner sea. She was no longer battling against herself, but embracing the totality of her being, in all its glorious and paradoxical complexity. This was the true paradox of self-acceptance, finding strength in vulnerability, perfection in imperfection, unity in duality. Her journey was far from over, but she stepped forward into the unknown, with a newfound confidence and grace. The whispers of self-doubt were still there, but they no longer held the power to define her. She was Sophia, and she was whole. Javier's emotional release. The current flowing around him, a relentless swirling current of shadows and whispers, mirrored the turmoil within Javier's own soul. He had always prided himself on his intellect, on his ability to dissect and analyze, to maintain a cool, detached observation of the world and his own experiences. Emotion to him had been a weakness, a distraction from the clear, crisp logic he so valued. The river of mystery, however, had a different agenda. It refused to be analyzed, to be dissected, to be controlled. It demanded surrender. The initial shock of the icy water had given way to a numb acceptance, a strange tranquility born of utter exhaustion. But as the river carried him deeper into its shadowy heart, something within Javier began to crack. The rigid walls of his intellectual fortress, meticulously constructed over years of rigorous study and emotional repression, started to crumble. He found himself gasping, not for air, but for something far deeper, something he hadn't allowed himself to acknowledge, a profound and overwhelming sense of grief. It wasn't a grief with a specific object, a singular loss. It was a grief for the life unlived, the emotions suppressed, the connections unmade. It was a grief for the boy he had been, a boy full of vibrant dreams and spontaneous laughter, a boy who had been systematically erased by the relentless pursuit of intellectual mastery. He saw flashes of memory, a tearful goodbye to his grandfather, a stifled cry after a harsh reprimand from his father, a silent longing for a friendship he'd been too proud to pursue. These weren't mere memories. They were wounds, still raw and bleeding, hidden beneath layers of rationalization and intellectual detachment. The river seemed to know. Its current shifted, becoming gentler, more nurturing, as if sensing his vulnerability. The whispers that had previously felt threatening now sounded like soothing murmurs, like ancient secrets whispered on the wind. He felt a strange sense of comfort in the chaos, a paradox he couldn't quite grasp but felt profoundly within his being. The darkness wasn't a void of nothingness, but a teeming, pulsating energy, a primordial force that contained both destruction and creation, pain and healing. Javier wept. He wept openly, unrestrained, the tears mingling with the river water, washing away the years of carefully constructed barriers. It wasn't a pretty sight, his face contorted with grief, his body trembling with sobs. But it was beautiful in its raw, unfiltered honesty. He allowed himself to feel the pain, the vulnerability, the overwhelming sense of loss and regret. He let the river wash over him, carrying away the debris of his carefully constructed persona. The weight of his repression lifted, leaving behind a space for something new, something uncharted. The emotions weren't just sadness, there was anger, a simmering rage directed at himself for his self-imposed exile from his own humanity. He felt the sting of his past mistakes, the phantom pain of lost opportunities, the bitter taste of unsaid words. But alongside the anger was a surge of acceptance, a gentle understanding that his journey towards intellectual dominance had been a misguided attempt at self-protection. a desperate flight from a vulnerability he feared. As the river carried him along, the intensity of his emotions began to shift. He felt a wave of tenderness, a longing for connection, a yearning for love and understanding. He remembered his mother's gentle touch, her soft voice, her unwavering support, and a tearful smile escaped his lips. The memory wasn't just a nostalgic remembrance, it was a powerful reminder of the profound love that had always been present in his life, a love he had neglected in his pursuit of intellectual detachment. He saw glimpses of himself as a child, playing in sun-drenched fields, building castles in the sand, and exploring the world with untainted wonder. These were not just memories, they were fragments of a soul that had been lost, buried under layers of academic rigor and emotional sterility. The river, in its mysterious way, was bringing him home. It was not just washing away the pain, but restoring a sense of wholeness, a rediscovery of his true self. The darkness of the river, initially a source of fear and apprehension, now seemed to hold a strange beauty. It was a darkness that contained within it the possibility of rebirth, a darkness that was not the absence of light, but a necessary counterpoint to it. He realized that the paradox wasn't a problem to be solved, but a reality to be embraced. The light and the dark, the joy and the sorrow, the intellect and the emotion, they were all part of the same tapestry, interwoven to create a rich and multifaceted human experience. With each passing moment, Javier felt a growing sense of peace. The river's current had become calmer, more serene. The whispers were less insistent, more reassuring. He was no longer struggling against the flow, but moving with it, surrendering to the current, allowing it to guide him towards a place of acceptance, a place where he could finally embrace the totality of his being, without judgment, without reservation. The river's journey mirrored his own internal transformation. The wild rapids that had initially threatened to overwhelm him had given way to smoother waters, the turbulent currents calming into a gentler flow. Just as the river wound its way towards an unknown destination, so too was Javier's internal landscape shifting, evolving, revealing hidden depths he hadn't known existed. The shadows of doubt and self-recrimination still lingered, but their power had diminished, their menacing presence replaced by a quiet acceptance. He had faced his demons, not with intellectual prowess, but with raw, unfiltered emotion. And in that vulnerability he had found strength. He felt a profound gratitude towards the river, towards the experience that had stripped him bare, leaving him exposed and vulnerable, yet somehow more whole. The river of mystery had not only cleansed him of his emotional baggage, but had also gifted him with a newfound clarity, a deep understanding of himself and his place in the world. He was no longer a prisoner of his intellect, but a liberated being, capable of embracing both the light and the darkness, the logic and the emotion, the intellect and the soul. Emerging from the river of mystery, Javier felt different. His steps were lighter, his gaze clearer, his heart softer. The rigid lines etched around his mouth had softened, replaced by a subtle curve of a smile. He hadn't conquered his emotions, he had integrated them. The journey had been arduous, painful, even terrifying at times, but it was also transformative, leaving him not simply changed, but reborn. He understood the paradox now. The strength he had sought in his intellectual pursuits was actually found in his vulnerability, in his willingness to confront and embrace the full spectrum of human experience. He finally understood that the path to wholeness wasn't about suppressing emotion, but about understanding and accepting every facet of his being. The river of mystery had shown him that the true paradox lay in the union of opposites, in the dance between light and shadow, reason and emotion, intellect and heart. He was Javier, and he was whole. His journey was far from over, but he embraced the future with a newfound courage and a profound sense of peace, knowing that he could navigate any challenge, not just with intellectual strength, but with the full power of his unified self. The journey had broken him, but in the fragments, he had found his true self. Lila's transcendence. Lila stepped into the river, the water surprisingly warm against her skin, a stark contrast to the chilling air that hung heavy in the valley. Unlike Javier, whose journey had been a turbulent wrestling match with his own internal demons, Lila's descent felt different. It was less a struggle and more a yielding, a surrender to the current, a letting go of the tight grip she usually maintained on her life. She had always been a pragmatist, a woman of logic and structure, finding solace in the predictable rhythms of her routines. The chaos of the river of mystery, therefore, represented a stark challenge to her very being. But instead of resisting, a strange sense of calm washed over her. The water enveloped her, a swirling embrace of cool currents and unseen depths. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the pull of the river. The initial fear, a natural response to the unknown, quickly dissipated, replaced by a curious sense of anticipation. The river itself seemed to hum with an ancient energy, a vibrant pulse that resonated deep within her bones. She felt herself becoming weightless, untethered from the earthly concerns that usually consumed her thoughts. Images, vivid and dreamlike, flooded her consciousness. She saw swirling galaxies, the birth and death of stars, the intricate dance of atoms. She saw the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web that bound the universe together. It was a vision of breathtaking beauty and terrifying vastness, a cosmic tapestry woven from the threads of time and space. Each thread pulsed with life, each shimmering fiber holding a story, a history, a future. The river's narrative wasn't told through words, but through sensations. The chilling cold of the cosmos, the burning heat of a newly formed star, the silent mystery of a nebula, all played upon her senses, filling her with an overwhelming sense of wonder. It was as though she was not merely observing these phenomena, but experiencing them on a visceral level, feeling the very fabric of existence weaving itself around her. There was a voice, too, though not a voice in the conventional sense. It was more of a resonance, a deep, resonant hum that echoed in the very core of her being, a universal song sung in the language of the soul. It spoke of unity, of the interconnectedness of all living things, of the illusion of separation. It spoke of the inherent paradox of existence, the constant dance between light and shadow, creation and destruction, birth and death. This voice didn't offer answers, but questions, prompting her to examine her own preconceived notions, to challenge her understanding of reality. As she drifted deeper, the boundaries of herself began to dissolve. The river's current was now not just a physical force, but a metaphysical one, dissolving the walls of her ego, eroding the hard shell she had built around her heart. Fear gave way to acceptance, judgment to compassion. She felt an expansion, a blossoming of her consciousness that transcended the limitations of her physical form. She felt the universe flowing through her, a boundless ocean of energy and possibility. She was not just Lila anymore. She was a part of something far greater, something infinitely vast and interconnected. She saw glimpses of her past lives, fleeting images that flickered like fireflies in the night. These weren't memories in the typical sense, but rather archetypal experiences, universal stories of love, loss, joy, and sorrow. They were shared experiences, not just her own. She saw the suffering of countless others, their struggles and triumphs echoing within her own being. And in seeing their pain, she felt a profound sense of empathy, a connection that transcended time and space. This wasn't a passive observation, it was an active participation. She felt the weight of their burdens, their hopes, their dreams. It was as though she was living their lives, experiencing their joys and sorrows as if they were her own. And in that shared experience, she found a sense of unity, a deep understanding of the human condition, the universal quest for meaning and purpose. The journey was not without its challenges. There were moments of intense fear, moments where the vastness of the universe threatened to overwhelm her, moments where she felt utterly lost and alone in the cosmic sea. But even in those moments of darkness, she held on to the unwavering faith that she would find her way, that there was a guiding light, a profound truth that awaited her discovery. It was not a comforting belief, not a belief born of dogma, but a deep conviction born of her own experiences, a knowing that was as natural and instinctive as breathing. As she neared the end of her journey, a sense of peace enveloped her, a profound stillness that was both exhilarating and terrifying. She felt a sense of homecoming, as though she was returning to a place she had always known, a place that resided not in the physical world, but within the depths of her own soul. The river seemed to gently ease her toward the bank, its current slowing, its energy softening. She felt a lightness, a sense of freedom, an unburdening that she had never known. Emerging from the river, Lila was different. Her eyes held a depth that had not been there before, a wisdom that went beyond the bounds of human experience. Her gaze was serene, her expression peaceful. The turmoil within her had subsided, replaced by a calm that radiated outward, touching everything around her. She had not simply traveled through the river of mystery, she had been transformed by it. She had glimpsed the infinite, and in that glimpse she had found herself. Her physical form remained the same, yet her spirit had undergone a profound metamorphosis. She carried within her the echoes of the universe, the whispers of ancient wisdom, the knowledge of her own interconnectedness to all of life. The river of mystery had not merely been a journey, it had been a rebirth, a transcendence into a state of being that was both intensely personal and universally connected. The paradox of separation and unity had resolved itself within her, not as a cognitive understanding, but as a lived experience, a profound and unshakable knowing. She was Lila, yet she was also everything and nothing, a paradox incarnate, and in that paradox she found ultimate peace. She stepped out of the water, leaving behind the uncertainties of her past self, embracing the boundless possibilities of her new reality. The journey had challenged her beliefs, tested her limits, and ultimately led her to a place of profound understanding and acceptance. The world, once seen through the narrow lens of her personal experiences, now stretched before her, vast and interconnected, awaiting further exploration. The journey had just begun, unifying the threads of paradox. The air hummed with a palpable energy as they approached the weaver's loom. It wasn't a loom in the traditional sense, not a contraption of wood and string, but a shimmering ethereal structure that seemed to exist both within and beyond the confines of the temple. Threads of pure light, each a different color, vibrated with an inner luminosity, weaving and intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. These weren't merely threads of light, Sophia sensed, but threads of experience, of emotion, of every moment lived, every paradox embraced. Javier, ever the scientist, reached out a tentative hand, his fingers brushing against one of the shimmering threads. A jolt, not of pain, but of intense awareness, pulsed through him. He recoiled slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "It's alive," he whispered, his voice tinged with awe. His previous skepticism, though still present, was now tempered by a growing sense of wonder. The rational mind, he was beginning to realize, wasn't equipped to comprehend the full spectrum of existence. Lila, her face serene, closed her eyes, her breathing deepening. She seemed to be absorbing the loom's energy, becoming one with its pulsating rhythm. "It's the tapestry of existence," she murmured, her voice resonating with the loom's own hum. Every experience, every choice, every paradox woven together to create the magnificent whole. Sophia, inspired by the visual spectacle before her, felt a surge of artistic inspiration unlike any she'd ever known. The loom was not just a representation of interconnectedness, it was a living, breathing masterpiece, a testament to the creative force that underpins reality. Her previous creative blocks, the struggles she had faced with finding the right expression for her art, seemed to melt away. The loom's intricate design provided her with an endless source of inspiration, a perfect model for creation itself. She saw how opposing forces, the light and dark, the chaotic and the ordered, intertwined to create something of breathtaking beauty. The loom pulsed with the echoes of their journeys. The shimmering threads reflected the enchanted lake, its iridescent depths mirrored in threads of sapphire and emerald. The eternal battleground was present too, its constant dance of opposing forces represented by the interweaving of ruby red and cool celestial blue threads. The clockmaker's tale was woven into a spiral of golden threads, a representation of time's cyclical nature, its endless flow and return. The mystical garden, a testament to the balance between being and non-being, was embodied in threads that shifted and changed color, mirroring the garden's ever-evolving beauty. And the river of mystery, the deepest part of their individual journeys, found its expression in threads of deepest violet and indigo, representing the courage it had taken to face their darkest fears. As they stood before the loom, each seeker began to understand the profound truth that Maya and Elias had hinted at, that paradoxes weren't obstacles to overcome but integral components of existence. They were the very threads that gave life its richness, its complexity, its beauty. The conflict between light and dark, order and chaos, creation and destruction, these opposing forces were not enemies but partners in a cosmic dance, each essential to the other. Javier, remembering his initial skepticism, realized that his scientific worldview, while valuable, was only one lens through which to view the universe. The loom demonstrated the limitations of purely rational thinking, the inability of logic alone to encompass the mysteries of existence. He felt a profound shift within himself, an acceptance of the unknown, a willingness to embrace the intuitive and the spiritual alongside the scientific. He began to see the beauty in the unknown, the elegance in the paradoxes that defied simple explanation. Lila, her spiritual awakening complete, felt a deep sense of unity, not just with the loom, but with everything it represented. She understood that the seemingly disparate threads of experience were all interconnected, each part playing a crucial role in the overall design. The duality that had once seemed contradictory was now seen as a fundamental aspect of creation, a source of balance and harmony. Her intuition had deepened, allowing her to perceive the delicate balance between opposing forces in every aspect of life, even within herself. Sophia, inspired by the loom's breathtaking beauty, found a newfound clarity in her artistic vision. Her creative process, once plagued by doubt and self-criticism, now flowed effortlessly. She understood that the paradoxes of art, the tension between chaos and order, emotion and intellect, were not flaws but rather the essence of artistic creation. She realized that her own internal conflicts, the struggles she'd faced, had been integral to the formation of her art. The loom, with its dynamic interplay of light and shadow, gave her the courage to embrace the imperfections within her creative work and celebrate the inherent beauty of paradox. The loom itself seemed to respond to their understanding, its threads pulsating with increased intensity. The light, intensified, bathing them in a warm, comforting glow. A sense of peace and unity settled over them, a feeling of complete acceptance and understanding. They had reached the pinnacle of their journey. They had confronted their inner demons, embraced their paradoxes, and emerged transformed. As they stood there, enveloped in the loom's radiant energy, a profound shift occurred. The individual threads of their experiences, once separate and distinct, began to merge, intertwining and becoming inseparable. Their individual struggles, their unique perspectives, their personal paradoxes, all were now interwoven into a single, unified tapestry. The final image was not of a multitude of separate threads, but of a single, magnificent tapestry, a seamless blend of colors, patterns, and textures, each thread playing its essential role in the creation of a unified whole. The tapestry represented not just the interconnectedness of all things, but the beauty of paradox itself. The contradictions, the tensions, the opposing forces, these were not flaws but the very essence of life, the elements that gave it depth, complexity, and a profound sense of meaning. This unified tapestry was not static, it pulsed with life, constantly shifting and changing, reflecting the dynamic nature of existence itself. It was a reminder that life's journey is never truly complete, that the weaving of the tapestry continues eternally, incorporating new experiences, new perspectives, and new paradoxes into its ever-evolving design. As the seekers left the temple, they carried with them not just the wisdom gained from their journey, but the understanding that paradox is not something to be feared or avoided, but embraced as a fundamental aspect of life. The very force that drives growth, creativity, and ultimately, a profound sense of unity. They knew their individual journeys were far from over, but the shared experience at the loom had given them the tools, the understanding, and the strength to navigate the complexities of life with greater grace and wisdom. They were no longer separate individuals wrestling with their own internal conflicts, but a unified collective, each enriching the lives of the others. The tapestry of their shared experience continued to weave itself into the larger, grand tapestry of existence, a testament to the unifying power of paradox itself. The journey had ended, but the weaving continues. Synthesis of experiences. The shimmering threads of the weaver's loom faded, leaving behind an echoing silence that was far from empty. It hummed with the residual energy of 1,000 interwoven lives, 1,000 paradoxes resolved, at least for now. Sophia, Javier, and Lila stood together, bathed in the afterglow of their shared experience, the weight of their individual journeys somehow lighter, yet profoundly richer. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a newfound clarity, as if the very essence of the temple had seeped into their beings. Javier, the pragmatic scientist, felt a shift within him that defied logic. The seemingly impossible convergence of opposing forces, the clash of his rational mind and his intuitive heart, had found a strange harmony at the loom. He had always sought answers in empirical evidence, in quantifiable data, yet the weaver's loom had offered a different kind of knowledge, a knowing that resided not in the head, but in the very core of his being. He found himself unexpectedly drawn to the beauty of the unknown, the elegance of unanswered questions, a perspective that had previously felt alien. The rigid structure of his worldview, once a source of comfort, now felt limiting, a cage he was finally ready to unlock. He remembered the eternal battleground of orbiting stars, the constant dance of opposing forces, a celestial mirror reflecting the conflict within himself. Now, he saw the beauty in the dance, the creativity born from friction, the potential for unity arising from seeming opposition. Lila, the artist, felt an overwhelming sense of connection to the universe. Her artistic expression, once a solitary endeavor, now felt inextricably linked to the grand tapestry of existence. The threads of the loom resonated deeply with her own creative process, the way disparate colors and textures could combine to create something breathtakingly beautiful. The enchanted lake, with its reflection of hidden beliefs, had shown her the power of self-awareness, the crucial first step in creating authentic art. Now she understood that her art was not simply a reflection of her own inner world, but a contribution to the larger whole, a thread in the grand cosmic design. The paradox of creation and destruction, of building and dismantling, had become clear to her. Each stroke of her brush, each note of her music was a part of the ongoing process of weaving, a testament to the constant flux of life itself. The seemingly chaotic process of creation mirrored the intricate dance of the loom's threads, a testament to the beauty that could emerge from apparent randomness. Sophia, the mystic, felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. The river of mystery, with its currents of the unknown, had taught her to embrace uncertainty, to trust the flow of life. The clockmaker's tale, with its paradox of time, had shown her the timeless present, the eternal now that lay beyond the confines of linear time. The loom itself was the ultimate expression of this timeless present, a weaving together of past, present, and future, all existing simultaneously. She had struggled with the paradox of faith and reason, intuition and logic, but at the loom, she felt the seamless fusion of these opposing forces. Her journey had been a reconciliation of her spiritual beliefs with the realities of the world, and the loom had served as the ultimate symbol of that synthesis. The mystical garden, with its balance of being and non-being, had shown her the interconnectedness of all things, a reality that now resonated with every fiber of her being. She no longer perceived herself as separate from the universe, but as an integral part of it, a thread interwoven into the grand tapestry of existence. Their individual insights began to merge, creating a collective understanding that transcended the sum of their parts. The paradoxical nature of their journey became evident in the very act of sharing their experiences. Each seeker's unique perspective enriched the others, illuminating previously unseen connections, deepening their understanding of the paradox itself. Javier's scientific rigor brought a framework to Sophia's mystical insights, while Lila's artistic sensibilities added a layer of emotional depth and nuanced expression to their collective understanding. The conversation that followed was a tapestry woven from their individual experiences, each thread adding to the richness and complexity of the whole. They spoke of the unexpected joys of confronting their inner demons, the unexpected liberation that came from acknowledging their limitations. They talked about the courage it took to embrace uncertainty, the profound peace that came from accepting the inevitable paradox of life and death, of light and shadow, of creation and destruction. The paradoxical nature of their journey, a quest to resolve paradoxes, became a source of amusement and wonder. They laughed, sharing anecdotes that illuminated the absurdity and beauty of their collective experience. They realized that the true journey wasn't about eliminating paradoxes, but about embracing them, about weaving them into the fabric of their lives, and creating a tapestry of resilience, understanding, and profound acceptance. The Temple of Paradox, once a daunting challenge, now seemed like a distant dream, a crucible in which they had been forged anew. The memories of the trials they had faced, the shimmering lake, the warring stars, the clockmaker's workshop, the mystical garden, and the winding river, became symbolic representations of their personal journeys. Each challenge had unveiled a hidden aspect of their own selves, revealing the depths of their resilience and the strength of their shared bond. They had faced their fears, confronted their inner conflicts, and emerged stronger, wiser, and more profoundly connected. They left the temple not as individuals striving for enlightenment, but as a collective entity, their experiences seamlessly woven together, their perspectives enriched by the shared journey. The paradoxical nature of their collective experience, three individuals united through confronting their own unique paradoxes, was a testament to the unifying power of shared struggle and mutual understanding. They carried with them the echoes of the loom's humming energy, a constant reminder of the intricate dance of opposites that constitutes the very fabric of existence. Their journey had brought them to a point of understanding that transcended mere intellectual comprehension. It was an embodied knowing, a deep, visceral sense of interconnectedness. They had woven their individual experiences into a shared tapestry, a testament to the unifying power of paradoxes embraced. The paradoxes of life, the tension between order and chaos, light and shadow, joy and sorrow, were not to be feared, but understood as integral aspects of the human condition. They were the very threads that made up the rich and complex tapestry of existence. The journey back to their respective lives was not a return to normalcy, but a continuation of the weaving process. They carried the lessons learned at the loom into their daily lives, navigating the inevitable paradoxes with a newfound grace and understanding. Javier found himself integrating his scientific approach with a newfound appreciation for intuition and creativity. Lila's artistic vision broadened, incorporating the lessons of balance and interconnectedness into her work. Sophia's spiritual insights were grounded in the practical realities of life, creating a more balanced and fulfilling path. They remained connected, their shared experience a constant source of support and inspiration, a testament to the transformative power of confronting life's inherent paradoxes. The Temple of Paradox may have receded into the past, but the lessons learned and the bonds forged there continued to reverberate, shaping their lives in subtle and profound ways. They understood that the weaver's loom was not a static object, but a metaphor for the ever-evolving tapestry of existence, a tapestry in which each individual's life contributes a unique and essential thread. The journey was far from over, but they faced the future with a newfound confidence, knowing that they were not alone, that they were part of something larger, something beautiful, something undeniably paradoxical, and ultimately something profoundly meaningful. Their lives, once defined by their individual struggles with internal paradoxes, now reflected the unified harmony of the interwoven threads, a testament to the power of embracing the inherent paradoxes of life. The weaving continues, resolution of inner conflicts. Sophia, the artist, felt the lingering hum of the loom resonate within her very bones. Before her encounter with the paradoxical threads, her life had been a frantic dance between the need for creative expression and the crippling fear of judgment. She had woven intricate tapestries of self-doubt, each thread a harsh criticism whispered by her inner critic. The loom, however, had shown her that imperfection was not the enemy of art, but its very essence. The most beautiful tapestries, she realized, were those woven with threads of both light and shadow, joy and sorrow, success and failure. Her fear hadn't disappeared entirely. That would be a paradox in itself, but it no longer held the same power. Now, it was a mere whisper, a counterpoint to the vibrant symphony of her creativity. She carried the loom's lesson in her heart, a quiet affirmation that her worth was not defined by flawless execution, but by the courage to create despite her fears. The canvas before her, once a source of anxiety, now beckoned with a vibrant invitation. Javier, the scientist, had wrestled with the paradox of certainty and uncertainty, of empirical evidence and the mysteries that lay beyond the reach of his instruments. His life had been a relentless pursuit of objective truth, a quest for irrefutable answers in a world that often refused to yield them. The loom had revealed to him the beauty of embracing uncertainty, the acceptance that some questions might never have definitive answers. The universe, he now understood, was not a machine to be dissected and understood entirely. It was a living, breathing entity full of unpredictable wonders, a symphony of chaos and order. He had learned to appreciate the gaps in his knowledge, to see them not as failures but as invitations to further exploration. The scientific method, once his rigid framework, now felt more like a flexible instrument capable of adapting to the ever-changing landscape of discovery. He could still pursue knowledge with unwavering determination, but with a newfound humility, recognizing the limits of his understanding. His research, once driven by the need for absolute certainty, was now fueled by a curiosity that embraced the unknown, finding harmony in the paradox of knowing and not knowing. Lila, the philosopher, had grappled with the duality of existence and non-existence, of being and nothingness. Her life had been a constant search for meaning in a seemingly meaningless universe. She had built elaborate philosophical structures, only to find them crumbling under the weight of their own contradictions. The loom, however, had shown her the interconnectedness of all things, the seamless transition between seeming opposites. She understood that the concept of nothingness was not an absence, but a potential, a fertile void from which everything emerged, and to which everything ultimately returns. Existence and non-existence, she realized, were not mutually exclusive. They were two sides of the same coin, two threads interwoven in the grand tapestry of being. The pursuit of absolute meaning, once her consuming passion, now gave way to an acceptance of the inherent ambiguity of life. She found solace in the paradox, in the realization that meaning wasn't something to be discovered, but something to be created, a tapestry woven from the threads of experience, both joyful and sorrowful. Her philosophical inquiries, once driven by the need to resolve contradictions, became an exploration of the beauty found in embracing paradox, appreciating the inherent uncertainties of human existence. The three seekers, each transformed by their individual encounters with the loom, found themselves bound together by a newfound understanding. They had come to the temple of paradox seeking answers, but they had discovered something far more profound, the acceptance of questions. They had learned that the journey of self-discovery was not a linear path towards a singular truth, but a continuous weaving, a process of constant integration and resolution of inner conflicts. The temple, they realized, was not a destination, but a metaphor for the ongoing process of life itself, a continuous dance between opposites. Their individual struggles, once perceived as isolating experiences, were now viewed as shared threads in a larger, more complex narrative. Their conversations, once filled with the anxieties of their individual struggles, now flowed with a shared wisdom. Sophia spoke of the liberating power of embracing imperfection in her art, finding beauty in the flaws and the unexpected turns. Javier shared his newfound appreciation for uncertainty in science, recognizing the importance of open-ended questioning and the embrace of the unknown. Lila expressed her acceptance of the paradoxical nature of existence, embracing the inherent ambiguity of life and the beauty found in its contradictions. They listened deeply, recognizing that each narrative added a unique and essential thread to the collective tapestry of their shared understanding. The weight of their past struggles, once felt as crushing burdens, now felt like experiences that had shaped and strengthened them, making them more compassionate, more understanding, and more resilient. They had learned to navigate the complexities of their own inner worlds, accepting the inherent contradictions that shaped their identities. Their inner conflicts, far from being insurmountable obstacles, were transformed into opportunities for growth, for self-discovery, and for deepening their connections with each other. Their lives, once defined by the pursuit of resolutions to their inner conflicts, had found a new equilibrium. They had discovered that the quest for harmony wasn't about eliminating the dissonance, but about finding a balance between opposing forces. It was about weaving a tapestry of contradictions, allowing the seemingly opposing threads of life to coexist and contribute to the richness of the whole. The journey, they realized, was not about reaching a state of perfect equilibrium, but about the continuous process of weaving, a journey of ongoing integration and transformation. As they journeyed away from the temple, the lessons of the weaver's loom continued to unfold within them. They saw the paradoxes of everyday life, the balance of joy and sorrow, of success and failure, of light and shadow, not as obstacles, but as integral parts of existence. They carried with them a sense of profound interconnectedness, a realization that their individual experiences were woven into the larger tapestry of humanity, a tapestry as intricate and beautiful as the loom itself. The threads of their lives, once tangled and frayed, were now woven together, forming a stronger, more resilient whole. They faced the future with a deepened sense of purpose, knowing that their journey of self-discovery was ongoing, a continuous process of weaving, of embracing the paradoxes, and of finding beauty in the inherent contradictions of life. The memory of the shimmering threads remained, not as a static image, but as a living, breathing metaphor for the ever-evolving nature of their own lives and the universe itself. Each day was a new opportunity to weave, to integrate, to learn, and to grow. The paradoxes persisted, but they were no longer sources of fear or confusion. They were now understood as fundamental aspects of the human experience, essential threads in the grand tapestry of existence. The lessons of the loom were not confined to the walls of the temple, but resonated within them, shaping their perceptions, guiding their actions, and enriching their lives in subtle but profound ways. They recognized that the journey of self-discovery was a lifelong process, a constant exploration of the intricate tapestry of their own being. They were prepared for future challenges, knowing that the lessons of the loom would serve as a guiding light, a reminder that the beauty of life lies in the acceptance and integration of its inherent paradoxes. Their individual stories, once marked by internal conflicts and unresolved tensions, were now interwoven, creating a narrative of unity, resilience, and profound self-understanding. The weaver's loom, in its metaphorical sense, continued to function within them, weaving together the threads of their experiences, forming a vibrant and ever-evolving tapestry of their lives. The weaving continues, and they, as active participants in this grand cosmic design, were ready to embrace the next thread, the next paradox, the next beautiful, complex, and ultimately meaningful challenge that life would present. The journey, they knew, was far from over. But they were ready. They were woven together, stronger and more unified than ever before, ready to face the world with the wisdom and understanding gained within the hallowed halls of the Temple of Paradox, embracing non-duality. Javier, the pragmatic scientist, had always sought order in the chaos of the universe. His life had been a relentless pursuit of empirical evidence, a quest to quantify and categorize the world around him. The duality of science and spirituality had long been a source of internal conflict, a battle between the rational mind and the intuitive heart. The weaver's loom, however, had shown him that these weren't opposing forces, but rather complementary aspects of a single, unified reality. The seemingly disparate threads of logic and faith, observation and intuition, were woven together, creating a tapestry far richer and more complex than either could achieve alone. He remembered the moment of clarity, standing before the loom, watching the threads intertwine and shift, creating patterns he could never have predicted, yet somehow understanding their inherent logic. It was as if the universe itself was a grand experiment, a constantly evolving tapestry of cause and effect, yet guided by an unseen hand, a principle of interconnectedness that defied simple explanation. His scientific mind, trained to seek certainty, began to embrace the inherent uncertainty of existence. He realized that his pursuit of order wasn't about eliminating chaos, but about finding the underlying pattern, the unifying principle that connected all things. The loom had shattered his rigid worldview, revealing a universe far more nuanced and mysterious than he had ever imagined. He realized that the scientific method, with its focus on observation and experimentation, was not in opposition to spirituality, but a tool for understanding the intricate design of the cosmic tapestry. The act of scientific inquiry, he now saw, was itself a form of spiritual practice, a journey of discovery that led to a deeper appreciation of the interconnectedness of all things. His scientific curiosity had never diminished, but it was now tempered with a sense of awe and wonder, a recognition of the limits of human understanding in the face of the infinite. Lila, the poet, had always found solace in the beauty of language, using words to explore the depths of human emotion. She had struggled with the duality of expressing her inner world and connecting with others, balancing the need for self-expression with the desire for understanding and acceptance. Before her encounter with the loom, she had felt a sense of isolation, believing her unique perspective was somehow separate from the shared human experience. The loom, however, revealed a profound interconnectedness, a sense of unity that transcended individual differences. The threads of her poetry, her personal experiences, and the shared human experience were all woven together in the grand tapestry of existence. It was as if the loom had shown her that her own story was merely a thread in a much larger narrative, a narrative that encompassed the joys and sorrows, triumphs and failures of all humanity. She realized that her poems were not merely expressions of her own emotions, but reflections of the universal human experience. They resonated with others not because of their unique style or vocabulary, but because they tapped into the shared wellspring of human emotion, a common language that transcended the barriers of culture, language, and time. Her creativity, once a source of both joy and isolation, was now a means of connection, a way to bridge the gap between her inner world and the external reality. The loom had transformed her creative process, making it not just an act of self-expression, but an act of communion. The words she wrote were no longer merely hers, but threads in the larger tapestry of human experience, a symphony of voices woven together to create a single unified song. The fear of judgment had vanished, replaced by a sense of purpose, a conviction that her work had a role to play in the collective human narrative. Maya and Elias, the wise guides, watched as the seekers embraced the non-duality revealed by the loom. They understood that the journey of self-discovery was not a linear path, but a cyclical process, a constant unfolding of the self. The loom, they knew, was not merely a physical object, but a metaphor for the interconnectedness of all things, a reflection of the cosmic dance of creation and destruction, birth and death, light and shadow. They had guided the seekers to the loom, knowing that its transformative power would challenge their preconceived notions and lead them to a deeper understanding of themselves and the universe. They had seen the seekers grapple with the paradoxes of life, the inherent tensions between opposites. They had witnessed their struggles, their doubts, their moments of despair and triumph. But through it all, they had remained steadfast in their faith in the seekers' ability to overcome their inner conflicts and achieve a state of non-duality. The loom, in its infinite wisdom, had revealed the interconnectedness of all things, demonstrating that seemingly opposing forces were, in reality, complementary aspects of a single unified whole. It had shown them that the journey of self-discovery was not about eliminating the paradoxes of life, but about embracing them, integrating them into a larger, more comprehensive understanding of existence. The lessons learned at the Temple of Paradox were not confined to the hallowed halls of the mystical sanctuary. The principles of non-duality, interconnectedness, and paradox extended to all aspects of life. The relationships they formed, the challenges they overcame, the joys and sorrows they experienced. The loom had woven its magic into their hearts and minds, and the wisdom they gained would guide them for the rest of their lives. The journey from duality to non-duality was not a destination, but an ongoing process. It was a continuous exploration, a constant reevaluation of their beliefs and perspectives. It required courage, humility, and a willingness to embrace the unknown, the paradoxical, the seemingly contradictory nature of existence. The path was not always easy, fraught with challenges and unexpected twists and turns, but it was a journey of profound personal growth and spiritual transformation. The seekers had learned that the world was not a collection of isolated entities, but a complex network of interconnected elements. Their individual experiences were not separate from the larger human experience, but integral components of a single, unified reality. The loom had woven together the threads of their individual lives, forming a tapestry of shared understanding, mutual respect, and profound interconnectedness. As they left the Temple of Paradox, they carried with them not only the lessons learned, but also a sense of hope, a renewed faith in the inherent goodness of humanity, and a deep understanding of their place within the vast and intricate tapestry of existence. They knew that the journey continued, that the weaver's loom continued its work, weaving together the threads of their lives, and that their individual stories were but threads in a far grander design. The echoes of the loom reverberated in their souls, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a subtle hum of unity beneath the apparent diversity of the universe. They had come to the Temple of Paradox seeking answers, but they left with a deeper understanding of the questions themselves. They realized that the true journey was not about finding all the answers, but about embracing the paradoxes, the mysteries, the unanswered questions that make life so rich and complex. Their experiences at the temple had transformed them, not by providing simple solutions, but by revealing the inherent complexity of existence. They now approached life with a greater sense of openness, a willingness to embrace the unknown, the unexpected, and the paradoxical nature of the human experience. They had discovered that true wisdom lay not in eliminating duality, but in integrating it, in finding the harmony within the dissonance, the unity within the diversity. The weaver's loom, a symbol of cosmic creation and interconnectedness, had woven its magic into their very being. They left, transformed, carrying with them the lessons of non-duality, the understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, and the wisdom to embrace the paradoxical nature of existence. Their journey had brought them closer to themselves, to each other, and to the profound mystery of the universe itself, a journey that continued, a tapestry forever being woven. The threads of their individual lives, interwoven with the threads of humanity and the universe, continued to be woven into the grand, ever-evolving tapestry of existence. And in this weaving, they found their peace, their purpose, and their place in the grand design. The tapestry of existence. The air hummed with a quiet energy, a residual vibration from the loom's intricate dance. As the seekers stood at the precipice of the Temple of Paradox, the world seemed to shimmer, its edges softened by a newfound understanding. The sharp lines of duality, once so prominent, had blurred, giving way to a spectrum of nuanced possibilities. Javier, who had once meticulously categorized the world into neat compartments of logic and reason, felt a profound sense of release. The rigid structure of his scientific worldview had yielded to a more fluid, holistic perspective. He saw now that the universe wasn't merely a collection of observable phenomena to be analyzed, but a living, breathing entity, a tapestry woven from the threads of paradox itself. Sophia, the artist, whose life had been a constant negotiation between creative chaos and disciplined form, felt a deep resonance with the loom's intricate pattern. The seemingly contradictory forces that had shaped her art, the spontaneous burst of inspiration, and the meticulous process of refinement, now appeared as two sides of the same coin, integral parts of a unified whole. She understood now that the beauty of art lay not in its adherence to strict rules, but in its embrace of the unexpected, the paradoxical, the sublime. The imperfections, the asymmetries, the very uncertainties that had once troubled her, were now seen as the sources of its vitality, its unique and breathtaking beauty. She saw her own life reflected in the vibrant hues of the tapestry, a tapestry of joy and sorrow, creation and destruction, light and shadow, all essential components of the larger masterpiece. Lila, the mystic, whose journey had been a quest for spiritual enlightenment, felt a profound sense of homecoming. The loom had revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the subtle dance of opposites that drives the universe's rhythm. The seemingly contradictory forces of light and dark, birth and death, creation and annihilation, were not separate entities but aspects of a single unified force. Her intuition, which had once been a source of uncertainty and doubt, in a world that prized logic and reason, was now recognized as a powerful tool for navigating the complexities of existence. She realized the illusory nature of separation, a concept she had grappled with for years. The universe wasn't a collection of disparate parts. It was a seamless web, a symphony of interconnected energies, where every thread played a crucial role in the larger design. The loom demonstrated the inherent harmony of seeming chaos, a truth that resonated deeply within her soul. The three seekers, each with their unique perspectives, stood before the final masterpiece, the tapestry of existence. The loom, having fulfilled its purpose, had faded into the background, leaving behind its extraordinary creation. It was a magnificent display of vibrant colors, intricate patterns, and unexpected juxtapositions. Threads of darkness intertwined with threads of light, creating a stunning visual paradox that captivated their senses. Jagged lines smoothed out into graceful curves, and harsh colors blended seamlessly into harmonious gradients. The tapestry pulsed with a subtle energy, as if alive, a testament to the dynamic nature of existence itself. Within its vast expanse, they recognized fragments of their own journeys, their struggles, their triumphs, their moments of doubt, and their moments of profound clarity. Examining the tapestry closely, they saw that each thread represented a paradox, a seemingly contradictory aspect of life. The thread of joy was interwoven with the thread of sorrow, the thread of light with the thread of darkness, the thread of life with the thread of death. These opposing forces were not in conflict, but rather danced together in a harmonious rhythm, creating a symphony of contrasts that constituted the vibrant essence of existence. The pattern was not linear, it was a complex, multi-dimensional web, defying any attempt at simple categorization. Yet within this apparent chaos, there was a profound sense of order, a unifying principle that held everything together. It was the paradox of unity within diversity, the interconnectedness of seemingly disparate elements, the beauty of imperfection. The tapestry revealed the illusion of separation. Each thread was intimately connected to every other thread, creating an intricate network of interdependence. There were no isolated strands. Each one played a crucial role in shaping the overall pattern. The seekers saw themselves reflected in the tapestry, not as isolated individuals, but as integral parts of a larger whole. Their individual struggles and triumphs were interwoven with the struggles and triumphs of humanity and the universe itself. They were all connected, bound together by invisible threads that stretched across time and space. The implications of this realization were profound. It challenged the fundamental assumptions of their individual worldviews, shattering the illusion of separateness and revealing the fundamental unity of all things. The concept of self, once perceived as a discrete entity, expanded to encompass the universe itself. They were not merely observers of existence, but active participants in its unfolding drama. The tapestry was not merely a passive object of contemplation. It was a dynamic, living entity, constantly evolving, adapting, and changing. The image of the tapestry resonated deeply with their understanding of paradox. Each individual thread, representing a specific element of experience, contributed to the overall complexity and beauty of the design. Without the shadows, the light would lose its intensity. Without the sorrows, the joys would be less meaningful. Without the uncertainties, the certainties would lack depth. The tapestry, in its entirety, was a testament to the beauty that can arise from apparent contradictions. It was an illustration of the dynamic interplay of opposites, demonstrating that these seeming conflicts are not destructive, but instead are the very building blocks of creation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape, the seekers stood in silent contemplation, absorbing the profound wisdom embodied in the tapestry of existence. The journey to the Temple of Paradox had been a transformative experience, a descent into the heart of paradox itself. They had confronted their deepest fears, challenged their most cherished beliefs, and ultimately emerged with a newfound understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. They left the temple, not with answers, but with a deepened appreciation of the inherent mystery of existence. They had learned to embrace the paradoxes, not as obstacles to overcome, but as integral aspects of a life lived fully. Their journey had brought them closer to each other, closer to themselves, and closer to a profound understanding of the unity that underlies the apparent diversity of the universe. The tapestry, a metaphor for the cosmos itself, served as a constant reminder of the intricate dance of opposites, the seamless blending of contrasts, the ultimate harmony that arises from apparent chaos. It whispered of a universe woven from paradoxes, a universe where each contradictory element played a crucial role in the overall design. The journey had concluded, but the weaving continued, an ongoing process of discovery, learning, and growth, a tapestry ever evolving, ever expanding, a testament to the boundless creativity and interconnectedness of existence. The seekers carried the wisdom of the loom, a tangible echo of its cosmic lessons in their hearts. The whispers of paradox, once daunting, now resonated with a comforting, almost musical rhythm. They had learned to listen to that rhythm, to dance to its intricate beat, and to find peace, not in the resolution of contradictions, but in their embrace. The understanding, a profound and subtle shift in perception, remained their constant companion, a guiding light on their continued journey through the ever-unfolding tapestry of existence. Returning to the world, the air crackled with a familiar energy as the shimmering portal, the gateway back to their world, materialized before them. Sophia, Javier, and Lila, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration, stood on the threshold of the Temple of Paradox, ready to return to the ordinary yet profoundly altered landscape of their lives. The journey had been transformative, a crucible that had melted away ingrained beliefs and misconceptions, forging them anew in the fire of self-discovery. Lila, the spiritual seeker, stepped forward first, her eyes reflecting the ethereal glow of the portal. She felt a profound sense of peace, a tranquility that resonated deep within her soul. The river of mystery, the mystical garden, the eternal battleground of the stars, each challenge had chipped away at the rigid structures of her preconceived notions, unveiling a universe teeming with interconnectedness and boundless mystery. She no longer saw the world as a collection of separate entities, but as a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of duality, where opposites danced in a harmonious, if sometimes chaotic, ballet. Javier the scientist followed, his gaze still lingering on the breathtaking, otherworldly landscape of Veridia. The Temple of Paradox had challenged his rational mind, forcing him to confront the limits of his scientific worldview. He had wrestled with the paradox of time, the cyclical nature of existence, the elusive balance between being and non-being. The seemingly impossible architecture of the temple itself, a constant reminder of the universe's inherent contradictions, had been a profound learning experience. He now understood that logic alone could not fathom the full scope. of reality, intuition, emotion, and even the inexplicable held a crucial key to understanding the universe's complexities. His scientific curiosity remained, but it was now tempered with a newfound appreciation for the mysteries that lay beyond the grasp of empirical observation. Sophia the artist felt a surge of creative energy coursing through her veins. The clockmaker's story, the timeless piece it evoked, had unleashed a torrent of inspiration within her. The enchanted lake, reflecting the hidden depths of her soul, had helped her confront her deepest fears and insecurities, the creative blocks that had stifled her artistic expression for so long. She carried within her a renewed sense of purpose, a profound understanding that her art was not merely an expression of her individual self, but a reflection of the universe's infinite tapestry of possibilities. The paradoxes she had encountered in Veridia had become the raw materials of her creativity, the very essence of her artistic expression. As they stepped through the portal, they were enveloped in a warm, familiar light, and the landscape of Veridia faded away, replaced by the familiar sights and sounds of their own world. But the world they returned to was not the same world they had left behind. Their perspectives had shifted, their understanding had deepened, and their lives were irrevocably changed. Sophia returned to her studio, her hands trembling with the urgency to create. The canvases before her were no longer blank slates, but vessels waiting to be filled with the vibrant hues of her newfound wisdom. The paradoxical nature of art itself, the tension between creation and destruction, between order and chaos, now resonated with a newfound depth. Her art became a reflection not only of her own inner world, but also of the universe's infinite, paradoxical nature. She began to incorporate symbols from her journey, the shimmering lake, the orbiting stars, the intricate clockwork mechanisms, into her paintings, inviting viewers to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Javier, back in his laboratory, found himself approaching his scientific pursuits with a newfound humility. He delved into his research with the same rigorous methodology, but his perspective had expanded. He no longer sought only to quantify and analyze, but to understand the underlying interconnectedness of phenomena, the subtle interplay of forces that defied simple explanations. He embraced the mystery of the universe, recognizing that there were questions that science could not yet answer, and that the pursuit of knowledge was a lifelong journey, fraught with paradox but ultimately rewarding. He even found himself incorporating philosophical reflections into his scientific papers, acknowledging the limitations of purely objective analysis. Lila, returning to her community of spiritual seekers, shared her transformative experiences with open hearts and minds. She taught them about the beauty of embracing duality, the importance of accepting the unknown, and the power of self-discovery. Her teachings resonated deeply, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-reflection and spiritual growth. Her newfound understanding of interconnectedness fostered a deeper sense of community, a shared understanding of the profound interconnectedness of all life. The transformation wasn't limited to their personal lives. Sophia's art became a powerful catalyst for change, inspiring others to confront their own inner paradoxes. Javier's scientific work became more profound, embracing the complexity and mystery of the universe. Lila's spiritual teachings touched countless lives, fostering a deeper sense of community and understanding. They faced the challenges of daily life, the mundane struggles, the disappointments, the joys, with a new lens. The enduring paradox of the human experience, the constant dance between light and darkness, between hope and despair, was no longer a source of conflict, but a source of strength. They had learned to embrace the contradictions within themselves and the world around them, finding beauty in the inherent tension of opposing forces. Their experiences at the Temple of Paradox had not erased the difficulties of life, but they had given them the tools to navigate those difficulties with greater wisdom, compassion, and resilience. The paradoxes they encountered had not been vanquished, but transformed into catalysts for growth and understanding. They had learned to dance with the paradoxes, to find unity within duality, and to appreciate the rich tapestry of existence woven from the threads of both light and shadow. The journey to the Temple of Paradox was over, but their journey of self-discovery, of grappling with the enduring paradoxes of life, had just begun. And in this ongoing journey, they found a deeper meaning, a more profound connection to themselves, to each other, and to the universe itself. The echoes of Veridia remained, a subtle reminder of the transformative power of confronting one's own inner contradictions and embracing the paradoxical nature of existence. The world had changed, not in a fantastical, magical way, but in the quiet, profound transformation of their hearts and minds. They had returned, changed, but not broken, ready to share their wisdom, to inspire others to embrace their own journeys of self-discovery, and to continue dancing with the paradoxes of life. The journey had been profound, a testament to the human capacity for growth, resilience, and the acceptance of life's inherent contradictions, a symphony of paradoxes resolved, not in a simplistic resolution, but in a rich, complex harmony. Their newfound wisdom was not a destination, but a continuous journey, a lifelong engagement with the ever-present and ever-evolving paradoxes that shape the human experience, transformation and growth. Sophia found herself staring out her apartment window, the city lights blurring into a hazy, indistinct glow. The familiar cityscape, once a backdrop to the relentless rhythm of daily life, now felt strangely different. It wasn't the buildings or the streets that had changed, but her perspective. The sharp edges of anxiety, the relentless pressure of expectations, the constant internal dialogue of self-doubt. These had softened, their intensity muted, replaced by a quiet, almost serene acceptance. Veridia, the mystical land of paradoxes, had seeped into her reality, subtly altering the very fabric of her being. Javier, a renowned architect known for his rigid adherence to structure and design, found himself sketching freely, abandoning the precision that had defined his work for years. His drawings were now infused with a sense of fluidity, embracing the imperfect, the asymmetrical, the unexpected. The rigid lines he once favored were replaced by curves and flowing lines, a reflection of the dance of opposing forces he had witnessed in the eternal battleground of the two orbiting stars. The paradox of order and chaos, once a source of internal conflict, had become the inspiration for his art, a harmonious blend of structure and spontaneity. He found himself appreciating the beauty in imperfection, the elegance in asymmetry. His architecture, once purely functional, now echoed the underlying unity he had discovered within duality. Lila, a gifted musician, felt the change most profoundly in her music. Her compositions, once marked by a melancholic undertone reflecting her inner turmoil, now possessed a newfound lightness, a joy that resonated with a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. The river of mystery, with its unpredictable currents and hidden depths, had mirrored her own emotional landscape, teaching her to embrace the uncertainty of life, to flow with its currents rather than fight against them. Her music, once a means of expressing her struggles, now served as a conduit for her newfound peace, a celebration of the paradoxes that had shaped her journey. She found herself weaving melodies that reflected the shimmering beauty of the enchanted lake, the profound stillness of the clockmaker's timeless realm, and the vibrant growth of the mystical garden. The transformation wasn't merely aesthetic or creative, it was a fundamental shift in their understanding of themselves and the world. Sophia, once consumed by self-doubt, now possessed a quiet confidence, a sense of self-acceptance that emanated from her very core. The challenges she had faced in Veridia, the confrontations with her inner demons, had not erased her insecurities, but they had given her the tools to manage them, to view them not as obstacles, but as integral parts of her being. She found a renewed sense of purpose, a clarity of vision that had been obscured by the fog of her own self-criticism. Javier's rigid perfectionism, once a source of both pride and suffering, had mellowed into a thoughtful consideration for nuance and complexity. He learned to appreciate the beauty in the unexpected, the serendipity of life's unpredictable turns. His architecture, once cold and austere, now embraced warmth and human connection, reflecting the interconnectedness he'd witnessed in the heart of Veridia. He found a new level of empathy, appreciating the human experience in all its messy, imperfect glory. Lila's melancholic tendencies, once a defining characteristic, were no longer the dominant force in her life. She discovered a resilience that had been dormant within her, a strength that allowed her to embrace life's uncertainties and navigate its complexities with grace and equanimity. The river of mystery had taught her to surrender to the flow, to trust the process, and to find beauty in the unexpected turns of fate. Her music, once a reflection of her internal struggles, now served as a balm, a source of healing not only for herself but also for others. The return to their ordinary lives was not an anticlimactic conclusion, but a continuation of their journey. They carried Veridia within them, not as a fleeting memory, but as a living, breathing part of their being. The paradoxes they had encountered were not resolved in a simplistic sense, but integrated into the rich tapestry of their lives. They had learned to embrace the inherent contradictions of existence, to find unity within duality, and to appreciate the complexity and beauty of the human experience in all its multifaceted glory. The world still presented its challenges, its disappointments, and its inherent uncertainties. But their response to these challenges was profoundly altered. They navigated life's complexities with a newfound wisdom, a deeper understanding of their own strengths and limitations, and a compassionate acceptance of the paradoxes that shape the human condition. Their relationships deepened, strengthened by their shared experiences and the mutual understanding forged in the crucible of their transformative journey. They found themselves sharing their insights, not to preach or convert, but to inspire others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery, to confront their inner conflicts, and to embrace the paradoxes that are the very essence of life. Sophia began leading workshops on mindfulness and self-acceptance, drawing upon the lessons she learned at the Temple of Paradox. Her workshops weren't about achieving some idealized state of perfection, but about cultivating self-compassion and accepting the multifaceted nature of the self. She helped others navigate the complexities of their own inner worlds, guiding them towards a more peaceful and harmonious coexistence with their own inner paradoxes. Javier's architectural designs became renowned for their innovative blend of structure and fluidity, reflecting the harmony he found between opposing forces. His buildings were not merely functional spaces, but expressions of the interconnectedness he witnessed in the heart of Veridia. He sought to create spaces that fostered human connection and nurtured a sense of unity. Lila's music transcended the boundaries of genre, incorporating elements of classical, jazz, and world music into her unique compositions. Her music was a tapestry of emotions, reflecting the full spectrum of the human experience: joy, sorrow, hope, despair, woven together in a harmonious whole. Her concerts were not mere performances, but deeply moving experiences that touched the souls of her audience, inspiring them to embrace their own vulnerabilities and celebrate the beauty of their own unique journeys. Their transformation wasn't a singular event, but an ongoing process, a continuous dance with the paradoxes that shaped their lives. The memories of Veridia served as a constant reminder of their potential for growth, resilience, and the capacity to find unity within duality. They had returned from the Temple of Paradox not as completely transformed individuals, but as individuals who embraced transformation as a lifelong journey. They had come to understand that the paradoxes of life weren't problems to be solved, but mysteries to be embraced, and that the search for unity wasn't about eliminating duality but about finding harmony within it. Their story became a testament to the enduring power of self-discovery, a beacon of hope for others seeking to navigate their own paths towards a richer, more fulfilling life, a life embraced in all its paradoxical glory. The journey to the Temple of Paradox had ended, but their journey of self-discovery, their continuous dance with the paradoxes of existence, had just begun. A symphony of life played out in all its rich and contradictory harmony. And in this ongoing symphony, they found not only their own peace but also the inspiration to help others find their own unique harmonies within the paradoxical melody of life, sharing their wisdom. The airport hummed with the usual cacophony, the rhythmic rumble of luggage carts, the clipped announcements echoing through the vast terminal. the hushed anxieties and excited chatter of travelers. Yet, for Sophia, Javier, and Lila, the atmosphere held a different resonance. The vibrant energy of Veridia still pulsed within them, a subtle counterpoint to the mundane reality of their return. They weren't simply returning home, they were bringing Veridia home with them. Sophia, ever the pragmatist, found herself drawn to the quiet observation deck overlooking the runways. The planes, miniature metal birds against the vast canvas of the sky, represented journeys, departures and arrivals, beginnings and endings, the constant flux of life mirroring the paradoxes they'd confronted in Veridia. She thought about the clockmaker's tale, the cyclical nature of time, its relentless march forward yet its inherent circularity. Each moment, a unique paradox, a fleeting instance of being that vanished into the past yet contributed to the continuous present. She realized she wasn't just looking at planes. She was seeing the journey of her life, a series of moments both distinct and interconnected, each building upon the last, a paradox in itself. This new perspective wasn't about eliminating the anxieties that still lingered. Instead, it was about recognizing them as integral parts of her life's tapestry, threads that contributed to the overall pattern, even the seemingly chaotic ones. Javier, on the other hand, found himself drawn to the bustling energy of the city. He saw the paradoxes in every interaction, in the rush and the slowness, the cooperation and competition, the joy and sorrow. The city, a microcosm of humanity, a tapestry woven with the threads of countless individual experiences, each a paradox in its own right. The eternal battleground of the two stars in Veridia, a symbol of the constant interplay of opposing forces, mirrored the city's dynamic energy. He thought of the enchanted lake, the mirror that revealed their deepest beliefs. He understood that Veridia wasn't a separate place. It was a reflection of the world around them, a mirror reflecting the universal paradoxes of existence. He smiled, his eyes taking in the diversity of humanity, recognizing that each person carried their own internal battle, their own unique dance with duality. He felt a growing sense of empathy, a deepened understanding of the inherent unity beneath the surface differences. Lila, always the most intuitive of the three, found solace in the quietude of a nearby park. The mystical garden in Veridia, with its delicate balance between being and non-being, resonated deeply with her. She saw the paradox in nature itself, the cycle of life and death, growth and decay, an endless dance of creation and destruction. The river of mystery, its swirling currents a symbol of the unknown, mirrored her own inner world, the uncharted depths of her subconscious. She remembered the weaver's loom, the ultimate synthesis of paradoxes, the harmonious unification of seemingly opposing forces. She realized that the journey to Veridia wasn't about finding answers. It was about embracing the questions, about learning to live with the uncertainties, the paradoxes, the unknown. The key wasn't to solve the paradox of life, but to dance with it, finding peace in the very midst of its seemingly irreconcilable elements. Over the coming weeks, they shared their experiences, not just with each other, but with others. They spoke to friends, family, colleagues, and strangers, sharing snippets of their transformative journey, weaving tales of the mystical land of Veridia, of the challenges they faced, and the profound insights they gained. They didn't preach, they shared, inviting others to reflect on their own lives, to explore the paradoxes within themselves. Sophia, in her work as a therapist, found herself using her experience to help her patients confront their own inner conflicts. She no longer approached issues from a purely analytical perspective, but through the lens of paradoxical acceptance. A patient struggling with self-doubt, for instance, might find solace in the understanding that self-doubt itself is a paradox, a simultaneous belief in one's inadequacy and one's potential. She helped them embrace both aspects, recognizing the value of self-doubt as a catalyst for growth rather than a sign of failure. Javier, a renowned artist, infused his work with a newfound depth and complexity, his paintings and sculptures reflecting the dynamic interplay of opposing forces. His art was no longer a simple representation of the world, but a meditation on the paradoxes of existence, the beauty in decay, the strength in vulnerability, the unity in diversity. He used the imagery of the eternal battleground, the duality of the orbiting stars, in his new series of works, provoking thought and reflection in his viewers. Each piece was a visual representation of the paradox of living, a journey to the heart of existence itself. Lila, a writer, found inspiration in the river of mystery, her pen weaving tales of the unknown, of the human fascination with that which lies beyond the veil of understanding. Her characters navigated their own paradoxes, mirroring the struggles and triumphs of those she'd encountered in Veridia. Her stories didn't provide easy answers. Instead, they embraced ambiguity, prompting her readers to confront their own uncertainties, to embrace the unknown as a source of wonder and growth. Her new novel became a profound exploration of the human condition, weaving together the threads of paradox to create a breathtaking tapestry of human experience. Their actions rippled outward, inspiring a wave of self-reflection and transformation amongst those around them. People began to approach their lives with a renewed sense of curiosity, a willingness to embrace the uncertainties and contradictions that were once sources of anxiety and despair. They started to see their own internal conflicts not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for growth, as elements of a larger, more complex picture. One day, Sophia received an email from a former patient, expressing gratitude for the new perspective she had provided. The patient shared how they had initially struggled with the idea of embracing their inner contradictions, but how this new acceptance had led to a profound sense of peace and self-acceptance. "I used to see my imperfections as failures," the patient wrote, "but now I see them as part of my uniqueness, my wholeness." Your words about the clockmaker and the cyclical nature of time truly resonated with me. I no longer see the past as something to escape, but as a foundation for the present. Javier received a similar message from a young art student who had been deeply inspired by his work. The student wrote about how Javier's paintings had helped them to understand and embrace their own inner turmoil, to see their artistic struggles not as a sign of weakness, but as an integral part of the creative process. "Your art," the student wrote, "helped me understand that the dance of opposites is not a battle to be won or lost, but a journey to be embraced. The chaos and the order, the darkness and the light, all intertwined in a beautiful symphony of being." Lila's novel became an unexpected bestseller, resonating with readers on a deeply personal level. Book reviews and social media comments shared the stories of people who had found solace and inspiration in Lila's exploration of life's paradoxes. Readers described how her stories helped them confront their own uncertainties, to find beauty in the contradictions, and to appreciate the complexity and richness of their own lives. "It wasn't just a story, it was a reflection," one reader wrote. "It helped me to see my own contradictions not as flaws, but as facets of a multifaceted gem." The seeker's journey to the Temple of Paradox hadn't just changed their own lives, it had sparked a ripple effect, a transformation that extended beyond themselves, touching the lives of others and creating a movement of self-discovery and paradoxical acceptance. The paradox, in essence, became the pathway to a deeper, more integrated understanding of self and the universe. Their story became a testament to the power of embracing the unexpected, of finding harmony within duality, and of understanding that the journey of self-discovery is a lifelong dance with the paradoxes of existence, a dance that leads to a profound and enduring peace. And as they continued their individual journeys, they carried with them the wisdom of Veridia, a constant reminder of the unity that lies at the heart of all paradoxes. The enduring paradox. The plane's descent felt strangely symbolic, as the city lights twinkled below, resembling a scattered constellation mirroring the celestial dance they had witnessed in Veridia. A quiet contemplation settled over the three seekers. The vibrant, almost overwhelming energy of the Temple of Paradox now felt like a distant dream, yet its echoes resonated deeply within them. Sophia, ever the pragmatist, found herself reviewing her notes, meticulously documenting every detail, every sensation, every paradoxical revelation. The act felt almost like a ritual, a way of anchoring the ethereal experiences of Veridia to the solid ground of her everyday life. She had anticipated a return to normalcy, but normalcy now felt subtly different, imbued with a newfound awareness of the intricate tapestry of existence. Javier, on the other hand, found himself lost in a sea of introspection. The eternal battleground of the two orbiting stars, a potent symbol of the inner conflict he had long suppressed, continued to swirl within him. He had faced his shadow self, his anxieties, his deepest fears, and found, to his surprise, not annihilation, but a strange kind of reconciliation. The opposing forces, once locked in a destructive dance, were now in a state of uneasy truce, a quiet understanding that their coexistence was inevitable, even necessary. His art, he realized, would never be the same. The colors would be richer, the lines more fluid, reflecting the fluidity and paradoxical nature of life itself. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, a passion fueled by the acceptance of his inner contradictions. Lila, ever the intuitive one, processed her experience in a more visceral way. The enchanted lake, with its reflection of hidden beliefs, had laid bare the core of her insecurities, her deepest fears of inadequacy. The process had been painful, agonizing even, but the clarity that emerged was transformative. She had confronted her self-doubt, not to conquer it completely, but to understand it, to integrate it as part of her whole self. She now saw her vulnerability not as a weakness, but as a source of strength, a connection to the shared human experience. The paradoxical truth, she discovered, was that her imperfections were what made her uniquely herself. Her return was not just a physical journey, but a spiritual homecoming, a reintegration with her authentic self. The days that followed were a mixture of adjustment and integration. Sophia found herself applying the principles of paradoxical thinking to her work, finding creative solutions to complex problems by embracing seemingly contradictory approaches. Javier's art blossomed, reflecting the inner peace he had found, his work imbued with a newfound depth and expressiveness. Lila, surprisingly, found her newfound confidence attracting new opportunities, her vulnerabilities becoming unexpected strengths in her interactions with others. But the impact of their journey extended far beyond their individual lives. They had unintentionally become catalysts for change, their experiences resonating with others who felt a similar yearning for understanding and self-discovery. Their story, whispered and shared, ignited a spark of curiosity, a desire to explore the paradoxes inherent in their own lives. Support groups emerged, focusing on self-acceptance and the embracing of inner contradictions. Workshops and seminars were organized, sharing the lessons learned from the Temple of Paradox, spreading a message of paradoxical unity. The impact was gradual, subtle, but undeniably transformative. The paradox, it seemed, was not merely a philosophical concept, a theoretical construct, but a fundamental principle shaping the human experience. It was in the tension between light and darkness, joy and sorrow, order and chaos, that life found its vibrancy, its depth, its meaning. The seekers had not escaped paradox, but had learned to dance with it, to find harmony in its seemingly discordant rhythms. The clockmaker's tale, the mystical garden, the river of mystery, all these elements of their journey in Veridia now held a deeper significance, viewed through the lens of their returned experiences. The relentless ticking of the clock, representing the linearity of time, was now counterpointed by the timeless peace they had experienced in the temple. The balance between being and non-being, once a theoretical concept, was now a lived reality, an understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. The mysterious depths of the river, reflecting the unknown, no longer held fear, but a sense of awe and wonder at the vastness and complexity of existence. One evening, months after their return, they gathered once more, this time in a quiet cafe, the remnants of Veridia's vibrancy still subtly present in their shared energy. They spoke of their individual journeys, the challenges they faced, the triumphs they celebrated, and the paradoxical nature of it all. Sophia recounted how her analytical mind was now complemented by a newfound intuition, a willingness to embrace the unexpected. Javier spoke of his art, which had evolved into a profound exploration of inner conflict and reconciliation. Lila shared her story of embracing vulnerability, finding strength in the very things she once feared. Their conversation drifted to the wider implications of their experience, the ripple effect it had created. They talked about the burgeoning support groups, the workshops, the growing movement of self-discovery and paradoxical acceptance. They realized that their journey to the Temple of Paradox was not just a personal transformation, but a contribution to a larger narrative, a collective awakening. The enduring paradox, they concluded, lay in the very nature of the human experience. The search for unity, for wholeness, often involves navigating a landscape of duality, of opposing forces, of seemingly irreconcilable contradictions. Yet, it was within this dance of opposites, this embrace of paradox, that true understanding and lasting peace could be found. Their journey to Veridia had been a powerful testament to this truth, a journey that had brought them not only closer to themselves, but also to each other and, perhaps most importantly, to a deeper understanding of the universe itself. The weaver's loom, the final symbol of unity in the temple, now felt like a metaphor for their collective experience, a tapestry woven from the threads of their individual journeys, a vibrant and ever-evolving testament to the enduring paradox of the human spirit. Their story, far from ending, had just begun to unfold, a story that would continue to resonate, shaping not only their lives but also the lives of countless others who would follow in their footsteps, seeking their own path toward paradoxical understanding and lasting peace. A call to self-discovery. The taxi ride to Sophia's apartment was strangely silent, a stark contrast to the vibrant conversations that had filled their days in Veridia. Javier, usually the life of the party, stared out the window, his gaze lost in the city's blur. Lila, usually so perceptive and articulate, seemed lost in thought, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The silence wasn't uncomfortable, though. It was a contemplative silence, a quiet acknowledgement of the profound shift that had occurred within them. It was the silence of integration, of allowing the echoes of Veridia to settle into the quiet corners of their being. Sophia broke the silence, her voice soft, almost hesitant. "I keep replaying the weaver's loom in my mind," she said, "the way all those seemingly disparate threads, the light and the dark, the chaos and the order, the joy and the sorrow, were woven together to create something beautiful, something whole." Javier nodded slowly. "It's like the tapestry of our lives," he murmured. "All the good and bad, the triumphs and failures, the love and loss. It's not about eliminating the darkness, but about integrating it, understanding its role in the overall design." Lila, her eyes now sparkling with newfound insight, added, "The paradox is that the darkness gives depth to the light. It makes the light more precious, more meaningful. Without the shadows, the brilliance would be lost, wouldn't it?" Their conversation continued late into the night, fueled by coffee and the lingering energy of their extraordinary journey. They delved deeper into their personal experiences at the Temple of Paradox, sharing anecdotes and reflecting on the lessons learned. Sophia discussed her initial skepticism, how her analytical mind had struggled to reconcile the seemingly contradictory aspects of the experience. She had gone to Veridia searching for answers, for concrete data to support her already formed hypotheses, but she had found something far more profound. She had discovered the limitations of pure logic in the face of the multifaceted nature of human experience. Javier spoke of his initial fear, his reluctance to confront the darker aspects of his own personality, the unresolved conflicts that had haunted him for years. The eternal battleground, he confessed, had been a particularly challenging experience, mirroring the internal battles he had been fighting within himself. But in confronting those shadows, in acknowledging the darkness within, he had found a surprising sense of liberation. He had found a way to integrate these challenging aspects of his life into a more complete understanding of himself. Lila, ever the empath, shared her journey of emotional release, her willingness to let go of the burdens she had carried for so long. The enchanted lake, with its shimmering reflections, had served as a mirror, revealing the deep-seated beliefs she had unconsciously held about herself and the world. Through this self-reflection, she discovered the power of self-compassion and the importance of embracing her vulnerabilities. She realized that her imperfections were not flaws, but integral aspects of her being, contributing to the richness and complexity of her experience. Their conversation extended beyond the immediate experiences in Veridia. They discussed the implications of their journey for their daily lives, how they could integrate the lessons learned into their work, their relationships, their interactions with the world. They acknowledged that the journey wasn't over, that the integration process was an ongoing one, a continuous exploration of self-discovery and self-acceptance. The following week saw a gradual transformation in their lives. Sophia, while still meticulously documenting her experiences, approached her work with a newfound sense of creativity and intuition, allowing herself to embrace the unexpected rather than resisting it. Javier, more confident and self-assured, tackled his long-standing conflicts with greater courage and compassion, seeking out reconciliation where previously he had avoided confrontation. Lila, her empathy deepened, fostered stronger connections with those around her, offering unconditional support and understanding. Their transformation wasn't a sudden dramatic shift, but rather a gradual unfolding, a subtle yet profound change in perspective. It was a shift from seeing life as a series of isolated events to understanding it as an interconnected tapestry, a complex interplay of paradoxes. They realized that embracing the contradictions inherent in life, the duality of light and darkness, joy and sorrow, success and failure, was not a sign of weakness, but a testament to the resilience and depth of the human spirit. This realization led them to share their experiences with others, to encourage friends and family to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. They found that the lessons learned in Veridia resonated with others, echoing in the struggles and triumphs of everyday life. The concept of paradox, initially abstract and seemingly esoteric, became a practical tool for navigating the complexities of human existence. People began to see the value in acknowledging and embracing their internal contradictions, their strengths and weaknesses, their light and their shadow. They started small, sharing their stories in informal gatherings, and eventually this led to larger platforms. They found themselves giving talks, writing articles, and even co-authoring a book about their experiences, all aimed at sharing the transformative power of embracing life's paradoxes. Their message was simple, yet profound. The path to wholeness, to self-acceptance, lies not in the elimination of contradictions, but in the integration of opposites. The impact of their message extended beyond their immediate circle. Their story resonated with people from all walks of life, transcending cultural and social boundaries. They inspired others to look within, to confront their own internal paradoxes, to acknowledge their shadows and celebrate their light. They ignited a movement, a call for self-discovery, a global conversation on the intricate tapestry of human experience. Their journey to Veridia had been more than just a physical pilgrimage. It had been a profound journey of self-discovery, a transformative experience that had not only changed their lives but also inspired countless others to embrace the paradoxes that shape their own. The paradoxical nature of the human condition, the constant interplay of opposites, became a source of strength, resilience, and ultimate peace. They discovered that the truest form of unity wasn't the absence of duality but the harmonious coexistence of opposites, a dynamic balance that allowed for growth, evolution, and a profound sense of belonging in a universe woven from countless threads of paradox. Their story, a testament to the transformative power of embracing the unknown, continued to unfold, becoming a beacon of hope. For those seeking their own path towards wholeness and understanding, the echoes of Veridia continued to resonate, shaping not only their lives but countless others who dared to embrace the paradox of existence. The journey, they realized, was far from over. The call to self-discovery was a lifelong invitation, a continuous exploration of the ever-evolving tapestry of the human spirit. Acknowledgements. My deepest gratitude goes to my family and friends for their unwavering support and patience throughout the long process of writing this book.